Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry reincarnated as the son of Voldemort and took over the Death Eaters at age of 5. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Remembered the Nightmare Always Ended the Same Way. Green light. Screaming. The smell of burning stone and copper blood. And then nothing, a vast, empty nothing that stretched forever in every direction, cold and silent as a held breath. Harry woke with a gasp, small hands clutching sheets that weren't his. The fabric was too fine. The bed was too soft. The ceiling above him was carved stone, not the worn wooden beams of the Gryffindor dormitory or the cramped darkness under the stairs at Privet Drive. For a long moment, he simply lay there, heart hammering against ribs that felt too small, too fragile, too wrong. Then the memories crashed into him like a wave. Not the scattered fragments he'd been piecing together for months, vague impressions of faces and voices, dreams that felt more real than waking. This was everything. Complete. Overwhelming. 17 years of life compressed into a skull that had only existed for 5, and the pressure of it nearly made him scream. He remembered Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat's voice in his ear, debating between Gryffindor and Slytherin. He remembered Ron's laugh and Hermione's exasperated sighs and the way Ginny's hair caught the light. He remembered Dumbledore's twinkling eyes and Snape's cold sneer and Voldemort's high, terrible voice saying Avada Kedavra in the Forbidden Forest. He remembered dying. The sensation was still there, lurking at the edges of his consciousness. That moment of absolute surrender when he'd walked to his death, let the curse take him, accepted the end. The peace of it. The finality. But he hadn't stayed dead. Harry sat up slowly, small hands pressing against his temples. The migraine was building behind his eyes, sharp and relentless. He was in a bedroom he'd never seen before but somehow knew intimately, the east wing of Malfoy Manor, 3rd floor, overlooking the gardens where peacocks strutted and house elves trimmed hedges into serpentine shapes. His bedroom. His, because this body was his now, had always been his, would always be his. Hadrian Riddle. Son of the Dark Lord. The absurdity of it nearly made him laugh. The universe had a sick sense of humor. He'd spent his entire life, his first life, trying to destroy Voldemort. Hunting Horcruxes. Fighting Death Eaters. Watching friends die one by one in a war that seemed endless. And now here he was, reborn as the monster's own blood. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed, bare feet touching cold stone. The body was small, weak, utterly inadequate for what he needed to do. 5 years old. He'd have to wait years before he could hold a proper wand, longer before the Ministry would allow him to use magic legally. But he wasn't going to wait. He'd watched Voldemort rise once. Watched him tear apart everything Harry loved, corrupt everything he touched, turn the wizarding world into a graveyard. He remembered the bodies at Hogwarts. Fred Weasley with his last laugh frozen on his face. Remus and Tonks lying side by side, their son left orphaned. Colin Creevey, so small, so young, so bloody brave. Never again. Harry didn't know why he was here. Didn't know what cosmic accident or deliberate intervention had shoved his soul into this body, given him this impossible second chance. But he wasn't going to waste it wondering. He was going to use it. And the first step was understanding exactly where he stood. Malfoy Manor in 1985 was different from what Harry remembered. In his first life, he'd only seen it during the war, a dark, decaying place filled with fear and desperation. Voldemort had made it his headquarters, and the beautiful estate had rotted from the inside out, mirrors cracked, tapestries faded, the very walls seeming to weep with the suffering inflicted within them. This version was still standing tall. Still proud. The marble floors gleamed, the chandeliers sparkled, and house elves moved silently through the corridors, keeping everything in pristine condition. But the rot was already there, Harry noticed. Just hidden better. He moved through the halls with the practiced silence he'd learned in another life, when sneaking through Hogwarts at night had been a matter of survival rather than mischief. The body was small enough to hide easily, and he'd learned quickly that no one paid attention to him anyway. That was the strangest part of his new existence, the invisibility of it. In his first life, Harry had never been invisible. The boy who lived, marked by prophecy, stared at wherever he went. Even before he'd known about magic, he'd been noticed: Dudley's punching bag, the Dursley's shame, the freak who made strange things happen. Here, he was nothing. The Death Eaters who moved through Malfoy Manor barely acknowledged his existence. Voldemort had fathered him on a pure blood which named Alara Blackwood, a member of a minor family who'd thrown herself at the Dark Lord's feet and been rewarded with a single night of attention. She died giving birth, and Voldemort had looked at the squalling infant with something that might have been curiosity before handing it off to the Malfoys and returning to whatever dark work consumed him. Harry had pieced together the story over months. His existence was an open secret among the inner circle, the Dark Lord's bastard, proof that the great Voldemort was still human enough to sire a child. Some saw it as a sign of his power. Others saw it as a weakness, a potential threat, something that might one day need to be eliminated. None of them saw him as a person. Which suited Harry perfectly. He slipped through a doorway into the Manor's East Gallery, a long hallway lined with portraits of Malfoy ancestors. The paintings watched him pass with suspicious eyes, but none of them called out. They'd been instructed to ignore the Riddle Boy, and portraits were nothing if not loyal to those who fed them magic. The gallery ended at a set of double doors that led to the formal dining room, and Harry could hear voices filtering through the crack. A meeting. He pressed himself against the wall, small body fitting easily into the shadow between a statue and a tapestry. The doors weren't fully closed, a house elf's oversight, perhaps, or deliberate carelessness. Either way, Harry could see into the room beyond. A dozen Death Eaters sat around a long table, masks discarded, faces illuminated by floating candles. Harry recognized most of them from his memories. Lucius Malfoy at the head, silver blonde hair gleaming, expression coldly neutral. Bellatrix Lestrange to his right, her dark eyes bright with barely contained madness. Rodolphus Lestrange beside her, solid and silent. The Carrows in the corner, whispering to each other. Antonin Dolohov leaning back in his chair, cleaning his nails with a knife. And Severus Snape, sitting apart from the others, black eyes fixed on something only he could see. Harry's heart clenched at the sight of him. In his first life, he'd hated Snape. Then he'd understood him. Then he'd watched him die, bleeding out on the floor of the Shrieking Shack, using his last moments to give Harry the memories that would lead him to his own death. Here, Snape was younger. Mid-20s, maybe. The bitterness hadn't fully settled into his features yet, though it was well on its way. He sat with the stillness of a man who trusted no one, watching everyone with the careful attention of a spy. Which he was, Harry reminded himself. Or would be. In this timeline, Dumbledore's man was already in place, feeding information to the Order, playing both sides of a war that hadn't officially started yet. Did he know about Harry? Did he see the child lurking in the Manor's corners and wonder what those green eyes meant? Harry shook off the thought and focused on the conversation. Reports from the continent, Lucius was saying, his voice smooth as silk. The French ministry has increased patrols along the border. Our allies in Beauxbatons report heightened scrutiny of their activities. Let them patrol. Bellatrix's voice was a purr, lazy and dangerous. What can the French do against us? Their orders are soft. Cowards. One good raid and they'd scatter like, one good raid, Lucius interrupted, and we announce our presence to the entire European magical community. The Dark Lord has been clear, we are to build strength quietly. Consolidate our position. The time for open warfare will come, but it is not now. Bellatrix's lips curled into a sneer, but she didn't argue. Even her madness knew better than to defy Voldemort's direct orders. What of the werewolves? Dolohov asked, not looking up from his nails. Greyback claims his pack is growing restless. They want blood. Greyback always wants blood, Lucius replied. He's useful, but he needs to be kept on a short leash. The Dark Lord has sanctioned limited operations, isolated targets, nothing that would draw ministry attention. If Greyback cannot control himself, he will be reminded of his place. A rumble of laughter from the Caros. Everyone knew that Greyback was barely controlled at the best of times. The werewolf had been with Voldemort since the First War, a loyal attack dog who reveled in violence for its own sake. Harry remembered what he'd done to Bill Weasley. What he tried to do to Lavender Brown. His small hands curled into fists. There is another matter, someone said. A voice Harry didn't recognize immediately, younger, more eager. He shifted position, trying to see the speaker. Barty Crouch Jr. The young man sat at the far end of the table, practically vibrating with nervous energy. He couldn't have been more than 20, his face still soft with youth, his eyes burning with the fervor of a true believer. In Harry's first life, Crouch had been a ghost story, the Death Eater who'd escaped Azkaban, impersonated Mad-Eye Moody, helped resurrect Voldemort. By the time Harry had learned the truth, Crouch had already received the Dementor's kiss. Here, he was alive. Young. Desperate to prove himself to a master who barely acknowledged his existence. Harry filed that away. Useful, potentially. Speak, Lucius said, a hint of impatience in his voice. Crouch leaned forward. The boy. The Dark Lord's son. The room went quiet. Harry held his breath. What about him? Bellatrix's voice had gone sharp, dangerous. Her relationship with Harry's existence was complicated, she worshipped Voldemort, but the idea that he'd chosen another woman, even once, clearly ate at her. He's been strange lately. Crouch's words came quickly, tumbling over each other. The house elves have noticed. He doesn't play like a normal child. Doesn't speak like one. He watches. Listens. And there have been reports of accidental magic, powerful accidental magic. More than a child his age should be capable of. Children produce accidental magic, Lucius said dismissively. It's hardly remarkable. This isn't the same. Crouch's voice dropped lower. Last week, he silenced an entire corridor. Wandlessly. At 5 years old. Even the most talented pureblood children don't show that kind of control. Silence. Harry felt the attention in the room shift, suddenly aware that a dozen of the most dangerous people in Britain were thinking about him. Thinking about what he might become. You're suggesting what, exactly? Snape's voice, cool and precise, cutting through the tension. That a toddler represents some kind of threat. I'm suggesting that we should pay attention. Crouch was undeterred. The Dark Lord may have forgotten about the child, but that doesn't mean, the Dark Lord forgets nothing. Bellatrix's voice cracked like a whip. How dare you suggest, peace, Bella? Lucius raised a hand, and she subsided, though her eyes remained fixed on Crouch with murderous intensity. Young Barty raises a valid point, however clumsily he phrases it. The child bears watching. If he shows true potential, he could be useful. Trained properly, molded into a weapon worthy of his bloodline. And if he shows weakness? Dolohov asked, finally looking up from his knife. The question hung in the air, and Harry didn't need to hear the answer. He knew what happened to weaknesses in Voldemort's organization. They were eliminated. We shall see, Lucius said finally. For now, he remains in my care. I will observe him closely and report any developments to the Dark Lord when he returns. The meeting moved on to other business, supply routes, recruitment efforts, the ongoing corruption of ministry officials, but Harry had heard enough. He slipped away from the door, moving silently through the gallery, his mind racing. They were watching him now. Or would be, once word spread from this meeting. His moment of carelessness, silencing that corridor when one of the Carrows had been beating a house elf and the screaming had gotten to him, had drawn attention he didn't want. He'd need to be more careful. Or he'd need to be less careful in a different direction entirely. Harry made his way back to his room, the manor's corridors empty and silent around him. The plan he'd been forming over months, vague, half-finished, cautious, suddenly crystallized into something sharper. He couldn't hide forever. Couldn't play the insignificant child and hope they'd forget about him. The Death Eaters were already suspicious, already watching. If he showed weakness, they'd kill him. If he showed strength without direction, they'd fear him, and fear would lead to the same end. But if he showed strength with purpose. Voldemort valued power. Valued ambition. Valued those who could make themselves useful. Harry had spent his first life fighting against everything Voldemort stood for. He'd been the hero, the symbol, the boy who lived. And in the end, it hadn't mattered. He'd died, and the world had burned anyway. Maybe it was time to try a different approach. The nursery wing of Malfoy Manor was separated from the rest of the house by a series of wards that Narcissa had insisted upon. Safety measures, she called them, protections to keep her precious Draco isolated from the darker elements that moved through her home. Harry found them laughably easy to bypass. The wards were designed to keep people out, not in, and they were calibrated for adult magical signatures. Harry's signature was small, immature, barely formed, the magical equivalent of a whisper. The wards parted around him like water around a stone. Draco's room was 3 doors down from his own, decorated in soft blues and silvers. The 2-year-old was asleep in his crib, blonde hair splayed across a pillow embroidered with the Malfoy crest, breathing softly in the darkness. Harry stood over him for a long moment, looking down at the face that would one day become his rival. In his first life, Draco Malfoy had been an enemy. A bully. A coward who'd taken the dark mark because he was too afraid to say no and then spent 2 years drowning in his own guilt. Harry had hated him, pitied him, and finally understood him, the product of a family that valued blood over everything else, raised to believe in a hierarchy that placed him at the top and everyone else beneath his notice. This Draco was 2 years old. Innocent, as much as any pure-blood heir could be innocent. He hadn't made any of the choices that would define his future. He was just a child, sleeping peacefully in a house full of monsters. Harry could leave him alone. Let the future unfold as it would, with Draco becoming the same sneering aristocrat who'd made his life miserable at Hogwarts. It wasn't Harry's responsibility to save him. But Harry remembered the room of requirement, flames roaring, Draco's scream as Crabbe's fiendfire consumed everything. He remembered the way Draco had hesitated on the astronomy tower, wand pointed at Dumbledore, unable to cast the killing curse. He remembered the trials after the war, Draco pale and broken in the defendant's chair, Narcissa weeping quietly beside him. The Malfoys had been enemies. But they'd also been victims, in their own way, trapped by the choices of previous generations, crushed beneath the weight of expectations they'd never asked for. Harry had failed to save so many people in his first life. Maybe he could start making up for it here. He reached down and adjusted Draco's blanket, tucking it more securely around the small body. The toddler stirred slightly, mumbled something incomprehensible, and settled back into sleep. "I won't let it happen the same way," Harry whispered, so quietly that even he could barely hear it. "I promise." He left the nursery as silently as he'd entered, the wards closing behind him without a ripple. The next morning, Harry made his move. Breakfast at Malfoy Manor was a formal affair, even for a household that contained only the Malfoy family and their reluctant ward. The dining room was too large for 4 people, the table stretched endlessly under floating candelabras, but Lucius insisted on maintaining standards. Harry took his usual seat at the far end of the table, away from where Narcissa fed Draco in a magically adjusted high chair. The house elves brought him a plate of eggs and toast, and he ate methodically, watching the adults through lowered lashes. Lucius was reading the Daily Prophet, his expression carefully neutral. The paper was full of ministry propaganda, stories about dark creature attacks that were definitely not the work of organized Death Eaters, warnings about the dangers of associating with werewolves and vampires, the usual garbage the ministry pumped out when they were trying to pretend everything was fine. Narcissa was focused on Draco, coaxing him to eat another spoonful of porridge. She looked tired, Harry noticed, not physically, but in a deeper way, the exhaustion of a woman who'd tied her fate to a cause she didn't fully believe in and now couldn't escape. In his first life, Narcissa had been the one who saved him. Her lie to Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, her desperation to reach Draco during the battle, those moments of maternal love had been more powerful than all the Dark Lord's magic. Harry was counting on that love now. The prophet says there was another attack in Manchester, Lucius commented, not looking up from the paper. Muggle family. The Aurors are calling it a tragic accident. How convenient, Narcissa murmured. Indeed. Lucius turned a page. The Dark Lord strategy continues to bear fruit. By the time the Ministry admits what's happening, we'll be too entrenched to stop. Harry set down his fork. Father isn't coming back soon, is he? The words dropped into the silence like stones into still water. Lucius looked up sharply, pale eyes fixing on Harry with sudden intensity. Narcissa's hand froze mid-motion, porridge dripping from the spoon. Harry met Lucius's gaze steadily. He'd practiced this, the tone, the expression, the careful mix of childish innocence and unsettling awareness. It was a performance, but not entirely. The question was real, and the answer mattered. What did you say? Lucius's voice was soft, dangerous. Father. Harry let the word hang in the air. He's pursuing the old magics, isn't he? The rituals of immortality. That's why he's been gone for so long. Lucius's face went blank, the expression of a man who just heard something impossible and was frantically trying to process it. Who told you that? He asked finally. No one. Harry picked up his fork again, spearing a piece of egg. I listen. I watch. I think. He looked up, meeting Lucius's eyes. I'm not a normal child, Uncle Lucius. You know that. Everyone knows that. But none of you seem to understand what it means. The silence stretched. Draco babbled happily, oblivious to the tension crackling through the room. Narcissa hadn't moved, her eyes fixed on Harry with something that might have been fear or fascination. You will explain yourself, Lucius said, his voice cold as winter ice. Now. Harry smiled. It was a small smile, barely a curve of the lips, but it transformed his face entirely. He looked older suddenly, his green eyes bright with intelligence that had no business existing in a 5-year-old's face. I know things, he said simply. Things I shouldn't know. Things that would be useful to someone in your position. Lucius's hand moved toward his wand, a reflexive gesture that stopped halfway. You didn't draw your wand on a child, even a strange one. Even one who was looking at you like he could see straight through your soul. What kind of things? The kind of things that could make the difference between serving the Dark Lord and leading his armies. Harry took a bite of toast, chewing thoughtfully. The kind of things that could protect your family when the war comes. The kind of things that could ensure Draco grows up in a world where he has choices. Narcissa's breath caught. It was almost inaudible, but Harry heard it, and he turned his attention to her. You worry about him, he said softly. Every night, you lie awake and wonder what kind of future you're building for your son. Whether the path you're walking will lead him to glory or destruction. Whether the choices you've made will save him or doom him. Narcissa's face went pale. How do you know that? Her voice was barely a whisper. Harry didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, I can help you. Both of you. But you need to decide if you're willing to listen to a child who knows too much, or if you'd rather keep pretending I'm nothing more than an inconvenient reminder of the Dark Lord's momentary humanity. He pushed back from the table and stood. His body was small, forcing him to look up at the adults even when they were seated, but somehow that didn't diminish the weight of his presence. "I'll be in my room," he said. "When you're ready to talk, really talk, you know where to find me." He walked out of the dining room without looking back, leaving the Malfoys staring after him in stunned silence. Narcissa came to his room that afternoon. Harry had expected Lucius, or perhaps one of the house elves sent to spy on him. But Narcissa came alone, knocking softly on his door and waiting for permission to enter like he was a host and she the guest. "Come in," Harry called. She entered slowly, her robes immaculate, her expression guarded. She was beautiful in the way of old pureblood families, sharp features, pale skin, an aristocratic bearing that came from centuries of careful breeding. But her eyes were tired, and her hands trembled slightly as she closed the door behind her. Harry was sitting on his bed, a book open in his lap. One of the volumes from the Malfoy library, a treatise on defensive ward schemes that he'd been studying for weeks. Narcissa's eyes flicked to it, widened slightly, and then returned to his face. "That book is meant for 7th-year students at minimum," she said. "I know." She stood awkwardly for a moment, clearly unsure how to proceed. Then, with the grace of someone who'd spent her life navigating social situations far more complex than this, she crossed to the chair beside his bed and sat down. "You frightened Lucius this morning," she said. "He won't admit it, but I've known him since we were children. He was frightened." "Good." Her lips twitched, almost a smile, quickly suppressed. "That's not the response I expected." "Uncle Lucius needs to be frightened," Harry said, setting aside the book. "He's been operating under the assumption that he's the smartest person in any room. That assumption is going to get him killed. And you think you're smarter. I think I know things he doesn't. Things about what's coming. Things about how it ends if nothing changes." Harry met her gaze directly. "I think I'm the best chance your family has of surviving what's coming." Narcissa studied him for a long moment. Whatever she was looking for, she seemed to find it, because she leaned back in her chair, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "You're not a normal child," she said. "No. Are you even a child at all?" The question was sharper than it seemed, and Harry chose his next words carefully. "I have the body of a child," he said. "The needs, the limitations, the dependency. But my mind." He paused, considering how much to reveal. "My mind is older." How much older, and why, are questions I'm not ready to answer. But I can tell you this, I want the same things you want. Safety. Security. A future where your son doesn't have to wake up afraid. And in exchange for this, help, what do you want? Allies. Harry leaned forward. People who will follow me because they believe in what I'm building, not because they fear my father. I can't do what needs to be done alone. I need a family, a real family, not just a blood connection to a man who sees me as a curiosity at best. Narcissa's breath caught again, and this time she didn't try to hide it. Her eyes glistened in the afternoon light. "You speak of the Dark Lord with such detachment," she said slowly. "As if he's not your father at all." "He sired me," Harry said. "That's biology, not fatherhood. Fatherhood is what you build with someone, not what you share through blood." He softened his voice. "You understand that, don't you? Draco is your son because you love him, because you die for him, because you spend every waking moment trying to give him the best possible future. That's what makes you his mother. Not the fact that you gave birth to him." A tear slipped down Narcissa's cheek. She wiped it away quickly, embarrassed by her own emotion. "What happened to you?" she whispered. "How did you become this?" Harry was quiet for a long moment. In his mind, he saw the great hall of Hogwarts, bodies lined up in rows, the living weeping over the dead. He saw Dumbledore falling from the astronomy tower. He saw Sirius disappearing through the veil. He saw Hermione's face, streaked with tears and blood, as she fought to protect a world that was already lost. "I died," he said finally. And then I didn't. And now I'm here, trying to make sure the people I care about don't have to go through what I went through. Narcissa stared at him, horror and wonder warring in her expression. That's impossible, she said, but her voice held no conviction. Is it? Harry smiled sadly. Magic has done stranger things. And I'm not asking you to believe me about the past. I'm asking you to believe me about the future. I'm asking you to trust that I know what's coming, and that I can help you survive it. She was silent for a long time. Outside, Harry could hear the distant cry of peacocks in the garden, the soft murmur of house elves going about their work. If I agree, Narcissa said finally, if I choose to, trust you, what happens next? First, we secure your position in the household. Make sure Lucius understands that working with me benefits him. Harry's voice took on a harder edge. Then we start building something real. A network of allies within the Death Eaters. People who are loyal to us, not just to the Dark Lord. That's treason. That's survival. Harry held her gaze. I'm not planning to overthrow my father. Not yet, not openly. But when the war comes, and it will come, the side that wins will be the side with the strongest foundations. I intend to build those foundations. And I intend to make sure your family is standing on them when the dust settles. Narcissa was quiet again, processing. Harry could almost see the calculations running behind her eyes, the risks, the rewards, the potential consequences of aligning herself with a 5-year-old who spoke like a general. Finally, she stood. I need to think, she said. I know. She moved toward the door, then paused, looking back at him. You know things, she said. About what's coming. About how it ends. She hesitated. In your version of events, what happened to my family? Harry considered lying. It would be kinder, in some ways. But Narcissa deserved the truth, or as much of it as he could give her. Lucius went to Azkaban, he said quietly. Twice. The Dark Lord took over your home, turned it into his headquarters. Your family lived in fear for years, watched over by monsters, used as pawns in a war you never wanted. He paused. But Draco survived. You made sure of that. In the end, when it mattered most, you chose your son over everything else. That's how I know I can trust you. Narcissa's hand was on the doorknob, her knuckles white. And how did it end? She asked. The war. Harry looked away. Everyone lost, he said. One way or another, everyone lost. She left without another word, and Harry sat alone in his room, staring at the wall, wondering if he'd just made an ally or created an enemy. Either way, the game had begun. The next few weeks passed in a blur of careful maneuvering. Lucius remained suspicious, but Harry noticed small changes in how he was treated. His food improved. His room was cleaned more frequently. A tutor appeared, a nervous young witch named Elena who'd been hired, ostensibly, to teach him basic letters and numbers. Harry let her think she was succeeding, even as he corrected her pronunciation of Latin incantations under his breath. More importantly, he was allowed access to the manor's library. It wasn't official access. No one had given him permission, and the wards on the restricted section were still firmly in place. But the main collection was open to anyone in the household, and Harry spent hours there, reading everything he could get his hands on. Defensive magic. Offensive magic. Ritual theory. Magical history. Pure blood genealogy. The political structure of the Wisengamot. The hidden hierarchies within the ministry. In his first life, he'd learned magic piecemeal, a spell here, a technique there, whatever was necessary to survive the next crisis. He'd never had time to build a proper foundation, to understand the theory behind the practice. Now he had time. And he intended to use it. He also watched the Death Eaters who passed through the manor. They came and went at all hours, carrying messages, delivering reports, attending the meetings that Lucius hosted in the Dark Lord's absence. Harry memorized their faces, their names, their relationships, their weaknesses. Bellatrix came most often, always looking for Narcissa, her presence filling the manor with a manic energy that set everyone on edge. She never acknowledged Harry directly, but he caught her watching him sometimes, dark eyes calculating, trying to decide what he meant and whether he was a threat. Severus Snape came twice, both times for private conversations with Lucius that Harry couldn't overhear. But once, in a corridor, they passed each other, and Snape stopped. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other. Harry felt the probe against his mental shields, gentle, almost tentative, like a question rather than an assault. He let Snape see a wall. Not aggressive, not hostile, just, there. A barrier that shouldn't exist in a 5-year-old's mind. Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, maybe. Or curiosity. Then he nodded, once, and walked away. Harry made a note to approach him later. Snape was too valuable to leave in his current position, a spy for Dumbledore, caught between two masters, destined to die for a woman who'd chosen someone else. But that conversation would require careful handling. For now, Harry had a more immediate problem. Fenrir Greyback. The werewolf had started showing up at the manor more frequently, ostensibly to report on his pack's activities, but Harry noticed the way his yellow eyes tracked him through the halls. The way his nostrils flared when Harry walked by, as if he was committing the scent to memory. Greyback was a predator, and he'd sensed something different about Harry. Something that made him curious. Something that made him hungry. Harry knew he'd have to deal with that soon. But first, he needed to demonstrate what he could do, not in secret, not by accident, but deliberately, publicly, in a way that would establish his position once and for all. The opportunity came on a Thursday evening, when Lucius hosted a gathering of the inner circle. The meeting was held in the manor's formal reception hall, a vast chamber decorated with tapestries and portraits and enough dark artifacts to make the ministry's entire aura division faint. Lucius sat at the head of the table, flanked by Bellatrix and Rodolphus. The Carrows occupied one corner, Dolohov another. Greyback lurked near the fireplace, too restless to sit, his presence a constant source of tension. And Harry was there. He hadn't been invited. Children weren't welcome at Death Eater meetings, especially children who asked uncomfortable questions and knew things they shouldn't. But Harry had slipped in anyway, using the distraction of a house elf spilling wine to position himself in the shadows near the door. He waited. The meeting dragged on, covering the usual territory, raids, recruitment, the slow corruption of the ministry. Harry listened with half an ear, his attention fixed on Greyback. The werewolf was growing more agitated as the night wore on. Harry could see it in the way he moved, the way his eyes kept darting toward the windows where the moon, just past full, cast pale light through the glass. The transformation had been recent, and the wolf was still close to the surface. Finally, the meeting ended. The Death Eaters began to disperse, conversations splintering into smaller groups. Lucius was deep in discussion with Dolohov about supply routes. Bellatrix had cornered Narcissa in the corner, her voice a sharp whisper. The Carrows had already left. Greyback moved toward the door. Toward Harry. He didn't look surprised to find the boy standing there. His lips curled back in what might have been a smile, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. "Little Prince," he growled. "Shouldn't you be in bed?" Harry didn't move. "Shouldn't you be in a cage?" The temperature in the room dropped. Conversation stopped. Everyone was looking at them now, Lucius frozen mid-sentence, Narcissa's face gone pale, Bellatrix's eyes bright with sudden interest. Greyback laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Bold little thing, aren't you? Just like your father." He leaned closer, close enough that Harry could smell the blood on his breath. "But your father isn't here to protect you. And I've been wondering for weeks what you'd taste like." "Fenrir." Lucius's voice was sharp. The boy is under my protection. Your protection? Greyback didn't look away from Harry. Since when do Malfoys protect half-blood bastards? Since the Dark Lord commanded it. The Dark Lord isn't here. Greyback's voice dropped to a whisper, meant only for Harry. And accidents happen, little prince. Children wander where they shouldn't. Fall down stairs. Get lost in the woods. No one would question it. No one would mourn. Harry smiled. It was the same smile he'd given Lucius at breakfast, small, knowing, utterly without fear. You're right, he said. No one would mourn me. But they'd mourn you. Greyback's eyes narrowed. What? You think you're a predator, Harry continued, his voice calm, conversational. You think I'm prey. But you've made a mistake, Fenrir. You've assumed that because I'm small, because I'm young, because I'm alone, that means I'm helpless. He tilted his head slightly. The werewolf snarled, his hand shooting out to grab Harry's throat. It never connected. Harry had been preparing for this moment for weeks. Learning the theory in the library. Practicing in his room, late at night, when everyone was asleep. The magic he needed wasn't complicated, not by the standards of what he'd learned in his first life, but performing it wandlessly, at 5 years old, with a body that hadn't finished developing its magical channels. That was something else entirely. He felt the power surge through him, raw and wild and terrible. For a moment, he was afraid it would consume him, burn through his underdeveloped core and leave nothing but ash. Then it found its focus. The spell hit Greyback in the chest, a wave of force that picked him up and hurled him backward. He crashed into the wall with a sound like thunder, cracking the stone, and slid to the floor in a heap. Silence. Harry stood in the center of the room, small and slight and utterly still. His green eyes were glowing, actually glowing, emitting a faint emerald light that painted the shadows around him. He looked at the assembled Death Eaters, and they looked back. My name, Harry said quietly, is Hadrian Riddle. I am the son of the Dark Lord Voldemort. And I will not be threatened, dismissed, or underestimated by anyone. He turned to look at Greyback, who was struggling to rise, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead. If you ever speak to me that way again, Harry continued, I will kill you. Not quickly. Not cleanly. I will make it last for days, and when I'm finished, they'll use what's left of you as a warning to anyone else who mistakes my youth for weakness. He let the glow fade from his eyes, let his posture relax back into the appearance of a normal child. Now, he said, turning to Lucius with a pleasant smile, I believe I'm past my bedtime. Good night, everyone. He walked out of the room without looking back, leaving a shocked silence in his wake. Narcissa found him in the garden an hour later. He was sitting on a bench near the peacock enclosure, looking up at the stars. The magical exertion had drained him, his hands were trembling, and there was a persistent ache behind his eyes, but he'd pushed through worse. She sat down beside him without speaking. They stayed like that for a long time, two figures in the moonlight, the sounds of the night soft around them. That was either the bravest thing I've ever seen, Narcissa said finally, or the stupidest. Probably both. She laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. Greyback won't forget that. He'll want revenge. I'm counting on it. Counting on. She turned to look at him, frowning. You want him to come after you? I want him to reveal himself, Harry said. Right now, he's useful to my father. A loyal attack dog with a pack of werewolves at his command. But loyalty like that is temporary. The moment Greyback sees an opportunity to seize more power, he'll take it. I just gave him a reason to move faster than he would have otherwise. And when he does? Harry smiled grimly. Then I'll deal with him. Permanently. And everyone will see that challenging me was a mistake. Narcissa was quiet, processing. You're playing a dangerous game. I'm playing the only game that matters. Harry looked at her. I'm playing to win. She studied his face, searching for something. Whatever she found must have satisfied her, because she nodded slowly. Lucius wants to speak with you, she said. Tomorrow morning. He has questions. I'm sure he does. Will you answer them? Harry considered the question. In his mind, he saw the meeting room, the shocked faces, the way even Bellatrix had looked at him with something approaching respect. Some of them, he said. Enough to keep him interested. Not enough to make him feel in control. Narcissa's lips twitched. You really aren't a normal child. No, Harry agreed. I'm not. She stood, brushing off her robes. Get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. She walked back toward the manor, and Harry watched her go, feeling something that might have been hope stirring in his chest. He'd taken the first step. Made the first move. The Death Eaters knew he existed now, really knew, not as an afterthought or a curiosity, but as a force to be reckoned with. It wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. But it was a beginning. Harry looked up at the stars again, picking out the constellations he remembered from astronomy class. Somewhere out there, in a timeline that no longer existed, his friends were dead. His mentors were dead. Everyone he'd ever loved had been taken from him by war and madness and his own failures. He wouldn't let it happen again. Whatever it took, whatever he had to become, he would build something better. Something stronger. Something that could stand against the darkness when it came. And if that meant taking over the Death Eaters at 5 years old, leading his father's army before he was old enough for Hogwarts, becoming a monster to fight monsters. So be it. Harry stood, straightened his robes, and walked back toward the manor. The night was cold, but he barely felt it. There was fire in his blood now, the fire of purpose, of determination, of a second chance he never expected and refused to waste. Tomorrow, he would meet with Lucius. Answer questions. Begin the slow, careful work of building alliances within the enemy's ranks. And somewhere, in a castle in Scotland, an old man with twinkling eyes was probably still unaware that the boy he'd once sacrificed had been reborn as something new. Something dangerous. Harry smiled at the thought. Let them all be surprised. Let them all underestimate him. By the time they realized what he was building, it would be too late to stop him. The game had begun. And Harry Riddle intended to win. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Whispers in the dark. The morning after Harry's confrontation with Greyback, Malfoy Manor woke to a different atmosphere. Harry felt at the moment he stepped out of his room, a subtle shift in the way the air moved, the way the house elves looked at him, the way the portraits tracked his movement down the corridor. Word had spread. Servants talked, even magical ones, and the story of the Dark Lord's 5-year-old son throwing a full-grown werewolf through a stone wall had reached every corner of the estate before dawn. Good. He made his way to the small breakfast room that Narcissa preferred for informal meals, moving with deliberate casualness. His body still ached from the magical exertion. Wandless magic at his age was like trying to force a river through a straw, but he kept his posture straight and his expression neutral. Narcissa was already there, Draco in his high chair beside her, when Harry arrived. She looked up at his entrance, and something passed between them. An acknowledgement. An understanding. Good morning, she said. Good morning, Aunt Narcissa. The title was deliberate. He'd never called her that before, had barely spoken to her beyond necessary exchanges. But after their conversation in the garden, the word felt right. An offer of connection. A statement of intent. Her lips curved slightly. Lucius is waiting for you in his study. He asked that you join him after you've eaten. I'm not hungry. You should eat anyway. Her voice was gentle but firm. Whatever you did last night took a great deal out of you. I could see it in your face. You need to recover your strength. Harry hesitated. She was right, his magical core felt scraped raw, and the thought of food made his stomach turn. But refusing would make him look weak, and weakness was something he couldn't afford. He sat down at the table and let a house elf place a plate in front of him. Eggs, toast, sliced fruit. Simple, nutritious, exactly what a recovering magical core needed. Narcissa watched him eat for a moment, then returned her attention to Draco. The toddler was making a mess of his porridge, more interested in finger painting with it than actually consuming it. She cleaned his face with practiced efficiency, murmuring soft words of encouragement. "He'll be a good brother to you," Harry said quietly. Narcissa's hand stilled. "What?" "Draco." Harry took a bite of toast, chewing thoughtfully. "When he's older. He has a good heart, underneath the Malfoy pride. You've raised him well." She stared at him, emotions flickering across her face too quickly to read. Then she shook her head slightly, as if clearing away confusion. "You speak as if you know him already," she said. "I know what he could become." Harry met her eyes. "And I know that with the right guidance, he'll become something better." Draco chose that moment to fling a spoonful of porridge at Harry's head. Harry caught it with a flicker of wandless magic, the glob of oats freezing in mid-air before reversing course and settling gently back into Draco's bowl. The toddler stared at him with wide eyes, then burst into delighted laughter. "Brother!" Draco declared, clapping his hands. "Brother magic!" Despite everything, the danger, the politics, the weight of his impossible knowledge, Harry felt himself smile. "That's right," he said. "Brother magic." Lucius's study was a monument to pure-blood excess. Dark wood paneling covered the walls, interspersed with glass cases displaying artifacts that would have made the ministry's confiscation department weep with frustration. The desk was massive, carved from a single piece of black oak, its surface covered with neatly organized papers and a crystal inkwell that glowed faintly with preserved magic. Behind it, tall windows looked out over the manor's formal gardens. Lucius stood at those windows when Harry entered, his back to the room, hands clasped behind him. He didn't turn around. "Close the door." Harry did, then stood waiting. He knew better than to speak first. This was Lucius's territory, Lucius's meeting, and the older man would set the terms of engagement. Silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. Finally, Lucius turned. He looked tired, Harry noticed. There were shadows under his eyes that hadn't been there yesterday, and his normally immaculate hair was slightly disordered. The patriarch of House Malfoy had spent a sleepless night, it seemed. "Sit," Lucius said, gesturing to a chair before the desk. Harry crossed the room and sat. The chair was too large for him, his feet didn't reach the floor, but he kept his posture straight and his gaze steady. Lucius took his own seat behind the desk, steepling his fingers and regarding Harry with cool assessment. "What you did last night," he began, "should have been impossible." "Should have been," Harry agreed. Wandless magic of that magnitude requires years of training. Decades, for most wizards. The raw power alone. Lucius paused, clearly struggling to reconcile what he'd witnessed with what he knew to be true. "You are 5 years old. You have received no formal magical education. And yet you threw a full-grown werewolf, one of the most dangerous fighters in the Dark Lord's service, through solid stone." "Yes." "How?" Harry considered his answer carefully. The truth, that he was a 17-year-old war veteran reborn in a child's body, would sound insane. Worse, it would raise questions he wasn't ready to answer. But outright lies would be detected. Lucius was too experienced, too paranoid, to accept an obvious fabrication. The best deceptions, Harry had learned, were built on partial truths. "I'm not sure," he said slowly. "I've always been able to do things. Small things, at first, moving objects, influencing emotions, knowing things I shouldn't know. I thought everyone could. It wasn't until I came here, watched the adults around me, that I realized how unusual it was." Lucius's eyes narrowed. "You're saying this power developed naturally? Without instruction?" I'm saying I don't remember a time when I didn't have it. Harry met his gaze evenly. Perhaps it's because of who my father is. Perhaps it's something else entirely. But the power is real, Uncle Lucius. You saw that yourself. The title hung in the air between them, another deliberate choice, another offer of connection. Lucius's expression flickered, too briefly to read. The Dark Lord will want to know about this, he said finally. About you. I imagine he will. He may decide you're a threat. He may. Harry tilted his head slightly. Or he may decide I'm an asset. A weapon to be honed and directed. That depends entirely on how I'm presented to him, doesn't it? Lucius went very still. Harry pressed on, keeping his voice conversational, almost casual. You have influence with my father. More than most. You've been managing his affairs in Britain while he pursues his other interests. Your reports shape his understanding of what's happening here. What's important? What's dangerous? You're suggesting I control how the Dark Lord perceives you. I'm suggesting we have a mutual interest in my being seen as valuable rather than threatening. Harry leaned forward slightly. Think about it, Uncle Lucius. A child with power like mine, loyal to our cause, raised in your household. That's not a liability. That's leverage. Political capital. A statement about the strength of your position. Lucius was silent for a long moment, his face unreadable. You speak like a politician, he said finally. Not like a child. I think we've established that I'm not a typical child. Indeed. Lucius's fingers drummed once against the desk. And what do you want in return for this arrangement? This mutual benefit? Resources, Harry said immediately. Access to the library without restriction. A proper tutor, not the woman you've hired to teach me letters, but someone who can actually train me. And a voice in household decisions that affect me. A voice? I'm not asking for authority. Not yet. But I want to know what's happening. Want to be consulted when decisions are made about my future. Harry's voice hardened slightly. I will not be blindsided again. I will not be treated as an afterthought. I've proven that I deserve better than that. Lucius studied him for another long moment. Harry could almost see the calculations running behind those pale eyes, the risks, the rewards, the potential consequences of aligning himself with this strange, impossible child. I will consider it, Lucius said finally. But understand this, the Dark Lord's will is absolute. If he decides you are a threat, no amount of political maneuvering will save you. Or me. I understand. And there are others in our circle who will see you as a target now. What you did to Greyback, Lucius's lip curled slightly. The werewolf won't forgive that humiliation. He'll look for weakness, for an opportunity to strike back. I'm counting on it. Lucius's eyebrows rose. Counting on it? Harry smiled, not the cold smile he'd shown Greyback, but something warmer, almost friendly. Enemies who act rashly make mistakes. Mistakes create opportunities. And opportunities. He spread his hands. Opportunities are how ambitious people rise. For the first time since Harry had entered the study, Lucius smiled back. Perhaps, he said slowly, you are your father's son after all. The news of Harry's demonstration spread through the Death Eater network like wildfire. By the end of the week, Harry had become the most discussed topic in the inner circle. The Dark Lord's bastard, the strange child who never smiled, the 5-year-old who'd thrown Fenrir Greyback through a wall without a wand. The stories grew with each retelling. Harry heard versions where he'd killed Greyback outright, where he'd spoken in Parseltongue while casting, where his eyes had burned with green fire that scorched the floor beneath his feet. He didn't correct the exaggerations. Let them fear something more than the reality. Fear was useful. More useful were the visitors who began arriving at the manor. Death Eaters who'd never spared him a glance before now made excuses to walk through the corridors where he studied. They watched him from doorways, observed him in the gardens, lingered near the library when he was inside. Harry catalogued each one, noting their expressions, their body language, the questions they asked the house elves about his habits. Some were merely curious. Others were calculating, trying to determine if he was a potential ally or a future rival. A few, Greyback supporters, mainly, radiated open hostility that they barely bothered to hide. Harry watched them all in return, building a mental map of factions and allegiances. The Death Eaters weren't a monolithic organization, he was learning. They fractured along lines of blood purity, political ambition, and personal loyalty. The old families, the Malfoys, the Lestranges, the Blacks, formed one bloc, motivated by ideology and the preservation of their power. The newer recruits, Crouch, the Carrows, various ministry officials, formed another, driven more by fear or fanaticism than genuine belief. And then there were the outsiders, the monsters Voldemort had drawn to his banner, Greyback and his werewolves, the giants, the Dementors. Each group had its own agenda. Each group could be leveraged against the others. Harry spent hours in the library, ostensibly reading but actually thinking, planning, running through scenarios in his mind. He needed allies, but allies who served his purposes rather than their own. He needed enemies, but enemies he could defeat when the time came. Most importantly, he needed to understand the landscape well enough to navigate it without making fatal mistakes. His first real opportunity came 2 weeks after the Greyback incident. The traitor's name was Augustus Rookwood. Harry learned about him from the serpents. He discovered the manor's snake population on his 3rd day after awakening, a colony of grass snakes that lived in the gardens, plus several more exotic species kept in terrariums throughout the house. Narcissa didn't like them, but Voldemort had apparently kept serpents during his occasional visits, and no one had dared remove them after he left. Harry spoke to them in Parseltongue, the sibilant language flowing from his lips as naturally as English. It had taken the snakes some time to trust him. They were wary of humans, even ones who could speak, but once they'd accepted him as a hatchling who was not a hatchling, they'd proven invaluable sources of information. Snakes were patient. They watched. They listened. And they shared what they learned with the young speaker who brought them mice and warmth and asked such interesting questions. It was a small garden snake named Silas who first mentioned Rookwood. "The nervous one comes at night," Silas hissed, coiled around Harry's wrist in the pale morning light. "He speaks to himself when he thinks no one listens. Names and places and secrets. He smells of fear and betrayal." Harry's attention sharpened. "Describe him." "Tall. Thin. His face has marks from the sunspots. He carries papers that smell of the big stone place." The ministry, Harry realized. Rookwood worked at the ministry, in the Department of Mysteries, if Harry's memories served correctly. An unspeakable, one of Voldemort's most valuable spies. "What does he say to himself?" Harry asked. "What secrets?" Silas's tongue flickered. "He speaks of a man with a silver eye. Of reports and meetings and a price for silence. He counts coins in his head, the nervous one. Many coins. Silver eye. That had to be Alastair Moody, or someone connected to him. And counting coins meant only one thing: Rookwood was selling information. But to whom? Harry needed more. Over the next several days, he positioned snakes throughout the manor, in the corridors Rookwood walked, in the rooms where he met with other Death Eaters, in the dark corners where men whispered things they didn't want overheard. Slowly, carefully, he built a picture of what was happening. Rookwood was indeed selling information, but not to the Order. His contact was a lower-level ministry official named Perkins, an unremarkable bureaucrat who'd somehow discovered Rookwood's true allegiances and was blackmailing him for a cut of whatever secrets he could provide. The information was flowing both ways. Rookwood passed ministry secrets to the Death Eaters, but also passed Death Eater movements to Perkins, who sold them to someone. The trail went cold there, the snakes unable to follow a human they'd never seen into a building they couldn't enter. But Harry had enough. He brought the information to Lucius on a Thursday evening, presenting it without embellishment or interpretation. Names, dates, locations, the specific secrets Rookwood had compromised. He even provided a list of the payments Perkins had received, pieced together from Rookwood's muttered accounting. Lucius listened in silence, his expression growing darker with each revelation. "How did you learn this?" he asked when Harry finished. "The house has many ears," Harry said simply. "I've learned to listen." Lucius was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood, moving to a cabinet against the wall and withdrawing a bottle of amber liquid. He poured 2 glasses, handed one to Harry, an oddly adult gesture, given their relative positions, and returned to his desk. "This information," he said slowly, "is extremely valuable. If accurate, it's accurate." "If accurate," Lucius repeated, "it would expose a significant security breach. The Dark Lord would be grateful to whoever brought it to his attention. Which is why you're going to be the one to tell him." Lucius's eyebrows rose. "Me? You have his ear. His trust, as much as anyone does. If this information comes from you, it strengthens your position. Makes you more valuable." Harry took a sip of the drink, fire whiskey, he realized, burning pleasantly down his throat. "And by extension, it strengthens me. You could bring this to him yourself. Establish a direct relationship." "I could," Harry agreed. "But I'm 5 years old. My father sees me as a curiosity at best, an inconvenience at worst. I'm not ready for his direct attention. Not yet." He met Lucius's eyes. "You, on the other hand, are perfectly positioned to leverage this. To demonstrate that our household, your household, is the Dark Lord's most reliable asset." Lucius studied him over the rim of his glass. "And what do you want in return?" "What I asked for before. Resources. Training. Information." Harry paused. "And when Rookwood is dealt with, I want to be there. There. To watch." Harry's voice was cold now, colder than a child's voice should be. "I need to understand how my father handles betrayal. What the consequences look like. If I'm going to navigate this world, I need to see its darkest corners." Lucius was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "You continue to surprise me, Hadrian," he said. "I had thought you were merely an unusual child. Now I begin to suspect you may be something more." "I am exactly what I need to be," Harry replied. "Nothing more, nothing less." He finished his fire whiskey and left the study, feeling Lucius's gaze on his back all the way to the door. Rookwood's execution took place a week later. Voldemort didn't come himself, he was still abroad, pursuing whatever dark magics occupied his attention, but he sent instructions via enchanted letter, his commands clear and absolute. Rookwood was to be questioned thoroughly, then made an example of. The inner circle was to attend. The message was to be unmistakable. Harry stood in the back of the room, nearly invisible in his dark robes, and watched. They held it in the manor's lower chambers, rooms that had been carved out centuries ago, during darker times, for purposes no one spoke of openly. The walls were stone, the floor was stone, and the chains that bound Rookwood to the central pillar were old iron that had tasted blood many times before. The unspeakable looked smaller than Harry remembered, stripped of his robes and dignity, his face a mask of terror. He'd been crying, Harry could see, tear tracks stained his cheeks, and his breath came in ragged gasps. He knew what was coming. They all did. Bellatrix conducted the interrogation. Harry had known, intellectually, what Bellatrix was capable of. He'd seen the aftermath at Longbottom Manor, heard the stories about what she'd done during the First War, faced her himself in the Department of Mysteries. But watching her work was something else entirely. She took her time. Asked questions with gentle patience, then screamed them with volcanic fury. Used her wand like a surgeon's scalpel, carving away at Rookwood's mind and body with precision that was almost artistic. The Cruciatus curse featured prominently, but it was far from her only tool. She knew spells Harry had never heard of, inflicting torments that made the unforgivable seem almost merciful by comparison. And through it all, she was radiant. Glowing with joy, laughing at Rookwood's screams, praising him when he finally broke and told her everything she wanted to know. Harry watched without flinching. He catalogued the techniques, the spells, the psychological pressure that broke a man's will faster than physical pain alone. He noted which Death Eaters looked uncomfortable, Narcissa, her face carefully blank, Snape, his black eyes fixed on some middle distance, and which ones relished the spectacle. He filed away every detail for future reference. When it was over, when Rookwood was finally allowed to die, his body a ruin that barely resembled anything human, Bellatrix turned to survey the assembled witnesses. Her eyes found Harry in the shadows, and for a moment, they simply looked at each other. Then she smiled. "Little Prince," she called, her voice carrying across the silent room. "Did you enjoy the show?" Everyone turned to look at him. Harry stepped forward into the light, keeping his expression neutral. "It was educational," he said. Bellatrix laughed, a wild, delighted sound that echoed off the stone walls. "Educational. Oh, I like that. You're not afraid, are you, little prince?" "Not even a little. Should I be?" "Most children would be screaming," she said, stalking closer. "Running to hide behind their nurses' skirts. Crying for their mummy." Her eyes glittered. "But not you. You just watched. Like it was a lesson. Like you were taking notes." "I was." She stopped a few feet away, close enough that Harry could smell the blood on her robes. Her head tilted, bird-like, studying him with sudden intensity. "You're strange," she said. "Wrong, somehow. I can't quite." She trailed off, frowning. "Who are you, really? What are you?" "I'm Hadrian Riddle," Harry said calmly. "Son of the Dark Lord. And I'm exactly who I need to be." Bellatrix stared at him for a long moment. Then she laughed again, lower this time, almost approving. "Maybe," she said. "Maybe you are." She reached out and touched his face, her fingers cold and damp with blood. "My lord chose an interesting vessel to put his seed in. I wonder what will grow from it." She swept away before Harry could respond, leaving him standing alone in the center of the room. The other Death Eaters were dispersing, conversation starting in low voices, the ritual of Rookwood's death already being processed into gossip and political maneuvering. Harry stood still for a moment, feeling the weight of a dozen gazes on his back. Then he walked out, leaving the blood and screams behind him, his mind already racing ahead to the next move. 2 days after Rookwood's execution, Narcissa came to Harry's room with an unexpected offer. "Lucius has agreed to your terms," she said without preamble. "Full access to the library, including the restricted sections. A proper tutor, he's arranging for someone from the continent, someone discreet. And you'll be informed of all household decisions that affect you directly." Harry looked up from the book he'd been reading, an advanced treatise on magical combat that should have been far beyond a child's comprehension. "That's more than I expected. You impressed him." Narcissa's voice was dry. "He doesn't impress easily." "What did I do?" "Rookwood." She moved into the room, closing the door behind her. "Lucius presented your information to the Dark Lord. Our Lord was pleased. The breach was significant, and catching it earned Lucius considerable favor." She paused. "He credited you, in his report, as his source." Harry's eyebrows rose. "I didn't expect that." "Neither did I." Narcissa sat on the edge of his bed, her expression thoughtful. "Lucius is many things, but he's not usually generous with credit. The fact that he acknowledged your role suggests he sees value in building a public connection with you. Or he wants the Dark Lord to know he has access to unusual intelligence resources. That too." She smiled slightly. You're learning quickly. Harry set aside his book. There's something else. Something you're not telling me. Narcissa was quiet for a moment, her hands folded in her lap. When she spoke again, her voice was softer. You need to be careful, Hadrian. What you did, exposing Rookwood, watching his execution without flinching, standing up to Bellatrix, it's made you visible in ways you might not have intended. I know. Do you? She leaned forward, her eyes intense. There are factions within the inner circle who see you as a threat. Not because of what you've done, but because of what you might become. A legitimate heir to the Dark Lord, with proven ability and the intelligence to use it. That makes certain people very nervous. Which people? The ones who've built their positions on being indispensable. The ones who've assumed they'll be the Dark Lord's primary lieutenants when the war truly begins. She hesitated. Bellatrix, for one. She's fascinated by you now, but that fascination could turn to jealousy very quickly. She considers herself our Lord's most devoted servant. A rival for his attention, especially one of his own blood, would be intolerable. Harry considered this. In his first life, Bellatrix had been a constant threat, madly devoted to Voldemort, willing to do anything for his approval. He'd watched her torture Hermione, kill Sirius, fight with the savage joy of someone who'd found her true purpose in violence. But she was also unstable, predictable in her irrationality. She could be managed, if he was careful. What about Greyback? He asked. Narcissa's expression darkened. The werewolf has been quiet since your encounter. But he hasn't forgotten. The pack he leads is loyal to him personally, not to the Dark Lord's cause. If he decides to move against you, he will. Harry's voice was certain. Not immediately. He's too cunning for that. But he'll wait for an opportunity, and when he sees one, he'll strike. And when he does? Harry smiled coldly. Then I'll deal with him. Permanently. Narcissa studied him for a long moment. You have a plan. I always have a plan. She stood, smoothing her robes. Get some rest. Your new tutor arrives tomorrow, and from what Lucius tells me, she's not known for patience with unprepared students. She. Helena Blackwood. Narcissa's lips curved. Your mother's sister. A powerful witch who's spent the last decade on the continent, studying magic that most of the British establishment considers too dangerous to touch. She moved toward the door. She's agreed to train you, on the condition that you prove worthy of her time. Harry's mind raced. He hadn't considered that he might have living relatives on his mother's side, his original timeline had never provided that information. A maternal aunt, a trained instructor, someone with connections outside Britain. Why would she help me? He asked. Narcissa paused at the door. Because you're family. And because the Blackwoods, unlike the Malfoys, believe in investing in potential rather than waiting to see which way the wind blows. She glanced back at him. Don't disappoint her, Hadrian. She's giving you something valuable. I won't. Narcissa left, and Harry sat alone in the gathering dusk, processing this new development. An aunt he'd never known. A tutor who could teach him magic beyond what he'd learned in his first life. Another piece falling into place on a board that grew more complex with each passing day. He'd come to this timeline with 17 years of experience and a desperate need to change the future. Now, slowly, he was building the resources to actually do it. But the game was just beginning, and his opponents were many. Helena Blackwood was nothing like Harry had expected. She arrived at the manor the following afternoon, stepping out of the fireplace in a swirl of dark robes and silver jewelry. She was tall, nearly as tall as Lucius, with the sharp features and pale skin that marked her as a Blackwood. Her hair was black shot through with gray, swept back from her face in a severe style that emphasized her high cheekbones and piercing blue eyes. She looked at Harry for a long moment without speaking, her gaze assessing, calculating. You're smaller than I expected, she said finally. Her voice was low and musical, with an accent Harry couldn't quite place. "I'm 5, he replied. "I'm aware of your age." She moved closer, circling him slowly like a hawk examining potential prey. "I'm also aware of what you did to Fenrir Greyback. And what you did to Augustus Rookwood." She stopped in front of him. "You're not a normal child." "No. Do you know who I am?" "Helena Blackwood. My mother's sister. Trained on the continent in magic that most British wizards consider too dangerous to practice." Her lips curved slightly. "Narcissa told you." "I would have found out regardless." "Would you?" She tilted her head. "How?" "I have resources." "Snakes." It wasn't a question. "I heard about your spy network. Clever, using the household serpents. Most parcelmouths don't think to exploit that connection." Harry said nothing. He was rapidly reassessing Helena Blackwood, revising his initial impression. This wasn't just a skilled instructor, this was someone who'd done her research, who'd come prepared, who was evaluating him as carefully as he was evaluating her. He liked her already. "Why are you here?" he asked. "The truth, please. Not the story Narcissa told me." Helena's smile widened. "Straight to business." "I appreciate that." She moved to a chair by the window, settling into it with the ease of someone who expected the furniture to accommodate her. "I'm here because you fascinate me, Hadrian Riddle. A child with impossible power, impossible knowledge, impossible composure. Everyone's whispering about you, speculating about what you might be. I wanted to see for myself. And I'm more intrigued than ever." She leaned forward. "You're not just precocious, are you? Not just a talented child born to powerful blood. There's something else. Something deeper. You look at the world like someone who's seen it all before and found it wanting." Harry's heart rate spiked, but he kept his expression neutral. "That's quite a theory." "It's not a theory. It's an observation." Her blue eyes were sharp, penetrating. "I've spent the last decade studying the boundaries of magic. The places where the impossible becomes possible. Souls that refuse to move on. Spirits that find new vessels. Time that folds back on itself." She paused. "Sound familiar?" Harry was silent. "I thought so." Helena stood, crossing to him with slow, deliberate steps. "I'm not going to pry, Hadrian. Your secrets are your own, and I have no interest in forcing them from you. But I want you to understand something. I know that you're not what you appear to be. And I don't care." "You don't?" "What I care about is potential." She stopped in front of him, looking down at him with something that might have been respect. "You have more potential than anyone I've ever met. Raw power, yes, but also intelligence, determination, and a willingness to do what's necessary. Those qualities are rare. Precious. I want to help you develop them." "In exchange for what?" "Nothing." She smiled at his suspicious expression. "I'm not Lucius, playing political games and weighing costs against benefits. I'm a scholar. A teacher. I see in you the possibility of something extraordinary, and I want to be part of creating it." She reached into her robes and withdrew a slender wand, not her own, Harry realized, but a smaller one, clearly designed for a child's hand. "Your father's instructions were clear, no formal wand for you until age 7 at the earliest. But he said nothing about practice wands." She held it out to him. "Ashwood and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Flexible. It won't give you full access to your power, but it will help you learn control." Harry took the wand, feeling it warm in his grip. The connection wasn't as strong as the holly wand he remembered from his first life, but it was enough. A channel for his magic that didn't require brute-forcing everything through raw will alone. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me yet." Helena's smile turned sharp. I'm going to train you harder than you've ever been trained before. By the time I'm done, you'll either be the most formidable wizard of your generation, or you'll have broken completely. She tilted her head. Which do you think it will be? Harry gripped the wand, feeling its weight, its potential. I don't break, he said. Helena laughed, a sound of genuine delight. No, she agreed. I don't believe you do. The training began that same afternoon. Helena started with the basics, wand movements, pronunciation, the fundamental theory that underpinned all magical practice. Harry knew most of it already, had learned it years ago in a life that no longer existed, but he forced himself to approach it with fresh eyes. His body was different now, smaller and weaker. His magical core was still developing, nowhere near the strength it would eventually reach. The techniques he'd mastered in his first life needed to be relearned, adapted to his current limitations. Helena was a demanding instructor. She drilled him on precision until his arm ached and his voice was hoarse. She explained the theory behind each spell, the history of its development, the variations that existed in different magical traditions. She pushed him to think not just about what he was doing, but why, to understand magic as a system rather than a collection of tricks. And when he demonstrated abilities beyond what a 5-year-old should possess, which happened frequently, she simply noted it and moved on. You're holding back, she observed during their third session, as Harry deliberately fumbled a levitation charm he could have performed in his sleep. What makes you say that? You threw a werewolf through a stone wall without a wand. You think I believe you can't lift a feather? She raised an eyebrow. Show me what you can really do. Harry hesitated. He'd been careful to modulate his performances, to demonstrate enough ability to be impressive without revealing the full extent of his knowledge. Too much, too fast, and people would ask questions he couldn't answer. But Helena already suspected. Had as much as told him so during their first conversation. If I show you, he said slowly, you can't tell anyone. Not Lucius, not Narcissa, not anyone else. Agreed. I'm serious. This stays between us. Hadrian. Her voice was patient, almost gentle. I've spent a decade studying the impossible. I've seen things that would shatter most wizards' understanding of reality. Whatever you're hiding, I promise you, I can handle it. Harry looked at her for a long moment, weighing the risks. Then he raised the practice wand. Expecto Patronum. The spell burst from the wand in a torrent of silver light. Harry hadn't been certain it would work. The Patronus charm was notoriously difficult, requiring not just power but emotional clarity, a memory of pure happiness strong enough to drive back the darkest despair. But he had that memory. Standing in the great hall, watching Voldemort fall. Knowing, for one brief shining moment, that the war was over. That his friends had survived. That the sacrifices had meant something. It wasn't happiness, exactly. It was something deeper, relief, hope, the end of a nightmare that had consumed his entire existence. The silver light coalesced into a familiar form, a stag, massive and majestic, its antlers gleaming like polished metal. It stood before Harry, radiating warmth and protection, then turned and cantered around the room before fading into mist. Helena was silent. Harry lowered the wand, suddenly exhausted. The spell had taken more out of him than expected, his underdeveloped core struggling to channel magic that demanded adult-level reserves. That, Helena said finally, her voice strange, was a corporeal Patronus. Yes. You're 5 years old. Yes. The youngest wizard ever to cast a corporeal Patronus was 15. And he was considered a once-in-a-generation prodigy. She moved closer, her eyes wide. How is this possible? Harry slumped into a chair, fighting the urge to close his eyes. I told you. I'm not a normal child. This goes beyond abnormal. This goes beyond impossible. Helena knelt in front of him, her face intent. That spell requires not just power, but emotional development. Maturity. A fully formed sense of self. A 5-year-old's mind shouldn't be capable of the kind of focus. I'm not 5, Harry interrupted. Not really. Not where it counts. Helena fell silent, waiting. Harry closed his eyes. He was so tired. The magic had drained him, and the effort of constantly maintaining his facade was wearing thin. He wanted, desperately, to tell someone the truth. To share the weight he'd been carrying alone since he woke up in this impossible second life. I died, he said quietly. In another time, another version of events. I was 17, and I walked to my death, and I let a monster kill me because it was the only way to destroy him. He opened his eyes. And then I woke up here. In this body. With all my memories, all my knowledge, all my scars. Helena's face was very still. You're saying you've been, reborn? Reincarnated? I don't know what to call it. I don't know how it happened or why. Harry's voice was flat, exhausted. I only know that I remember everything. Every spell I learned, every battle I fought, every person I watched die. And I know that if I don't change things, it will all happen again. What will happen again? War. The word tasted like ash in his mouth. A war that will tear the wizarding world apart. My father at the center of it, spreading death and terror. Friends and enemies alike, cut down in battles that never should have been fought. And in the end, he stopped, unable to continue. In the end, what? Everyone lost. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Even the winners lost. The world I left behind was broken, bleeding, filled with orphans and widows and ghosts. I watched everything I loved burn, and the worst part is that I won. I defeated him. I ended the war. And it still wasn't enough. Silence fell between them, heavy and profound. Helena stood slowly, her expression unreadable. She crossed to the window, looking out at the gardens where peacocks strutted and house elves tended hedges. I believe you, she said finally. Harry blinked. What? I said I believe you. She turned to face him. Not because your story makes logical sense, it doesn't, not really. But because I've spent 10 years studying the edges of magic, the places where the rules break down. I've seen enough impossible things to know that impossible doesn't mean untrue. Most people would think I was insane. Most people are fools. She returned to stand before him. You're carrying the weight of a future that might not happen and a past that no longer exists. You're fighting a war that no one else knows about, in a body that's too small and weak for the battles you're facing. And you're doing it alone. I don't have a choice. Everyone has choices. Helena's voice was firm. And I'm offering you one now. Let me help you. Not as your aunt, not as your tutor, but as someone who understands what it means to carry impossible burdens. She held out her hand. You don't have to do this alone, Hadrian. Not anymore. Harry looked at her hand, then up at her face. Her expression was open, sincere, nothing like the calculating masks worn by Lucius or the nervous devotion of the house elves or the complicated mix of fear and hope that characterized Narcissa. Helena Blackwood was offering him something he hadn't expected to find in this dark place, genuine alliance. He took her hand. Thank you, he said. She smiled. Don't thank me yet. We have a great deal of work to do. That night, unable to sleep, Harry walked the manor's grounds alone. The gardens were different after dark, shadows pooling beneath the hedges, the peacocks quiet in their enclosures. The stars were bright overhead, undimmed by the magical lighting that illuminated the manor itself. Harry found himself at the edge of the property, where the manicured grounds gave way to a small forest that had been left deliberately wild. The trees were old here, gnarled oaks and towering elms, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked even the starlight. He entered the forest without hesitation. His night vision was good, enhanced by subtle magic that had become second nature, and he moved through the undergrowth with the quiet confidence of someone who'd spent years navigating dangerous terrain. There was a clearing at the forest's heart. He discovered it during his explorations weeks ago. A circle of standing stones, ancient beyond measure, covered in runes that predated written history. The Malfoys had never explained them, perhaps they didn't even know they were there. But Harry knew what they were. He'd read about them in books from his first life, studied similar formations at Hogwarts, learned to recognize the telltale signs of old magic. This was a crossing point. A place where the boundaries between worlds grew thin. He sat in the center of the circle, feeling the power thrumming beneath him. It wasn't active, whatever rituals had once been performed here were long forgotten, but the potential remained. A door waiting to be opened. Or a warning of what might come through if it was. Harry closed his eyes and let his mind drift. Since his reawakening, he'd been so focused on survival, on politics, on building the foundation for his larger plans. He hadn't taken time to simply exist. To process what had happened to him. To mourn what he'd lost. In the darkness behind his eyes, he saw faces. Ron, laughing at one of his own terrible jokes. Hermione, buried in a book, her hair even wilder than usual. Ginny, fierce and beautiful, her wand raised against enemies who'd underestimated her. Neville, standing tall before the assembled forces of evil, sword in hand. Luna, her dreamy smile hiding depths that most people never glimpsed. His friends. His family. The people who'd fought beside him, believed in him, died for him. They were gone now. Or rather, they existed, would exist, but not in the same way. The Ron Weasley of this timeline had never met Harry Potter. Would never go on adventures with him, never stand beside him against Voldemort, never become the loyal friend who'd saved Harry's life more times than he could count. That Ron was a stranger. They all were. Harry had traded one life for another, and the cost was everyone he'd ever loved. Something shifted in the darkness. Harry's eyes snapped open, his hand going to the practice wand at his belt. The clearing looked the same, stones, shadows, the distant rustle of leaves in the wind, but something had changed. The air felt different, thicker, charged with potential that hadn't been there moments before. Then he saw it. A ripple in reality, like heat shimmer over summer pavement. It hung in the air at the clearing's edge, pulsing faintly, and within it. Within it, Harry saw something looking back. He couldn't describe it. Couldn't assign it shape or form or feature. It was simply presence, vast, ancient, curious. It watched him through the ripple, and he felt its attention like a physical weight, pressing against his mind. You do not belong here. The words didn't come through his ears. They appeared directly in his thoughts, bypassing sound entirely. Harry stood slowly, keeping the practice wand loose in his grip. No, he agreed. I don't. You are a thread out of place. A pattern that does not fit. We have watched you since you arrived, wondering. Wondering what? If you will unravel. Or if you will weave something new. The presence pressed closer, the ripple expanding slightly. Harry felt its attention intensify, probing at the edges of his consciousness with gentle insistence. There are rules, the presence continued. Laws that govern the movement of souls, the flow of time. You have broken them. Not deliberately, perhaps, but broken nonetheless. There are consequences for such breakings. What kind of consequences? We do not know. That is what we watch to discover. A sense of something that might have been amusement filtered through the connection. You are unprecedented, thread that was cut. A story that should have ended, continuing against all expectation. The pattern has no place for you, and yet you persist. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. Is that a threat? We do not threaten. We observe. We wait. We see what becomes of aberrations like you. The presence began to recede, the ripple shrinking. But be warned, thread that was cut. Others have noticed your presence. Not all of them will be content to simply watch. Others? What others? But the presence was gone, the ripple vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared. The clearing felt empty now, drained, the standing stones cold and silent around him. Harry stood alone in the darkness, his heart pounding, his mind racing. Something was watching him. Something that existed beyond the normal bounds of magic, that spoke of patterns and threads and consequences. Something that knew what he was. What he'd done. And it had warned him that others knew too. Harry looked up at the stars, visible through the gap in the canopy. In his first life, he'd faced Dark Lords and Death Eaters, dragons and Dementors, the accumulated horrors of a war that had consumed his entire existence. Now, it seemed, he had new enemies to consider. He walked back to the manor with slow, measured steps, his mind already working on the problem. Whatever watched from beyond the veil, whatever consequences his existence might bring, he would face them the same way he'd faced everything else. With preparation. With allies. With the determination that had carried him through one impossible war and would carry him through whatever came next. The game had grown more complicated. But Harry Riddle was still playing to win. The next morning, Harry requested a meeting with Narcissa. She received him in her private sitting room, a comfortable space decorated in soft blues and silvers that stood in stark contrast to the rest of the manor's dark formality. Draco was there, playing with enchanted building blocks in the corner, his laughter a bright counterpoint to the serious conversation about to occur. "You look tired," Narcissa observed as Harry took a seat. "I didn't sleep well." "Bad dreams?" "Something like that." Harry studied her face for a moment. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly." "Of course." "What do you know about the standing stones in the forest?" Narcissa's expression flickered, surprise, quickly suppressed. "The stones? Why do you ask?" "I found them last night. They're old. Powerful. The kind of thing that should be documented, studied, protected." He paused. "But no one's mentioned them. Not Lucius, not the house elves, not any of the books in the library. There's a reason for that." Narcissa's voice was careful now. "The stones predate the manor. Predate the Malfoy family entirely. They were here when the first settlers arrived, and every generation since has been told the same thing, leave them alone." "Why?" "Because the last wizard who tried to study them went mad." Her eyes were dark with old fear. "It was 300 years ago. A Malfoy ancestor, brilliant and ambitious, convinced he could unlock the stone's secrets. He spent months in that clearing, performing rituals, drawing runes, trying to communicate with whatever power resided there. What happened to him? He came back changed. His hair had gone white. His eyes wouldn't focus on anything in this world. He spoke of patterns and threads and things that watched from beyond." She paused. "He killed himself a week later. Left a note saying he couldn't bear the weight of what he'd learned." Harry absorbed this information, fitting it into what he'd experienced the night before. The presence hadn't seemed malevolent, curious, perhaps, concerned in its alien way, but that didn't mean it was safe. "The stones are a crossing point," he said slowly. "A place where the boundaries between worlds grow thin." Narcissa's breath caught. "How do you know that?" "I spoke to something there last night." Harry held up a hand as her face went pale. "It didn't harm me. Didn't even threaten me, not really. But it knew things, Aunt Narcissa. It knew what I am, why I'm different. And it warned me that others have noticed." "Others?" "It didn't say." Harry looked toward the window, his expression distant. "But I think we need to consider the possibility that the threats I face aren't all human." Narcissa was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "I'll speak to Lucius," she said. "Carefully, without revealing everything. He needs to know that there may be complications, beyond the political games he's playing. Thank you. And Hadrian? She waited until he met her eyes. Be careful. The stones have been there for millennia, undisturbed by the rise and fall of empires. Whatever dwells within them is patient beyond human understanding. Don't assume that one peaceful encounter means you're safe. I never assume I'm safe, Harry replied. That's how I've survived this long. He stood to leave, but Narcissa's voice stopped him at the door. Hadrian. One more thing. He turned back. Greyback has been asking questions. Her voice was tight. About your routines, your habits, the times when you're alone. He's hunting you. I know. You know. She looked startled. How? Harry smiled grimly. The snakes tell me everything that happens in this house. I've known about Greyback's inquiries for days. And you're not concerned? I'm prepared. He paused at the threshold. When Greyback makes his move, I'll be ready. And when I'm finished with him, the Death Eaters will finally understand what it means to threaten me. He left without waiting for a response, but he heard Narcissa's quiet words as the door closed behind him. Gods help us all, she whispered. What have we let into our home? The attack came 3 nights later. Harry had been expecting it, had positioned himself deliberately vulnerable, walking the grounds alone after dark, following the same route at the same time, making himself an irresistible target for a predator who'd been watching and waiting. Greyback came through the garden hedge like a nightmare given flesh. He wasn't transformed, the full moon was still a week away, but his features had shifted toward the wolf, teeth longer, nails sharper, yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. He moved with the terrible speed of a monster who'd spent decades hunting human prey. Little Prince, he growled, his voice barely human. Finally caught you alone. Harry didn't run. Didn't even reach for his wand. You've been following me, he said calmly. Asking questions about my habits. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Greyback laughed, a wet, ugly sound. I thought you might. Hoped for it, actually. More fun when the prey knows it's being hunted. He circled closer, moving with predatory grace. Your father's not here to protect you. The Malfoys can't help you. By the time anyone hears you scream, I'll be gone, and they'll find nothing but meat. You've made a mistake, Harry said. Have I? You assumed I was the prey. Harry raised his hand. The wards activated, not the Manor's standard protections, but new ones, personal ones, woven over the past week with Helena's help and hidden from all detection. They slammed down around Greyback like the bars of a cage, trapping him in a sphere of invisible force that stopped his lunge mid-stride. The werewolf crashed against the barrier, snarling with frustrated rage. What is this? What did you do? I prepared. Harry walked toward the trapped creature, his voice conversational. You're not the first predator who's tried to kill me, Greyback. Not even the most dangerous. But you might be the most arrogant. Did you really think I'd give you a fair fight? That I'd stand here and let you tear me apart because that's what you expected? Greyback threw himself against the wards again, his face contorting with effort. The barriers held, barely trembling. When I get out of here, he snarled. You won't. Harry raised his practice wand. The wards are anchored to the standing stones at the heart of the forest. The same stones that have been here since before the Malfoys, before the wizarding world, before anything human walked this island. You can't break them. Nothing can. Greyback went still, finally understanding the depth of his mistake. The Dark Lord won't save you. Harry's voice was cold now, cold as ice, cold as death. My father doesn't tolerate failure, Greyback. He especially doesn't tolerate failure motivated by personal grudges. When he learns what you tried to do, he won't. Greyback's eyes gleamed with sudden cunning. You think anyone will believe a 5-year-old over me? I've served the Dark Lord for decades. I've killed for him, bled for him, built an army for him. You're nothing but a curiosity, a bastard child he's barely acknowledged. One word from me, and nothing. Harry smiled, a thin, terrible expression that looked utterly wrong on a child's face. Because you won't be giving any words to anyone. He pointed the wand at Greyback's chest. Sectum sempra. The curse struck home, slicing through flesh and bone with surgical precision. Greyback howled, staggering back against the ward barrier, blood spraying from a wound that opened his torso from shoulder to hip. It was a curse Harry had learned in his first life, learned, used, and come to understand in ways that haunted him. Snape's invention, designed to cause maximum suffering with minimum effort. He'd sworn never to use it again after what he'd done to Draco in that bathroom. But that was another life. And Greyback was no innocent. You're going to die here, Harry said, watching the werewolf clutch at his wounds, watching the blood pool beneath him. Slowly, painfully, alone. And when they find your body, everyone will know what happened to you. Everyone will understand what it means to come for me. Greyback snarled something incomprehensible, his strength fading, his knees buckling. Harry watched without expression. Any last words? He asked. The werewolf looked up at him with yellow eyes that were already dimming. You're, just like, your father. No, Harry said softly. I'm worse. Your father just wants to rule. I want to survive. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make that happen. Greyback's eyes closed. Harry waited until the breathing stopped, until the body went still, until the pool of blood stopped spreading. Then he lowered the wards, letting them fade back into the earth. The night was quiet around him. Peaceful, almost, if you ignored the corpse cooling at his feet. Harry looked down at his hands. They weren't shaking, he noticed. They should have been. He'd just killed a man, watched him bleed out, made the deliberate choice to end a life rather than capture it. But his hands were steady. His heart was calm. He'd told Narcissa he was prepared. He'd told Lucius he was dangerous. He'd told everyone who would listen that he wasn't a normal child, that underestimating him was a fatal mistake. Now they would believe him. Harry turned and walked back toward the manor, leaving Fenrir Greyback's body for the house elves to find in the morning. The game had changed. And Harry Riddle was no longer playing defense. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Blood and Ambition. The discovery of Fenrir Greyback's body sent shockwaves through the Death Eater organization. Harry watched from his bedroom window as the house elves found the corpse at dawn, their shrieks echoing across the grounds. Within minutes, Lucius was striding across the garden, his face white with shock. Narcissa followed, one hand pressed to her mouth, her eyes finding Harry's window and holding there for a long moment before she looked away. By mid-morning, the manor was swarming with Death Eaters. They came through the Fleur network in waves, Bellatrix first, her dark eyes wild with something between rage and excitement, then the Lestrange brothers, grim and silent, then the Carrows, Dolohov, Mulciber, and a dozen others Harry recognized from meetings and whispered conversations. They gathered in the formal reception hall, voices rising in argument and accusation. Harry dressed carefully and made his way downstairs. The conversation stopped when he entered. A dozen pairs of eyes fixed on him, suspicious, calculating, afraid. Harry met each gaze in turn, keeping his expression neutral, his posture relaxed. He was 5 years old, small and slight, dressed in simple dark robes that made him look even younger than he was. And they were all terrified of him. What happened? Bellatrix demanded, breaking the silence. Her voice was sharp, accusing. The werewolf was torn apart. Some kind of dark curse, the wounds. She stopped, her eyes narrowing. You did this. Yes, Harry said simply. The room went utterly still. Greyback came for me last night, Harry continued, his voice calm and conversational. He'd been planning it for weeks, watching my movements, learning my routines, waiting for an opportunity to catch me alone. He thought I was prey. He paused. He was wrong. You killed him. Dolahov's voice was hoarse. A child. Killed Fenrir Greyback. He tried to kill me first. I defended myself. With what curse? That was Rodolphius Lestrange, his face pale beneath his dark beard. The wounds on his body, I've never seen anything like them. Harry didn't answer. Let them wonder. Let them imagine. The mystery of how he'd done it was more valuable than the truth. Bellatrix moved toward him, her steps slow and predatory. She stopped a few feet away, looking down at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. You're dangerous, she said softly. I knew it before, but I didn't understand how much. Now I do. Is that a problem? That depends. Her lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. On whose side you're on? My father's side, Harry said. Always. Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, perhaps, or reassessment. She'd expected him to claim independence, to position himself as a rival rather than an ally. His declaration of loyalty had caught her off guard. Good. Greyback was useful, Lucius said, speaking for the first time since Harry had entered. His voice was carefully controlled, giving nothing away. His pack provided valuable assets. His loss will be felt. His pack will need new leadership, Harry agreed. Someone who can command their respect and direct their energies toward our cause. He looked at Lucius steadily. Someone who's proven they're strong enough to take what they want. The implication hung in the air, heavy with possibility. You can't be serious, Amicus Caro sputtered. He's a child. The werewolves would never, the werewolves follow strength, Harry interrupted. That's all they understand. That's all they respect. Their alpha is dead, killed by someone they never saw coming. If that someone steps forward and claims leadership, they'd tear you apart, Alecto Caro finished, her voice sharp with something that might have been hope. They'd try. Harry smiled, and there was nothing childlike about it. But we've already established that people who try to harm me don't tend to survive the experience. Silence fell again. Harry could feel the room recalibrating, power structures shifting in real time as the assembled Death Eaters processed what they were seeing. A 5-year-old boy, standing in a room full of killers and dark wizards, claiming the right to lead a pack of werewolves through conquest. It should have been absurd. Laughable. No one was laughing. The Dark Lord will need to be informed, Lucius said finally. This is not a decision any of us can make on our own. Of course. Harry inclined his head slightly. I would expect nothing less. But when you contact my father, Uncle Lucius, make sure he understands the full scope of what happened here. Greyback didn't just attack me, he defied the Dark Lord's implicit command that I be left unharmed. His death was justice, not murder. And the pack? The pack is an opportunity. Harry's voice hardened. An asset that's currently leaderless and vulnerable. If we don't move to secure it, someone else will. The Ministry. The Order. Foreign interests looking to expand their influence in Britain. He paused. Or we can take it ourselves, and add 100 werewolves to our father's army. The logic was sound, and everyone in the room knew it. Whatever they thought of Harry personally, and their thoughts ranged from fear to fascination to barely concealed hostility, they couldn't argue with strategic necessity. I will send word to the Dark Lord tonight, Lucius said. Until we receive his response, nothing changes. Is that understood? Murmurs of agreement from around the room. Harry nodded once, accepting the compromise, and turned to leave. Hadrian. He stopped at Bellatrix's voice, looking back over his shoulder. She was watching him with an intensity that made his skin prickle. You're either going to be the greatest asset our Lord has ever possessed, she said softly, or the biggest threat he's ever faced. I haven't decided which yet. Neither have I, Harry replied, and walked out of the room. Voldemort's response came 3 days later. Harry was in the library when Lucius found him, working through an advanced text on magical theory that Helena had assigned. The older man's face was pale, his movements carefully controlled in a way that suggested strong emotion forcibly suppressed. "The Dark Lord wishes to see you," he said without preamble. Harry set down his book. "When?" "Now. He's here." The words hit Harry like a physical blow, though he kept his expression neutral. He'd known this moment would come eventually, had been preparing for it since the day he woke up in this body. But he'd expected more time. More preparation. More distance between himself and the monster who'd killed him in another life. "Where?" he asked. "The formal reception hall. He arrived through the Fleur network 10 minutes ago." Lucius hesitated. "Hadrian, be careful. He's in a strange mood. I can't read him." "You never could." Harry stood, straightening his robes. "No one can. That's what makes him dangerous." He walked past Lucius without waiting for a response, his mind already racing through scenarios and counter-scenarios. What did Voldemort want? Approval? Information? A demonstration of Harry's abilities? Or something darker? The corridor leading to the reception hall seemed longer than usual, shadows pooling in corners that should have been well lit. Harry felt the pressure of wards he didn't recognize, new protections, layered over the manor's existing defenses. Voldemort had brought his own security. Which meant he was taking this meeting seriously. Harry paused outside the double doors, taking a moment to center himself. His heart was racing, his palms damp with sweat. Somewhere deep inside, the 17-year-old who'd walked to his death in the Forbidden Forest was screaming at him to run, to hide, to get as far away from this place as possible. He ignored it. He'd spent his first life running from Voldemort, reacting to the Dark Lord's moves, always one step behind in a game he didn't understand. That approach had failed. Had gotten everyone he loved killed. This time would be different. Harry pushed open the doors and stepped inside. The reception hall had been transformed. The floating candles had been extinguished, replaced by cold green flames that cast shifting shadows across the walls. The long table was gone, the chairs pushed back against the walls, leaving a vast empty space dominated by a single figure at its center. Voldemort. He looked different from Harry's memories. Younger, somehow, his features less serpentine, his skin less pale, his eyes not yet the burning red they would become. This was Voldemort before his first fall, before the decades spent as a wraith, before the desperate resurrection ritual that would complete his transformation into something barely human. But the power was the same. Harry felt at the moment he entered the room, a pressure against his senses, a weight that seemed to bend reality around its source. Voldemort radiated magic the way the sun radiated light, overwhelming and absolute. "Hadrian." The voice was soft, almost gentle, but it carried to every corner of the room. "Come closer." Harry walked forward, stopping a few feet from where his father stood. He kept his chin up, his gaze steady, refusing to show the fear that coiled in his gut. "Father," he said. Voldemort studied him for a long moment. His eyes, dark now, not yet red, swept over Harry's small form with an intensity that felt almost physical. "You killed Fenrir Greyback," he said finally. "Yes. He was one of my most useful servants. A commander of werewolves. A terror to my enemies." Voldemort's head tilted slightly. "And you destroyed him." "He attacked me." Harry kept his voice level. "He came for me in the night, intending to kill me, to eliminate what he saw as a threat to his position. I defended myself. With remarkable efficiency." Something that might have been amusement flickered across Voldemort's features. "The curse you used, where did you learn it?" Harry had prepared for this question. "I don't know. The knowledge was simply, there. Like so much else. The occlumency. The wandless magic. The impossible maturity." Voldemort began to circle him slowly, predator examining prey. Lucius has kept me informed of your development. I confess I found his reports difficult to believe. But now, seeing you in person. He stopped in front of Harry again, close enough that Harry could feel the cold that seemed to emanate from him. You are not what you appear to be, Voldemort said softly. Are you? Harry met his father's gaze without flinching. I am your son. That is not an answer. It's the only answer that matters. Silence stretched between them, thick with tension. Harry felt the probe against his mental shields, not gentle this time, but forceful, demanding. Voldemort was done with games. Harry let him in. Not fully, never fully, but enough. He showed his father what he'd prepared, constructed memories of a childhood spent watching and learning, of power that had grown naturally from exceptional bloodlines, of loyalty to the cause and ambition to serve it. He showed him the moment of confrontation with Greyback, the satisfaction of victory, the strategic reasoning behind his proposal to take over the werewolf pack. He showed him exactly what Voldemort wanted to see, a worthy heir. The pressure withdrew. Impressive, Voldemort murmured. Your clemency is far beyond what I expected. The images you showed me were almost perfectly constructed. His lips curved. Almost. Harry's heart skipped, but he kept his expression neutral. Father? There are gaps. Inconsistencies. Places where the memories should connect but don't. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with something that might have been curiosity. You've hidden something from me, Hadrian. Something important. Everyone has secrets. Not from me. The words were soft, but the threat beneath them was unmistakable. I am Lord Voldemort. I see all. Know all. Nothing is hidden from my sight for long. Harry took a calculated risk. Then you know what I am, he said, meeting his father's gaze directly. Or at least, you suspect. You felt the wrongness in me, the knowledge that shouldn't exist, the power that shouldn't be possible. You've wondered where it comes from, what it means. Voldemort was very still. I can't tell you, Harry continued. Not because I don't trust you, but because I don't understand it myself. I woke up one day with knowledge I shouldn't have, memories that feel borrowed, abilities that exceed anything my body should be capable of. I don't know why. I don't know how. I only know that I am what I am, and that whatever made me this way intended me to be useful to you. The lie was wrapped in truth, which was the only way to deceive a legilimens of Voldemort's caliber. Harry didn't know why he was here, that was true. He didn't fully understand the mechanism that had brought him back, also true. And his usefulness to Voldemort's cause was something he'd been cultivating deliberately since his awakening. The fact that he intended to eventually destroy everything Voldemort was building, well. That was a secret he'd buried deeper than any legilimency could reach. Interesting, Voldemort said finally. You believe you were created? Shaped by some external force for a specific purpose? I believe something wanted me to exist. Something powerful enough to make it happen despite the impossibility. Harry paused. I've felt it watching me, Father. In the old places, where the boundaries between worlds grow thin. Something vast. Something patient. And it seems, satisfied with what I've become. He debated whether to mention the presence in the standing stones. It was a risk. Voldemort might see it as a threat, might decide Harry was compromised by some foreign power. But it was also an opportunity, a way to explain his impossible nature that didn't require revealing the truth of his reincarnation. Voldemort's expression had gone thoughtful. The old magic, he murmured, more to himself than to Harry. The powers that existed before wands, before words, before humanity learned to shape the world according to its will. I have touched them, in my researches. Felt their attention. His eyes focused on Harry again. You say they're watching you? I believe so. And you're not afraid? Should I be? Voldemort studied him for another long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. It was a terrible thing, that smile. It transformed his face into something almost warm, almost human, but the warmth was a lie and the humanity was a mask. Harry had seen that smile before, in the graveyard where Cedric Diggory died, in the chamber where Dumbledore fell. It was the smile of a predator who'd found something interesting in its prey. Perhaps, Voldemort said, you truly are my son after all. He raised his hand, and Harry forced himself not to flinch as cold fingers touched his forehead. The contact sent a spike of ice through his skull, but there was no pain, not the searing agony he remembered from his scar in another life. This was something different. A connection being forged, a bond being established. The werewolves, Voldemort said, withdrawing his hand. You want them? I want to serve you, Father. If that means taking command of Greyback's pack, I will do so. If you have other plans for them, I will defer to your wisdom. Diplomatic. The word was approving. You've learned well, under Lucius's tutelage. I've learned that power without direction is chaos. That ambition without loyalty is treason. That a true servant of Lord Voldemort advances the cause, not himself. Harry paused. I am your son. Your blood. If you will have me, I will be your instrument. The words tasted like ashes in his mouth. Every syllable was a betrayal of everything he'd been, everything he believed, everyone who died fighting against the monster standing before him. But this was the game. This was the path to victory. And Harry would walk it, no matter where it led. The werewolves are yours, Voldemort said finally. Prove yourself worthy of them. Bind them to our cause. And when you have succeeded, his eyes gleamed. We will discuss your next assignment. Harry bowed his head. Thank you, Father. Do not thank me, Hadrian. Thank yourself, for being worthy of the opportunity. Voldemort began to turn away, then paused. One more thing. Yes, Father. The magic that watches you. The old power you spoke of. Voldemort's voice was soft, contemplative. If it tries to turn you against me. If it attempts to use you for purposes that conflict with my designs. I will inform you immediately. See that you do. The threat was implicit but unmistakable. I tolerate no rivals. Not even ones that exist beyond the boundaries of this world. He swept from the room in a swirl of dark robes, the green flames extinguishing themselves as he passed. The doors closed behind him, and Harry was left standing alone in the darkness. His legs gave out. He sank to his knees on the cold stone floor, hands pressed against his face, body shaking with reaction finally permitted to express itself. The terror he'd suppressed during the entire encounter came flooding back, overwhelming and absolute. He'd done it. Faced Voldemort, manipulated him, earned his approval. The first major step in his plan to infiltrate and eventually destroy the Death Eaters from within. And it had cost him something he couldn't quite name. Harry knelt in the darkness for a long time, trying to remember who he'd been before he'd learned to lie so convincingly to the face of evil. He wasn't sure he could anymore. The werewolf pack made its home in the forests of northern England, far from the magical communities that would have hunted them and the Muggle settlements they would have preyed upon. Harry traveled there a week after his meeting with Voldemort, accompanied by Lucius and a small contingent of Death Eaters. The forest was old. Ancient, really, trees that had stood when the Roman legions marched through Britain, when druids still commanded respect, when magic was wild and free and untamed by ministry regulation. Harry felt the age of it pressing against his senses as they apparat to the edge of werewolf territory, the magic of the place watching them with something that wasn't quite sentience. They know we're here, Lucius murmured, scanning the tree line. Werewolves can sense approach miles away. Good, Harry replied. I want them to see me coming. The Death Eaters exchanged glances, but none of them argued. They'd all been present when Voldemort named Harry as the new master of the pack. Whatever their private doubts, they weren't willing to contradict the Dark Lord's decree. Harry walked forward, leaving the others behind. The forest swallowed him within minutes, the trees closing in until he could barely see the sky. The undergrowth was thick, tangled, forcing him to move slowly despite his impatience. Normal sounds, birdsong, wind in the branches, gradually faded, replaced by a silence that felt deliberate. They were surrounding him. He could feel them now, dozens of presences circling in the darkness between the trees. Waiting. Watching. Harry stopped in a small clearing, turning slowly to survey his surroundings. "I know you're there," he called, his voice carrying in the silence. "Your alpha is dead. I killed him. Now I'm here to take his place." Movement in the shadows. A figure emerged from between two ancient oaks, a man, or something that had once been a man. He was massive, easily 7 feet tall, with a barrel chest and arms thick as tree trunks. His face was scarred, weathered, dominated by yellow eyes that gleamed with feral intelligence. "You're the child," he rumbled. "The one who killed Fenrir." "Yes." More figures emerged. 12. 2 They surrounded the clearing in a loose circle, their bodies tense with barely suppressed aggression. Some were human in appearance, others had let the wolf come closer to the surface, their features distorted, their teeth too long, their nails too sharp. The big one, clearly the pack's second, the one who'd taken charge in Greyback's absence, moved closer. "Fenrir was the strongest of us," he said. "He led this pack for 30 years. Built it from nothing, made it something the wizards feared." His lips pulled back from teeth that were definitely too numerous. "And you think you can replace him? A child? A wizard? I think I already have." The pack growled as one, the sound vibrating through the clearing like distant thunder. Harry felt the aggression building, the violence that wanted to erupt. He raised his hand. "Before you try anything stupid," he said calmly, "let me show you what happened to the last werewolf who underestimated me. He didn't use a spell. Didn't need to. Instead, he reached into his mind and pulled out the memory, Greyback's death, in vivid detail, and pushed it outward. The werewolves weren't a Clumans. They had no defense against what Harry was doing, no way to block the images that flooded their minds. They saw their fallen alpha, trapped and helpless, bleeding out from wounds that wouldn't heal. They felt his terror, his disbelief, his final understanding that he'd been outmatched by something he'd dismissed as prey. The growling stopped. "I didn't kill Fenrir because I hate werewolves," Harry said, lowering his hand. "I killed him because he attacked me, and I refuse to be anyone's victim. But I didn't come here to be your enemy." He paused, letting the words sink in. "I came to offer you something better than what Greyback gave you." The big one, his name was Ragnar, Harry remembered from the reports, shook his head as if trying to clear it. "Better," he managed. "What could a child offer us? Purpose. Direction. Protection." Harry moved forward, closing the distance between them. "Under Greyback, you were attack dogs. Unleashed when the Dark Lord needed terror spread, then leashed again until the next hunt. You lived in fear of the Ministry, hiding in these forests, barely surviving from moon to moon. We survived," Ragnar growled. "That's more than most of our kind can say. Survival isn't enough." Harry's voice hardened. "Not for what's coming. The wizarding world is changing, war is coming, whether anyone admits it or not. When it arrives, the werewolves can be scattered, hunted, destroyed. Or they can be organized, protected, given a place in the new order that emerges. And you're offering to organize us? A 5-year-old child? I'm offering to lead you." Harry held Ragnar's gaze without flinching. "Not because I'm the strongest, I'm not physically. But because I know things. See things. Understand how the pieces fit together in ways that Greyback never could." He paused. "I can give you what he never could, legitimacy. When my father wins this war, and he will win, the werewolves who fought beside him will be rewarded. Protected. Integrated into a society that currently treats you as monsters. Murmurs rippled through the pack. Harry had struck a nerve, the dream of acceptance, of safety, of a world where they weren't hunted and feared. It was the same dream that had made so many werewolves follow Greyback in the first place, before they'd realized that his promises were empty. "Why should we trust you?" someone called from the back. A woman, her voice rough with suspicion. "You're a wizard. Your kind has hunted us for centuries." "My kind has used you for centuries," Harry corrected. "The Ministry hunts you because you're dangerous. The Dark Lord uses you because you're useful. Neither side sees you as anything more than tools." He spread his hands. "I'm offering something different. Partnership. Mutual benefit. A future where werewolves have power, not just violence." "Pretty words," Ragnar rumbled. "But words don't mean much when the moon rises and the beast takes over." "No," Harry agreed. "They don't. So let me show you something more concrete." He reached into his robes and withdrew a vial of glowing silver liquid. Ragnar's eyes widened, the pack surged forward, then stopped, held in place by uncertainty. "This is Wolfsbane potion," Harry said. "Modified, improved. It doesn't just suppress the transformation, it allows you to retain your human mind during the change. To think, to reason, to choose." He held up the vial. "I have enough to supply the entire pack. And I can get more." Silence. The Wolfsbane potion was rare, expensive, and nearly impossible for werewolves to obtain. The Ministry controlled its distribution carefully, using it as leverage to keep registered lycanthropes dependent and compliant. An independent supply would change everything. "How?" Ragnar breathed. "I have resources. Connections. And a brilliant potions master who owes me a favor." Harry smiled grimly. "Follow me, and you'll never face the moon without your mind again. Fight for me, and you'll have a place in the world that's coming. Betray me," his voice went cold. "And I'll make sure you envy Greyback's death." The pack was wavering. He could feel it, the balance shifting, old loyalties crumbling in the face of new possibilities. They wanted to believe him. Wanted to hope that someone, finally, was offering them something real. Ragnar was the key. The others would follow his lead, whatever he decided. Harry waited. The big werewolf studied him for a long moment, yellow eyes searching for deception, for weakness, for any sign that the impossible offer was a trap. "If you're lying," he said finally, his voice a low rumble, "I'll tear you apart myself. Slowly. I'll make Fenrir's death look merciful." "I'm not lying." Then, Ragnar hesitated, clearly struggling with the magnitude of what he was about to do. "Then the pack will follow you. For now. Until you prove yourself one way or the other." Harry inclined his head. "That's all I ask." He turned to face the assembled werewolves, feeling their eyes on him, suspicious, hopeful, afraid. "The world is changing," he said, his voice carrying across the clearing. "The old order is crumbling, and something new is rising from its ashes. You can be part of that change. You can be agents of your own destiny, instead of victims of everyone else's." He paused. "Or you can stay here, hiding in the forests, waiting for the Ministry to finally decide you're not worth the trouble of tolerating." He reached out with his magic, calling the winds, sending a ripple of power through the ancient trees that made them groan and sway. "I am Hadrian Riddle. Son of the Dark Lord. Killer of Fenrir Greyback. And from this moment forward, I am your alpha." No one argued. The integration of the werewolf pack into Harry's growing power base took weeks of careful work. He started with logistics, arranging supply lines for food and shelter, establishing communication channels with the Death Eaters, setting up wards around the forest territory that would warn of Ministry intrusion. The pack had survived for years on Greyback's brutality and cunning, but survival wasn't the same as stability. Harry intended to give them something they'd never had: organization. Helena helped, her expertise in continental magic providing solutions to problems that British wizardry had never bothered to address. She designed new wards, modified the Wolfsbane potion for mass production, created training programs that would transform the pack from savage fighters into disciplined soldiers. "You're building an army," she observed one evening, as they reviewed plans in Harry's study at the manor. "I'm building options," Harry corrected. "The werewolves are just one piece. But they're a piece no one else controls, and that makes them valuable. Voldemort will notice. Voldemort already knows. He's the one who gave me permission to take them over." Harry looked up from the parchment he'd been studying. "He thinks he's gaining an asset, a loyal son who's expanding his influence for the glory of the cause. He doesn't realize he's creating something that might eventually challenge him." Helena's expression was unreadable. "And when he does realize? By then, it'll be too late." She was quiet for a moment. "You're playing a dangerous game, Hadrian. Your father is many things, but stupid isn't one of them. Eventually he'll see through you." "Probably." Harry's voice was calm, almost detached. "But by then, I'll have enough power to survive his discovery. Or I'll be dead, in which case it won't matter. You speak of your own death very casually. I've already died once." Harry met her eyes. "It's not as frightening as people think. The hard part is living, choosing to keep fighting when everything seems hopeless, when the people you love are gone, when the victory you achieve turns to ashes in your mouth." Helena studied him with something that might have been compassion. "You've suffered," she said softly. "In your other life. Suffered greatly. Everyone suffers. The difference is what you do with it. And what are you doing with yours?" Harry looked back at the parchment, troop movements, supply routes, the endless details of building something from nothing. "I'm making sure it wasn't wasted," he said. "I'm making sure the people I lost didn't die for nothing." Helena nodded slowly. "Then let me help you. Not just as your tutor, but as your advisor. Your ally." She paused. "Your family, if you'll have me." Harry felt something crack in the wall he'd built around his heart. Just a hairline fracture, barely visible, but enough to let warmth seep through. "I'd like that," he said. The weeks turned to months. Harry divided his time between the manor and the werewolf territory, building connections in both places. The Death Eaters grew accustomed to his presence at meetings, his questions about strategy and logistics, his unsettling habit of knowing things he shouldn't. Some resented him, others feared him, a few, like Narcissa and Helena, genuinely supported him. Lucius remained an enigma. The patriarch of House Malfoy was too cunning to reveal his true feelings, playing the role of loyal guardian while clearly calculating how Harry's rise might benefit his own position. Harry didn't trust him, would never fully trust him, but he valued the man's political instincts and his connections within the ministry. Bellatrix was more difficult to read. She oscillated between fascination and hostility, apparently unable to decide whether Harry was a blessing or a curse. Sometimes she watched him with something like pride, seeing in him a worthy heir to the lord she worshipped. Other times, her dark eyes burned with jealousy, resenting the attention Voldemort paid to this child who'd appeared from nowhere. Harry managed her carefully, showing respect without subservience, acknowledging her position while never surrendering his own. It was a delicate balance, and he knew it couldn't last forever. The werewolves were easier. They respected strength, and Harry had demonstrated strength in abundance. The Wolfsbane potion helped even more. The first full moon after Harry took command, the entire pack transformed with their minds intact, experiencing the change as something other than mindless violence for the first time in their lives. Ragnar wept. Harry hadn't expected that. Hadn't expected the hardened killer to fall to his knees, tears streaming down his transformed face, overwhelmed by the simple experience of remaining himself during the moon. "You gave us back ourselves," he'd said afterward, his voice rough with emotion. "Whatever you ask of us, we'll do. Whatever you need, we'll provide." Harry had accepted the loyalty solemnly, understanding its weight. The werewolves weren't just followers now, they were believers. They'd found something to fight for beyond survival. He intended to make sure they never lost it. The ministry's attention came sooner than Harry had hoped. He was in the library, studying an obscure text on blood magic, when Lucius burst in with news that made his blood run cold. "The Office of Magical Integrity has been asking questions," Lucius said, his face pale. "About the werewolf pack. About you." Harry set down the book carefully. "What kind of questions?" "They've noticed the change in pack behavior. The organization, the discipline, the sudden absence of random attacks." Lucius began to pace. "Their investigators are competent, far more competent than the regular Aurors. They're tracing the connections, following the evidence. Sooner or later, they'll find their way here." "Who's leading the investigation?" "A woman named Helena Graves." Lucius stopped pacing, his expression grim. "I've heard of her. Brilliant, ruthless, utterly incorruptible. She doesn't care about politics or protocol, only about finding the truth." Harry filed the name away. Another player on the board, another variable to account for. "What do we know about her specifically?" "Not much. She rose through the ministry quickly, made enemies of half the department heads by refusing to compromise her investigations. They've been trying to sideline her for years, but she has the ear of the minister himself." Lucius shook his head. "She's dangerous, Hadrian. Not because she's powerful, but because she's honest." Harry almost smiled at the irony. In a world of corruption and deception, an honest investigator was more threatening than a dozen Dark Lords. "We need information," he said. "Her methods, her weaknesses, her blind spots. Everyone has them. I have contacts in the ministry. I'll see what I can learn. Do it quietly. If she suspects she's being watched, she'll know she's on the right track." Lucius nodded and swept out of the library, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Helena Graves. A name he didn't remember from his first life, which meant she'd either died early in the war or been removed from the playing field before he'd become aware of her. Either way, she was an unknown, and unknowns were dangerous. He needed to understand her before she understood him. The opportunity came 2 weeks later. Harry attended a ministry function in disguise, a simple glamour that aged him into his teens, combined with robes that marked him as a minor pure-blood heir. Lucius had arranged the invitation through back channels, presenting Harry as a distant cousin interested in seeing how the wheels of government turned. Helena Graves was there. She was younger than Harry had expected, late 20s, perhaps, with sharp features and dark hair pulled back in a severe style. She moved through the crowd with the focused efficiency of someone who had better things to do than attend parties, her eyes constantly scanning, evaluating, cataloging. Harry maneuvered himself into her orbit during a lull in the festivities. "You look bored," he observed, coming to stand beside her near the refreshment table. She glanced at him, assessing him in a single sweep. "I'm always bored at these events. Politics and posturing, nothing of substance." "Then why attend?" "Because sometimes the substance is hiding underneath. People let their guard down at parties. Say things they wouldn't say in an interrogation room." She smiled slightly. "Besides, the wine is excellent." Harry raised his own glass in acknowledgement. "I'm Hadrian," he offered. "Distant relation to the Malfoys." "Helena Graves. Office of Magical Integrity." She studied him with renewed interest. "Malfoy connection? That's dangerous territory these days." "Is it? We've been looking into several Malfoy associates. Following some very interesting leads." Her eyes were sharp, probing. "But you'd know that already, wouldn't you? That's why you approached me." Harry felt a flash of respect. She was as sharp as Lucius had warned. "I approached you because you're the only person here who looks like they have an actual thought in their head," he said. "The politics are boring. I was hoping for actual conversation. She didn't seem convinced. And what, werewolves? Her expression didn't change, but Harry saw the slight tension in her shoulders. What about them? You've been investigating the pack in northern England. Noticed the changes in their behavior. You're wondering who's pulling the strings. Are you offering information? I'm offering perspective. Harry sipped his wine. You're looking for a conspiracy, some dark wizard or criminal syndicate that's organized the werewolves for nefarious purposes. But what if it's simpler than that? What if someone just gave them something they needed, and they responded accordingly? Graves' eyes narrowed. What would they need? The same thing everyone needs. Safety. Stability. The ability to live without constant fear. Harry met her gaze. The werewolves aren't monsters, Ms. Graves. They're people who've been treated like monsters for so long they've started to believe it. If someone showed them another way, someone like whom? Harry smiled. That's the question, isn't it? He excused himself before she could press further, disappearing into the crowd and then slipping out of the party entirely. The glamour faded as he apparat back to the manor, leaving Helena Graves with more questions than answers. Which was exactly what he wanted. She would investigate harder now, dig deeper, follow the threads he'd laid out. And in her investigation, she would uncover the truth, not all of it, but enough to understand that the werewolves weren't a threat. That they'd been given something valuable. That destroying their organization would accomplish nothing except returning them to the savagery everyone feared. It was a gamble. Graves might ignore the implications and press forward with whatever action the ministry had planned. She might see through his manipulation and recognize it for what it was. But Harry didn't think so. He'd seen something in her eyes, not just intelligence, but genuine concern. She wanted to understand, not just to punish. That made her dangerous. But it also made her potentially valuable. The meeting happened on the night of the winter solstice. Harry stood in a clearing at the heart of the werewolf territory, surrounded by his pack. The moon was full overhead, and the wolves had already transformed, but they kept their human minds, thanks to the wolfsbane potion, standing in eerie silence as they waited for their alpha to speak. Helena Graves emerged from the trees alone. She'd received Harry's invitation, delivered anonymously, with instructions that would ensure she came without backup. It was a risk for her, walking into werewolf territory without support, but she'd done it anyway. Because she wanted answers more than she wanted safety. "You're younger than I expected," she said, studying Harry's true face for the first time. Much younger. The boy at the party was a glamour. Among other things. Hadrian Riddle. She spoke the name like a weapon. Son of the Dark Lord. Killer of Fenrir Greyback. New master of the werewolf pack. Her eyes swept across the assembled wolves. "You've been busy." "I've been building." "Building what?" "An army. A power base to challenge your father. A future." Harry stepped forward, closing the distance between them. "You've been investigating me for months. You've followed the threads, connected the dots, mapped the relationships. What have you concluded?" Graves was silent for a moment. "That you're either the most dangerous person in Britain, or the most promising." She paused. "I haven't decided which." "Then let me help you decide." Harry gestured at the werewolves surrounding them. These people were monsters a year ago. Killers, outcasts, the terror of anyone unfortunate enough to cross their path. Now look at them. Organized. Disciplined. In control of themselves for the first time in their lives. Because of the wolfsbane potion. Because someone finally treated them like people instead of animals. Harry's voice hardened. The ministry has had centuries to address the werewolf problem. Instead of solutions, you've offered persecution. Registries. Restrictions. All designed to make werewolves easier to track and control, never to actually help them. That's not my department, no. Your department investigates threats. Hunts down dark wizards and their allies. Protects the wizarding world from forces that would destroy it. Harry met her eyes. Tell me, Ms. Graves, are these werewolves a threat? In their current state, organized and controlled, are they more dangerous or less dangerous than they were under Greyback? Graves didn't answer. You know the truth, Harry continued. You've seen the evidence. The attacks have stopped. The territory is secured. The pack maintains discipline even during the full moon. Whatever you think of me personally, you can't deny that what I've built is better than what came before. You're the son of the Dark Lord. I'm the son of a man I've met twice in my entire life. A man who sees me as a tool at best, a curiosity at worst. Harry's voice was bitter. I didn't choose my bloodline. I didn't choose to be born into this darkness. But I can choose what I do with it. Silence stretched between them. The werewolves waited, motionless, their yellow eyes reflecting the moonlight. Harry felt their tension, their readiness to act if he gave the signal. But he held them back, waiting for Graves to make her decision. What do you want from me? She asked finally. Time. Space to prove that what I'm building isn't a threat. He paused. And information. The Ministry knows things, about the war that's coming, about the forces arrayed against us, about threats that neither side fully understands. I need access to that knowledge. You're asking me to betray my oath. I'm asking you to honor it. Harry stepped closer, close enough to see the conflict in her eyes. Your oath is to protect the wizarding world. Not the Ministry, not the politicians, not the corrupt bureaucrats who use dark creature laws to maintain their own power. The world. The people who live in it, magical and non-magical alike. He gestured at the werewolves again. These people are part of that world too. They deserve protection, not persecution. Graves was quiet for a long time. If I agree, she said finally, and you betray me, if this is all some elaborate manipulation to compromise the Ministry's defenses, then you'll have every right to destroy me. Harry extended his hand. I'm offering partnership, Ms. Graves. Not domination. Not deception. A genuine alliance between someone who wants to change things and someone who has the power to make change possible. She looked at his hand, then back at his face. You're a child, she said. Playing games with forces that have destroyed adults far more experienced than you. Yes. Harry didn't flinch. But I'm also the only one playing to win. Everyone else is just trying to survive. Helena Graves studied him for another long moment. Then she took his hand. This doesn't make us allies, she said. Not yet. But I'll listen. And I'll watch. And if you prove yourself worthy of trust, she squeezed his hand once, hard. We'll talk again. She turned and walked back into the forest, disappearing between the ancient trees. Harry watched her go, feeling the weight of what had just happened settling over him. Another piece on the board. Another ally, potential ally, in a game that grew more complex with each passing day. Behind him, Ragnar shifted back to human form, his transformation smooth and controlled. Was that wise? The big werewolf asked. Exposing yourself to a Ministry investigator? Probably not. Harry smiled grimly. But wisdom isn't what wins wars. Boldness wins wars. Preparation. The willingness to take risks that your enemies won't. He turned to face his pack, standing tall despite his small stature. The game has changed, he said. We're not hiding anymore. We're not playing defense. From this moment forward, we're building something new, something that neither the Ministry nor my father fully understands. He paused. And when they finally realize what we've created, it will be too late to stop us. The werewolves howled their agreement, the sound echoing through the ancient forest. Harry joined them, his own voice rising in the primal cry. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt something like hope. The game was far from over. But he was no longer playing alone. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Serpent's Tongue. Spring came to Malfoy Manor like a whispered promise. The gardens exploded with color, roses and lilies and flowers Harry didn't recognize, their petals gleaming with morning dew. The peacocks strutted across manicured lawns, their calls echoing through corridors that had grown familiar over the past months. House elves moved through the grounds with renewed energy, tending to hedges and flower beds and 1,000 small details that maintained the estate's pristine appearance. Harry noticed none of it. He was in the conservatory, surrounded by serpents. The glass-walled room had become his sanctuary, a place where he could speak freely, where the only listeners were creatures who understood him perfectly and kept his secrets without question. The snakes had multiplied since his arrival, drawn by the presence of a speaker, and now dozens of them wound through the plants and perches that filled the space. Silas, the small garden snake who'd first told him about Rookwood, was coiled around his wrist. A massive python named Morgana occupied a heated rock nearby, her scales gleaming like polished obsidian. Smaller serpents moved through the undergrowth, their eyes catching the light as they watched their speaker commune with their kind. The nervous humans whisper of war, Silas hissed, his tongue flickering against Harry's skin. They speak of armies and battles, of blood and fire to come. They've been speaking of war for months, Harry replied in the same sibilant language. What's different now? The Silver One received a message. From the dark place across the water. Silas's mental imagery was fragmentary, snakes perceived the world differently than humans, but Harry had learned to interpret it. The message made him afraid. He burned it after reading, but his hands shook. The Silver One. Lucius. Harry filed the information away for later investigation. A message from the continent, something frightening enough to make Lucius Malfoy tremble. That was significant. What else have you heard? The mad woman speaks to herself when she thinks no one listens. That would be Bellatrix, whose conversations with empty rooms had become a source of constant intelligence. She speaks of tests. Trials. Something the Dark Master plans for his followers. What kind of tests? She does not say. But she laughs when she speaks of them, and her laughter smells of blood. Harry suppressed a shudder. Bellatrix's laughter rarely preceded anything good. And the quiet one? The one who smells of potions? Silas's tongue flickered faster, a sign of uncertainty. The quiet one is difficult to watch. He moves through shadows, speaks in whispers, notices things that others miss. He has seen us watching him. That was concerning. Snape's awareness of the serpent network could compromise everything Harry had built. The man was too clever, too observant, too deeply entrenched in his own web of secrets and loyalties. Has he done anything about it? No. He watches us watching him, and says nothing. But his eyes. Silas struggled to convey the impression. His eyes know things. Deep things. Old things. Harry nodded slowly. Snape would need to be dealt with eventually, not eliminated, but managed. Brought into the fold or neutralized as a threat. The man's position as a double agent made him simultaneously invaluable and dangerous. But that was a problem for another day. Keep watching, Harry instructed. All of them. Report anything unusual. As you command, Speaker. The snakes dispersed into the foliage, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The message Lucius had received proved easier to investigate than Harry had expected. He found the man in his study that evening, staring into the fire with an expression of deep preoccupation. The burned remnants of parchment lay in the grate, reduced to ash and memory, but Lucius's face told its own story. "Uncle," Harry said from the doorway. Lucius startled, actually startled, his hand moving toward his wand before recognition dawned. That alone told Harry how disturbed the man was. Lucius Malfoy did not startle. Hadrian. He recovered quickly, his expression smoothing into its usual mask. I didn't hear you approach. You were distracted. Harry moved into the room, closing the door behind him. The message you received. What did it say? Lucius's eyes narrowed. How do you know about that? I know about everything that happens in this house. Harry settled into a chair across from Lucius, his small body nearly swallowed by the leather. The servants talk. The portraits gossip. And the walls have ears that most people never think to check. A long silence. Then Lucius sighed, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. The Dark Lord has summoned his inner circle, he said. All of us. To a location on the continent, a place he's been using as his base of operations. That's not unusual. He's summoned gatherings before. This is different. Lucius's voice was tight. He's calling it a trial. A test of loyalty and competence for his most trusted followers. The message said that some of us would not return. Harry felt ice crystallize in his chest. He's planning a purge. Perhaps. Or perhaps it's exactly what he says, a trial, a challenge, a way of separating the worthy from the unworthy. Lucius laughed bitterly. With the Dark Lord, it's impossible to know. That's what makes him so effective. When? 3 days. We're to apparate to a designated location and await further instructions. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. A trial for the inner circle could mean anything: combat tests, loyalty oaths, competitions that would thin the ranks and strengthen the survivors. Or it could be a trap, a way for Voldemort to eliminate anyone he'd grown suspicious of. Either way, Lucius was in danger. I'm coming with you, Harry said. Absolutely not. Lucius's response was immediate. The summons was for the inner circle only. Bringing you would be seen as, bringing me would be seen as exactly what it is, a father introducing his heir to the most important members of his organization. Harry leaned forward. Think about it, Uncle. The Dark Lord has acknowledged me. Given me the werewolves. Allowed me to sit in on meetings and learn the workings of his empire. This is the logical next step. The logical next step could get you killed. Everything could get me killed. That's the nature of the world we live in. Harry's voice hardened. I'm not asking permission, Uncle Lucius. I'm informing you of my decision. When you leave for the trial, I'll be at your side. Lucius studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. You're either the bravest child I've ever met, he said finally, or the most foolish. Probably both. Harry smiled grimly. But I've survived this long by facing danger head-on, not hiding from it. If the Dark Lord is testing his followers, I want him to see what I can do. I want him to know that his son is worthy of the blood they share. And if the test is designed to eliminate threats? If he's decided that you've grown too powerful, too independent? Then I'll deal with that when it comes. Harry stood, straightening his robes. Prepare whatever you need to prepare. We leave in 3 days. He walked out before Lucius could argue further. The night before they left, Harry visited the Standing Stones. He hadn't returned since his first encounter with the presence, had been too busy, too focused on the immediate challenges of building his power base. But now, with uncertainty looming ahead, he felt drawn to the ancient place. The forest was different in spring. New growth covered the ground, green shoots pushing through the dead leaves of winter. The trees seemed taller somehow, more alive, their branches reaching toward a sky just visible through the canopy. The clearing was exactly as he remembered. The Standing Stones stood in their eternal circle, runes weathered but still visible, the air thick with power that predated human memory. Harry sat in the center and waited. He didn't have to wait long. The ripple appeared between two stones, a distortion in reality, a fold in the fabric of existence. Within it, the presence stirred. You return, thread that was cut. I'm leaving soon, Harry said aloud. Traveling to meet my father. There may be danger. There is always danger. For you more than most. I know. He hesitated. I wanted to ask you something. Before I go. Ask. The others you mentioned. The ones who've noticed my presence. Have they moved? Are they coming? Silence. The presence seemed to consider the question, its vast attention focused on Harry with an intensity that made his skin prickle. They watch, it said finally. As we watch. The disturbance you represent has drawn attention from many sources, some benevolent, some hostile, most simply curious. None have moved against you yet. Yet. You are a thread out of place. An anomaly in a pattern that has existed for millennia. Such anomalies do not go unaddressed forever. A sense of something that might have been warning. Be careful, thread that was cut. The powers that observe you are patient, but patience has limits. What happens when those limits are reached? Correction. Adjustment. The pattern reasserts itself, one way or another. The presence seemed to shift, its attention refocusing. But there is another possibility. One that has not occurred in countless ages. Harry leaned forward. What possibility? The pattern could change. Adapt. Accept your presence as a new thread, woven into the fabric rather than cut from it. A sense of ancient consideration. This would require effort. Sacrifice. A demonstration that your existence serves the pattern rather than disrupts it. How would I demonstrate that? By doing what you intend to do. Building. Changing. Reshaping the world into something new. The presence began to recede, the ripple shrinking. If your changes serve the pattern's purpose, if they lead toward balance rather than chaos, then perhaps you will be accepted. Perhaps you will survive. And if they don't? But the presence was gone, the ripple vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared. Harry sat alone in the darkness, processing what he'd heard. The powers that watched him weren't necessarily enemies. They were judges, evaluating his actions, deciding whether he was a threat to be eliminated or an asset to be preserved. His survival depended not just on political maneuvering and magical power, but on something far more fundamental. He had to prove that his existence made things better. That the world with Harry Riddle in it was moving toward balance, toward harmony, toward something that served the ancient pattern's inscrutable purposes. No pressure. Harry stood and walked back through the forest, his mind already working on the challenges ahead. The trial was coming. Time to show his father, and whatever else was watching, exactly what he was capable of. The designated apparition point was a bleak stretch of coastline in northern Scotland. Harry arrived with Lucius and Narcissa at dawn, their breath misting in the cold air. Other Death Eaters were already there, Bellatrix and the Lestrange brothers, the Carrows, Dolohov, Mulciber. A dozen of the inner circle's most dangerous members, gathered on a rocky beach with the grey sea stretching endlessly before them. No one spoke. Harry studied his fellow travelers, cataloguing their expressions. Fear, mostly, carefully hidden but unmistakable to someone who knew how to look. These were killers, torturer, the worst the wizarding world had to offer. And they were all terrified of what came next. Bellatrix was the exception. She practically vibrated with excitement, her dark eyes bright with anticipation. Whatever the trial entailed, she was looking forward to it. A pop of displaced air announced a new arrival. Severus Snape materialized at the edge of the group, his black robes billowing in the sea wind. His face was its usual mask, cold, controlled, revealing nothing, but his eyes found Harry immediately. They looked at each other for a long moment. Then Snape nodded, once, and turned to face the sea with the others. Harry filed the acknowledgement away for later consideration. Snape knew something. Had recognized something in Harry that the others hadn't. The question was whether that knowledge made him an ally or a threat. The portkey activates in 2 minutes, Lucius said quietly, checking a pocket watch. Everyone, gather close. The Death Eaters moved toward the center of the beach, where a weathered piece of driftwood lay half buried in the sand. Harry positioned himself near Lucius, close enough to grab the wood when the time came. "You shouldn't be here," someone muttered. Alecto Caro, her piggy eyes fixed on Harry with open hostility. "Children don't belong at trials." "I go where I'm needed," Harry replied calmly. "You're not needed. You're a liability. A distraction." She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a hiss. "If you get in my way during whatever's coming, I'll kill you myself. Dark Lord's son or not." Harry smiled. It was the smile he'd developed over months of navigating Death Eater politics, small, cold, utterly devoid of warmth. The smile of someone who'd already considered every threat and found them wanting. "You're welcome to try," he said. The portkey activated before Alecto could respond. The familiar hook behind the navel sensation seized Harry, and the world dissolved into a blur of color and motion. He felt Lucius beside him, heard someone's curse of surprise, and then, they landed hard on stone. Harry rolled with the impact, coming up in a crouch with his practice wand already in hand. The others were scattered around him, some on their feet, some still recovering from the rough landing. They were in a courtyard. Massive walls of dark stone rose on all sides, topped with towers that reached toward a gray sky. The architecture was old, medieval, maybe older, and radiated a sense of power that made Harry's magical senses tingle. Wherever they were, this place had been steeped in magic for centuries. "Welcome to Castle Drakkenberg." The voice came from above. Harry looked up to see a figure standing on a balcony overlooking the courtyard, tall, robed in black, his pale face framed by dark hair that the wind whipped around him. Voldemort. He looked different than he had at Malfoy Manor. More powerful somehow, more present, as if the months since their last meeting had allowed him to consolidate whatever dark energies he'd been pursuing. His eyes, still dark, not yet the red they would become, swept across the assembled Death Eaters with an expression of cool assessment. "You have been brought here for a purpose," he continued, his voice carrying effortlessly despite the distance. "For too long, I have relied on the loyalty of my followers without truly testing it. That changes today." He raised his hand, and the courtyard's shadows seemed to deepen. "The Castle Drakkenberg has stood for 1,000 years, built by wizards who understood that true power must be earned, not given. Within its walls, you will face challenges that will test your magic, your intelligence, your resolve." His eyes found Harry in the crowd, and something that might have been amusement flickered across his features. "Some of you will prove worthy. Others, will not." "What happens to those who fail?" someone called. Dolohov, his voice tight with poorly concealed fear. "They die." Voldemort's response was matter-of-fact, almost casual. "The castle does not suffer the weak to survive its trials. Neither do I." Silence fell over the courtyard, heavy with the weight of understanding. "You will enter in pairs," Voldemort continued. "Partners will be assigned by lot. Each pair must work together to navigate the castle's challenges and reach the central chamber. Those who arrive will be rewarded. Those who fall along the way." He spread his hands. "The castle claims what it is owed." A shimmer in the air, and small slips of parchment began floating down toward the gathered Death Eaters. Harry reached out and caught his, reading the name inscribed in elegant script. Severus Snape. He looked up to find Snape watching him, the same parchment in hand. The man's expression was unreadable, but something in his eyes suggested that the pairing was not as random as Voldemort had implied. "You have 1 hour to prepare," Voldemort announced. "Then the castle opens. May the worthy survive." He vanished from the balcony, leaving his followers to contemplate what was coming. Harry found Snape in a corner of the courtyard, apart from the others. "Interesting pairing," Harry said, approaching carefully. "Did my father arrange it, or is there another player on the board?" Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. "You speak as if you expect manipulation at every turn. I learned to expect manipulation from people who practice it professionally." Harry stopped a few feet away, studying the man who had been so many things in his first life, enemy, ally, martyr. We're going to be navigating a deadly magical castle together. Before we do that, I think we need to have an honest conversation. About what? About who you really are. Harry's voice dropped, ensuring no one else could hear. About the game you're playing, and which side you're actually on. Snape went very still. I don't know what you're, please don't insult my intelligence. Harry cut him off calmly. I've been watching you for months. The way you distance yourself from the other Death Eaters. The subtle disgust you can't quite hide when they talk about their work. The times you've been conveniently absent when missions were discussed. He paused. You're a spy, Professor Snape. The only question is who you're spying for. The silence stretched between them, thick with tension. Then Snape laughed. It was a bitter sound, entirely without humor. Professor. You call me Professor, as if we're in a classroom rather than a death trap. He shook his head slowly. You truly are something extraordinary, aren't you? 5 years old, and you've already seen through a deception that's fooled the Dark Lord himself. I see a lot of things. Yes. I've noticed. Snape's eyes searched Harry's face with new intensity. From the moment we first passed in that corridor, I knew there was something wrong about you. Something that didn't fit. You look at me like you know me, like we have history together. But we've never met before you came to the manor. Harry considered his options. Full truth was too dangerous, Snape's loyalty was uncertain, and revealing his origins could compromise everything. But partial truth might be possible. Might even be necessary. In another life, he said carefully, you were my teacher. And my enemy. And my ally. And in the end, you died giving me information that saved the world. Snape's face went pale. What are you saying? I'm saying that I know things, Professor. Things about you that I shouldn't know. Things about your past, your motivations, the woman you loved and lost. Harry held Snape's gaze without flinching. I know why you hate James Potter. I know why you turned to Dumbledore. And I know that despite everything, despite the mark on your arm and the oaths you've sworn, you're still trying to do the right thing. Snape stared at him for a long moment, emotions flickering across his usually impassive face. Shock. Disbelief. And underneath it all, a desperate, painful hope. Lily, he whispered. She dies, Harry said softly. In the future I came from, she dies because of a prophecy and a betrayal and my father's obsession with power. Her son survives, marked by the Dark Lord's curse, and spends his entire childhood being told he has his mother's eyes. Tears, actual tears, gleamed in Snape's eyes. Her son. Me. Harry's voice cracked slightly. In another life, I was Harry Potter. Son of James and Lily. The boy who lived. And you spent 17 years protecting me because you never stopped loving her. Snape's legs seemed to give out. He stumbled back against the courtyard wall, his face a mask of shock and confusion and something that might have been grief. That's impossible, he managed. Yes, Harry agreed. It is. And yet here I am. Reborn as the Dark Lord's son, trying to prevent a future that's already destroyed everyone I loved. Silence fell between them. Harry waited, giving Snape time to process. The revelation had been a calculated risk, but if he was going to navigate a deadly magical castle with this man, he needed Snape's genuine cooperation, not just reluctant compliance. Why tell me this? Snape asked finally, his voice rough. Because we're about to face challenges that could kill us both. Because I need a partner I can trust, not one I'm constantly watching for betrayal. Harry paused. And because in my first life, you gave everything to protect me. You died holding my hand, giving me the memories I needed to defeat Voldemort. I owe you a debt I can never repay. Snape was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was steadier, though his face was still pale. If what you're saying is true, if you genuinely come from another time, another version of events, then you know things. About the war. About how it ends. I know how it ended before. This time will be different. Different how? I'm not waiting for Voldemort to make the first move. I'm not letting him set the pace, control the battlefield, sacrifice pawns until he's the only one left standing. Harry's voice hardened. I'm building something stronger. Something that can stand against him when the time comes. And I need allies, real allies, not just followers who obey out of fear. You want me to help you. I want you to do what you've already been doing, but for a different purpose. Harry met Snape's eyes. Keep spying. Keep feeding information to both sides. But feed the right information to me as well. Help me understand the board, the players, the moves that are being made. And in exchange, Lily lives. The words hit Snape like a physical blow. In the future I came from, she died because Peter Pettigrew betrayed her location to Voldemort. I know when it happens. I know how. And I can prevent it. Snape's breath caught. You could save her. I can try. I can't guarantee anything, time is flexible, and my presence has already changed things in ways I don't fully understand. But I know more about what's coming than anyone else alive. Harry extended his hand. Work with me, Professor. Help me build something worth fighting for. And I'll do everything in my power to make sure Lily Potter survives. Snape looked at his hand. Harry saw the war playing out behind those dark eyes, loyalty to Dumbledore, obligation to Voldemort, the desperate hope that somehow, impossibly, the woman he loved might be saved. Then Severus Snape took his hand. If you're lying to me, he said quietly, if this is some elaborate manipulation, then you'll have every right to destroy me. Harry squeezed his hand once. But I'm not lying. Not about this. Not about Lily. Not about anything that matters. Snape released his grip and straightened, his composure reasserting itself. We should prepare. The castle won't be forgiving of distraction. No, Harry agreed. It won't. They moved back toward the courtyard center, where the other Death Eaters were gathering for final preparations. But something had changed between them, understanding, an alliance, a bond forged from shared secrets and impossible hope. Harry had gained a real ally. Now he just had to survive the trial to make use of him. The castle opened at noon. A great grinding sound echoed across the courtyard as massive doors swung inward, revealing a darkness that seemed to swallow light itself. The gathered Death Eaters moved toward the entrance in pairs, their earlier bravado replaced by grim determination. Harry and Snape entered together, wands drawn. The corridor beyond the doors was ancient, stone walls covered in moss and lichen, torches that burned with pale blue fire, the air thick with the smell of age and decay. Harry's magical senses screamed with warning, the entire castle was saturated with power, wards upon wards layered over centuries. Stay close, Snape murmured. The castle's defenses are designed to separate and isolate. Divide and conquer. Precisely. They moved forward carefully, testing each step before committing their weight. The corridor twisted and turned, branching into side passages that led to darkness, climbing stairs that seemed to go on forever. The first trap sprung 20 minutes in. Harry felt it coming, a surge of magical energy that made his skin prickle, and shoved Snape aside just as the floor beneath them vanished. They tumbled into a pit, landing hard on stone that was suddenly, impossibly, solid again. Illusion, Snape gasped, climbing to his feet. The floor never moved. We were made to think it did. Harry looked around, assessing their new situation. They were in a chamber, circular, domed, lit by the same pale blue fire as the corridor above. The walls were covered in mirrors, dozens of them, reflecting their images back at them in endless repetition. Mirror maze, Harry said. Classic psychological warfare. The mirrors show more than reflections. Snape's voice was tight. They show possibilities. Futures. Pasts. Harry turned to the nearest mirror and froze. He saw himself, not as he was, but as he'd been. 17 years old, standing in the Forbidden Forest, watching Voldemort raise his wand. The green light of the killing curse illuminating his face, his expression peaceful, accepting. You walked to your death, a voice whispered in his mind. You surrendered everything. And for what? A world that forgot you. A victory that turned to ash. Harry forced himself to look away. Don't engage with them. The mirrors feed on emotional response. Easier said than done. Snape was staring at his own reflection, his face pale, tears tracking down his cheeks. Harry grabbed his arm. Professor. Whatever you're seeing, it's not real. It's a test. The castle is trying to break us. She's alive. Snape's voice was barely a whisper. In the mirror. She's alive and she's smiling at me. She's telling me, it's a lie. Harry's grip tightened. The mirror shows you what you want to see, what will hurt you most when you realize it's false. You have to look away. Snape struggled for a moment longer. Then, with visible effort, he tore his gaze from the mirror. How do we get out? Harry scanned the chamber, looking for patterns, for logic, for anything that would help them navigate the trap. The mirrors were arranged in a specific configuration, not random, but deliberate. A puzzle. The reflections, he said slowly. Look at how they're positioned. There's a path through them, mirrors that show the present rather than the past or future. How can you tell the difference? The lighting. Harry pointed. The mirrors showing past and future are illuminated from within. But see that one, in the corner? The light comes from outside, reflected rather than generated. Snape followed his gaze. You want to trust our lives to lighting analysis? I want to trust our lives to logic. The castle is designed to test, not to randomly kill. There has to be a solution. They moved toward the corner mirror, careful not to look directly at any of the others. Harry could feel the pull of them, whispered promises of knowledge, of power, of everything he'd ever wanted. But he kept his eyes forward, focused on the goal. The corner mirror showed only their reflections. Nothing more. Harry reached out and touched the glass. It parted like water, revealing a passage beyond. Through here, he said, and stepped into the darkness. The trials continued for hours. They faced a room where gravity shifted randomly, sending them tumbling in every direction until Harry figured out the pattern. They navigated a corridor filled with animated suits of armor that attacked anyone who made noise, forcing them to move in absolute silence. They solved riddles posed by stone gargoyles, crossed bridges that were formed only for those who didn't look down, and fought a creature made of shadow and malice that could only be harmed by light. Through it all, Harry and Snape worked together with increasing efficiency. The man's knowledge of dark magic complemented Harry's combat experience, where one faltered, the other compensated. They found the bodies of other Death Eaters along the way. The Caro siblings, crushed beneath a fallen ceiling. Mulciber, his face frozen in an expression of terror, no visible wounds on his body. Others Harry didn't recognize, casualties of a trial designed to winnow the weak from the strong. He's culling his own forces, Snape observed grimly, stepping over Alecto's corpse. The Dark Lord is eliminating those he considers liabilities. Or he's testing who's truly loyal. Harry paused at a branching corridor, trying to sense which path was less dangerous. The Death Eaters who survive this will be bound by shared trauma. They'll trust each other in a way they never would have otherwise. Trauma bonding. Exactly. It's brilliant, in a horrible way. My father doesn't just want followers, he wants family. People who've been through hell together and come out the other side. They chose the left corridor and continued forward. The central chamber found them as the sun began to set outside the castle's walls. Harry felt it before he saw it, a concentration of magical power that made his teeth ache. The corridor opened into a vast circular room, its ceiling lost in shadow, its walls covered in tapestries that depicted scenes of battle and triumph. Voldemort stood at the chamber's center. Other pairs had already arrived, Lucius and Dolohov, looking battered but alive, Bellatrix and Rodolphus, their robes torn but their expressions triumphant. A handful of others, maybe half of those who'd started the trial. "Congratulations," Voldemort said as Harry and Snape entered. "You have proven yourselves worthy of my trust." Harry stopped a few feet from his father, breathing hard from the final sprint through the castle's corridors. Snape stood beside him, his face a mask of exhaustion and relief. "The trials were designed to test more than magical ability," Voldemort continued. "They tested judgment, cooperation, the willingness to sacrifice comfort for survival." His eyes swept across the survivors. "You have all demonstrated these qualities. You have all earned your place in my inner circle." A shimmer of magic, and something appeared in his hand, a small object that gleamed with dark light. "Each of you will receive a token of my favor," he said. "A symbol of your achievement, and a reminder of what you survived together." He moved through the room, presenting each survivor with a ring, silver, engraved with the dark mark, pulsing with contained power. Harry watched as Lucius slipped his onto his finger, as Bellatrix practically sobbed with joy as she received hers. Then Voldemort stood before Harry. "My son," he said softly. "You continue to exceed expectations." He held out a ring, but this one was different. Gold instead of silver, the dark mark rendered in emerald, the power within it stronger than what the others had received. "A true heir's token," Voldemort explained. "Marking you as my blood, my chosen, my successor in all things." Harry took the ring. It was warm against his palm, thrumming with magic that seemed to resonate with something deep inside him. The Horcrux connection, he realized. Voldemort had tied a fragment of his power to this ring, linking it to the piece of soul that had once resided in Harry's scar. "Thank you, Father," he said, and slipped the ring onto his finger. Power surged through him, dark, intoxicating, terrible. He felt Voldemort's presence in his mind, a connection far more intimate than any he'd experienced before. The ring was a leash, he understood. A way for Voldemort to monitor and control his heir. But it was also a weapon. Voldemort didn't realize what he'd done. Didn't understand that the connection went both ways, that Harry could feel his thoughts as clearly as Voldemort could feel his. The Dark Lord had given his son a key to his mind, trusting that his occlumency would protect him from intrusion. He was wrong. Harry smiled, bowing his head in apparent gratitude. "I will prove worthy of your trust," he said. "See that you do." Voldemort turned to address the full group. "You have survived the trial. You have proven your loyalty. Now, we begin the true work of reshaping the wizarding world according to my vision." He raised his hand, and the chamber's tapestries burst into light, images of armies marching, of castles falling, of a new order rising from the ashes of the old. "War is coming," Voldemort announced. "And you, my chosen, my faithful, will be its architects." The survivors bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Harry bowed with them, feeling the ring pulse against his finger, feeling his father's presence in his mind, feeling the weight of everything he'd learned and everything he'd have to do. The game had entered a new phase. And Harry Riddle was ready to play. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Ashes of the Old Guard. The return from Castle Drakkenberg changed everything. Harry felt the shift in the manor's atmosphere the moment they arrived, a subtle realignment of power dynamics, a new awareness in the way people looked at him. He was no longer just the Dark Lord's curious child, the bastard heir who'd killed a werewolf and somehow survived. He was a trial survivor, ring-bearer, acknowledged successor. The Death Eaters who dismissed him before now watched him with wary respect. Those who'd feared him more. And those who'd hoped to eliminate him quietly began plotting more openly. Harry noticed all of it. The conspiracy formed within a week of their return. It started with whispers, conversations that stopped when Harry entered a room, glances exchanged between certain members of the inner circle, meetings held in locations the Serpent Network couldn't reach. Harry pieced together the picture slowly, patiently, like assembling a puzzle from fragments. The old guard was moving against him. They were the Death Eaters who'd served Voldemort since the First War, men and women who'd built their positions through decades of loyal service, who saw themselves as the rightful heirs to their master's power. Rabastin Lestrange, Rodolphus's brother, who'd spent years in Azkaban and emerged with a burning hatred for anyone who'd risen while he suffered. Thorfinn Rowell, a giant of a man whose brutality had made him valuable despite his limited intelligence. Walden McNair, the executioner, whose eyes had followed Harry with predatory interest since the trial. And at their center, surprisingly, Antonin Dolohov. Harry hadn't expected Dolohov. The man had seemed content with his position, satisfied to serve rather than lead. But the trial had changed things, watching so many die, watching a 5-year-old child navigate the same dangers that had killed experienced dark wizards, had apparently ignited something in him. The scarred one meets with others in the deep rooms, Silas reported. He speaks of the old ways. Of what was promised before the child came. Of restoration. What specifically does he say? That the Dark Lord has been deceived. That the child is a threat to everything they've built. That if the child is removed, the Master will thank them for their vigilance. Harry absorbed this information with cold calm. He'd known this moment would come eventually, the moment when patience ceased to be enough, when his enemies decided that action was preferable to waiting. The only surprise was that it had taken this long. He shared the intelligence with his inner circle, Narcissa, Helena, Snape, and began preparing his response. The attack came on the night of the new moon. Harry had positioned himself deliberately vulnerable, walking the manor's grounds alone after dark, following the same route he'd used to lure Greyback. The conspirators would see opportunity where Harry saw trap. He felt them coming before he saw them. 5 magical signatures, approaching from different directions, their coordination suggesting careful planning. Dolohov from the north, Rowell from the south, McNair from the east. 2 others Harry didn't immediately recognize, flanking positions designed to cut off escape. Harry stopped in the center of the garden, turning slowly to face the darkness. "You can come out now," he called, his voice carrying in the still air. "I know you're there." Silence for a moment. Then Dolohov emerged from the shadows, his wand drawn, his scarred face twisted with hatred. "Clever child," he said. "But not clever enough. Did you really think we wouldn't notice your snakes? Wouldn't take precautions? I noticed you noticing." Harry's voice was calm, almost conversational. "I've been watching your conspiracy develop for days. The meetings in the deep rooms. The coded messages. The recruitment of allies." He smiled coldly. "You're not very good at this, Antonin." Dolohov's expression flickered with uncertainty, but he recovered quickly. "It doesn't matter what you know. You're a child. Alone. Outnumbered. Whatever tricks you've prepared, tricks." Harry laughed softly. "You think this is about tricks?" He raised his hand, and the wards he'd spent a week preparing activated. The garden transformed. Barriers of pure magical energy slammed into place, separating the conspirators from each other, trapping them in individual cells of force. The ground beneath Rowell's feet turned to quickite, a substance Harry had learned about from Helena's continental texts, dragging him down with inexorable strength. The air around McNair thickened, becoming viscous, slowing his movements to a crawl. Only Dolohov remained fully mobile, his cell larger than the others, his wand still raised. "You've made a mistake," Harry said, walking toward him. "Not in attacking me, that was inevitable. But in thinking that numbers and experience would be enough to overcome preparation. You're a child." Dolohov's voice cracked with desperation. 5 years old. "How can you? I'm older than I look." Harry stopped a few feet away, looking up at the man who'd tried to kill him. Much older. And I've faced enemies far more dangerous than you. He raised his practice wand. Sectum Sempra. The curse sliced through Dolahov's hastily raised shield, opening a gash across his chest that sprayed blood across the pristine lawn. The man screamed, staggering backward, his wand dropping from nerveless fingers. That's one, Harry said. He turned to face Raoul, who was still struggling against the quickheight that had swallowed him to the waist. Incendio. Fire erupted around the trapped man, controlled and precise, burning away the quickheight while leaving Raoul largely unharmed. The heat was intense enough to make the giant bellow in pain, but Harry needed him alive. 2. McNair was next, still moving in slow motion through the thickened air. Harry dispelled the barrier with a gesture and hit him with a stunner before he could react. 3. The two flanking Death Eaters, Harry recognized them now as Jugsun and Travers, mid-level enforcers who'd apparently been promised advancement in exchange for their participation, were still trapped in their cells. Harry walked toward them slowly, his wand raised. You have a choice, he said. Swear your loyalty to me now, renounce your involvement in this conspiracy, and live. Or refuse, and join your friends in whatever fate awaits traitors. Jugsun broke first, falling to his knees behind his barrier. I swear. I swear my loyalty. The conspiracy was Dolahov's idea, he promised us, I know what he promised. Harry dispelled Jugsun's barrier. Go to the manor. Find Lucius Malfoy. Tell him what happened here. Tell him that the old guard made their move, and failed. Jugsun scrambled to his feet and ran. Travers was made of sterner stuff. He glared at Harry through his cell walls, his expression defiant. The Dark Lord will hear of this, he snarled. You can't just, the Dark Lord already knows. Harry smiled grimly. Who do you think gave me permission to set this trap? Travers's face went pale. You're lying. The Dark Lord would never what? Allow his heir to deal with threats to his authority. Harry shook his head slowly. You don't understand my father at all. He doesn't want followers who plot behind his back. He wants followers who are smart enough to never try, or strong enough to succeed. He paused. You're neither. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light was almost beautiful in the darkness, pure, cold, absolute. Travers crumpled without a sound, his expression frozen in shock. Harry lowered his wand, feeling the weight of what he'd done settling over him. His first kill with the killing curse. His first deliberate murder, as opposed to self-defense or execution. He'd crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed, become something that couldn't be unbecome. He felt nothing. That was the worst part. He'd expected guilt, revulsion, the kind of moral horror that had haunted him after Sectum Sempra in his first life. But there was only cold emptiness, a void where his conscience should have been. You're becoming what you swore to destroy, a voice whispered in his mind. He pushed it away. This was war. War required sacrifice, not just of lives, but of principles. The boy who'd walked to his death in the Forbidden Forest had been willing to die for his beliefs. Harry Riddle needed to be willing to kill for them. He turned back to the surviving conspirators, Dolohov bleeding on the ground, Raoul whimpering in the burned remains of the quickheight, McNair unconscious at the garden's edge. Time to send a message, he said. Dawn found the manor's entrance hall decorated with bodies. Harry had arranged them carefully, deliberately, Dolohov hanging from the chandelier by magical chains, his wounds treated just enough to keep him alive but not enough to ease his suffering. Raoul and McNair flanked the main staircase, bound and gagged, their eyes wide with terror. Travers's corpse lay at the center of the hall, a warning to anyone who might consider similar treachery. The household woke to screaming. House elves, then servants, then Death Eaters emerging from their quarters to find the tableau Harry had prepared. He watched from the balcony as they gathered below, their faces showing varying degrees of shock, horror, and, in some cases, grudging respect. Bellatrix was the first to laugh. "The little prince has teeth," she cried, clapping her hands with something approaching genuine delight. "Oh, this is beautiful. Simply beautiful." She moved to examine Travers's body, her expression rapturous. "A killing curse, wasn't it? I can always tell. The eyes, the expression, there's nothing quite like it." "He was a traitor," Harry said from above. "They all were. They conspired against me, against the Dark Lord's explicit wishes. They received exactly what they deserved." "And what they deserve?" Lucius had emerged from the crowd, his face carefully neutral. "What do they deserve, in your judgment?" "Dolohov led the conspiracy. He lives, for now. The Dark Lord may want to question him." Harry's voice was cold, dispassionate. "Raoul and McNair were followers, not leaders. They can be rehabilitated, if someone wants to bother." He paused. Travers refused to submit. He died for his stubbornness. "And Jugsun?" "Jugsun was smart enough to bend. He's in the dungeons, awaiting formal judgment." Lucius was quiet for a long moment, processing. Then, slowly, he nodded. "The Dark Lord will be interested to hear of this," he said. "You've handled the situation with commendable efficiency." "I've handled the situation the way it needed to be handled." Harry descended the staircase, moving through the crowd of Death Eaters until he stood before Dolohov's hanging form. "This is what happens to traitors. This is what happens to anyone who moves against me, against my father, against the cause we all serve." He turned to face the assembled Death Eaters, his green eyes sweeping across faces that had intimidated him just months ago. "I am Hadrian Riddle. Son of the Dark Lord. Survivor of the trial. Master of the werewolves." He let the words hang in the air. "If anyone here has doubts about my authority, if anyone thinks they can challenge me and survive, speak now." Silence. "Good." Harry smiled, and there was nothing childlike about it. "Then we understand each other." He walked out of the entrance hall without looking back, leaving the Death Eaters to contemplate the new order of things. Voldemort's response came that afternoon. Harry was in his study when the message arrived, not a letter, but a direct communication through the ring he wore. His father's presence flooded his mind, cold and vast and utterly inhuman. "You have done well, my son." Harry accepted the contact, allowing himself to be drawn into the mental space where Voldemort's consciousness resided. "The conspiracy was predictable," Harry replied. "Men like Dolohov cannot accept change. They had to be dealt with. And you dealt with them efficiently. Brutally. Without mercy." A sense of approval, mixed with something darker. "You killed one of them. With my curse. He gave me no choice. There is always a choice." Voldemort's mental voice was soft, almost gentle. "You chose to kill. To use the magic of death itself, the ultimate expression of power over another living being. How did it feel?" Harry considered his answer carefully. The truth, that it had felt like nothing, like emptiness, like a void where humanity should have been, seemed dangerous to admit. "It felt necessary," he said finally. "I don't enjoy killing. But I don't hesitate when it's required." A mature perspective. Voldemort's approval deepened. "Many of my followers take pleasure in death for its own sake. They are useful tools, but limited. You understand something they do not, that death is not an end in itself, but a means to achieve greater purposes. The purpose being your vision for the wizarding world." "Our vision." The correction was pointed. "You are my heir, Hadrian. My blood. My legacy. The future I am building is as much yours as it is mine." Harry felt the ring pulse against his finger, felt the connection between them strengthen. "There is something I must tell you," Voldemort continued. "Something I have kept hidden from all but my most trusted servants." "What is it, father?" A sense of hesitation, unusual from a being so certain of himself. Then, I have taken steps to ensure my immortality. Created anchors that tie my soul to this world, that will allow me to return even if my body is destroyed. The Horcruxes. Harry had been waiting for this, the moment when Voldemort would reveal the secret that had defined his first life. Anchors? He feigned ignorance. What kind of anchors? Soul magic. The darkest arts, forbidden by every magical tradition in existence. A sense of pride, mixed with something that might have been loneliness. I have split my soul, Hadrian. Divided it among multiple vessels, so that no single act of destruction can eliminate me. That's remarkable. Harry let genuine awe color his mental voice, not for the achievement itself, but for the insanity of it. How many vessels? That information I keep to myself. But I tell you this because you deserve to know, our family cannot be destroyed. Whatever happens, whatever enemies we face, the line of Slytherin will endure. Thank you for trusting me with this, Father. Trust must be earned. You have earned it. The connection began to fade. Continue as you have begun. Build your power. Eliminate your enemies. And when the time comes for open war, I will be ready. The presence withdrew, leaving Harry alone in his mind once more. He sat in the silence for a long time, processing what he'd learned. Voldemort had revealed the Horcruxes. Not all of them, not their locations or even their number, but the fact of their existence. It was a test, Harry realized. A way of gauging his reaction, his ambition, his potential as either ally or threat. Harry had passed the test. Had shown appropriate awe and gratitude, had asked the right questions without pushing too hard. Voldemort believed his heir was loyal. But the revelation had also given Harry something valuable, confirmation. The Horcruxes existed. Were real. Were out there somewhere, waiting to be found and destroyed. Harry had suspected as much, had assumed his knowledge from the future still applied, but now he knew for certain. The game had multiple dimensions now. Political power within the Death Eaters. The Werewolf Alliance. The connection to Helena Graves and the Ministry. And underneath it all, the hunt for the Horcruxes that would make Voldemort truly mortal. Harry looked at the ring on his finger, feeling its dark pulse against his skin. Soon, he promised himself. Soon, I'll have everything I need. The weeks following the conspiracy's defeat were quiet. Harry used the time to consolidate his position, meeting individually with Death Eaters who'd witnessed his display of power and ensuring they understood the new hierarchy. Some required gentle persuasion, promises of advancement, hints of future favor. Others needed more direct approaches. Bellatrix was the most complicated. She'd approved of the violence, had practically celebrated it, but her relationship with Harry remained unpredictable. One day she'd look at him with something like maternal pride, the next, her eyes would burn with jealousy that seemed barely contained. Harry managed her carefully, walking the line between respect and challenge, showing deference without weakness. It was exhausting work, but necessary. More productive were his conversations with Snape. They met in secret, usually late at night, in locations the Serpent Network had verified as secure. Snape brought intelligence from Dumbledore's camp, the Order's activities, the Ministry's plans, the broader political landscape. Harry shared his own information in return, building a picture of the war's developing fronts. The prophecy, Snape said one night, his voice heavy with significance. Dumbledore believes it refers to a child born at the end of July. To parents who have thrice defied the Dark Lord. Harry's blood ran cold. Lily and James. Yes. And the Longbottoms, Frank and Alice. They fit the criteria as well. But Voldemort will choose the Potters. Harry's voice was flat, certain. Because of me. Because I'm a half-blood, and he'll see a connection, a threat, in another half-blood child. Snape's face was pale. You know this? From your previous life? I know that's what happened before. Voldemort heard the prophecy, decided it referred to me, and came to Godric's Hollow on Halloween to eliminate the threat. Harry closed his eyes. My mother died protecting me. Her sacrifice created a magic so powerful it rebounded the killing curse, destroyed Voldemort's body, and left me marked. The scar. The scar that I don't have now. Because I was never Harry Potter. Harry opened his eyes. The timeline has changed. The prophecy may not even apply anymore, or it may apply differently. But Voldemort still believes in it, still fears it. And that fear will drive him to act. What do we do? We prepare. Harry stood, pacing the small room. The attack on the Potters happened on October 31st, 1981. That's, he calculated quickly. Less than a year from now. We need to protect them without revealing that we know what's coming. Dumbledore has already placed them under the Fidelius charm. Peter Pettigrew is their secret keeper. Pettigrew is a traitor. The words came out harsh, bitter. He'll give up their location the moment Voldemort asks. We need to change that, convince them to use someone else, or find a way to neutralize Pettigrew before he can betray them. Snape was quiet for a moment. If we move against Pettigrew openly, we reveal our knowledge. The Dark Lord will wonder how we knew. Then we don't move openly. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. We arrange for Pettigrew to be discovered. Create evidence of his treachery that someone else finds. Let the Order reach the conclusion on their own. That's devious. That's necessary. Harry met Snape's eyes. I know you love her. I know you'd do anything to save her. But we can't just charge in and fix everything, we have to be strategic, careful. One wrong move and the whole thing unravels. And if we fail? If she dies anyway? Harry looked away. In his first life, he'd grown up with Lily's sacrifice as the defining fact of his existence. The love that had protected him, the blood magic that had kept him safe from Voldemort's direct attack. If Lily lived, that protection wouldn't exist. Harry Potter, the real Harry Potter, the one who might still be born, would be vulnerable in ways he'd never been before. But that was assuming things followed the same pattern. And they wouldn't. Harry was here, in this timeline, changing everything he touched. The future he remembered was already impossible. We won't fail, he said finally. I won't let us fail. Snape studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I'll start gathering evidence on Pettigrew. Careful. Subtle. Nothing that can be traced back to us. Good. And Severus? Yes. Thank you. For trusting me with this. For being willing to work together. Something shifted in Snape's expression, a softening, a vulnerability he rarely showed. She believed in second chances, he said quietly. Lily. She always said people could change, could become better than they were. I never believed her. He paused. Perhaps I'm starting to. He left without another word, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and his plans and the weight of a future he was still fighting to change. The breaking point came in spring. Harry was in the library when the news arrived, another meeting with Helena, reviewing intelligence reports from her network in the ministry. They'd developed a routine over the months, weekly updates, shared analysis, careful planning for contingencies neither of them wanted to face. Narcissa interrupted them, her face pale with shock. There's been an attack, she said. A Death Eater raid. But something went wrong, the ministry was waiting. It's a disaster. Harry was on his feet immediately. Where? Who was involved? The McKinnon estate. A dozen of our people, including, she hesitated. Including Lucius. Cold fear gripped Harry's heart. Whatever else Lucius was, schemer, politician, servant of darkness, he was also Harry's primary protector within the Death Eater hierarchy. If he was captured or killed, what's his status? Unknown. The reports are confused. Some say he was taken prisoner. Others say he escaped. Others, she couldn't finish the sentence. Harry moved toward the door, his mind already racing through options. Helena caught his arm. Where are you going? To find out what happened. To help if I can. You're 5 years old. If you appear at a battle site, I'm the Dark Lord's heir. If Lucius Malfoy has been captured fighting for our cause, I need to be seen responding. Harry shook off her grip. This isn't about risk management. This is about perception. About what the Death Eaters see when one of their own falls. He left before she could argue, moving through the manor's corridors with purpose. The entrance hall was already filling with Death Eaters, those who'd returned from the failed raid, those who'd stayed behind, all of them talking in urgent, frightened voices. Harry scanned the crowd, looking for familiar faces. He found Lucius near the fireplace. The man was battered, his robes torn and bloodied, but alive. He sat in a chair while Narcissa fussed over him, her earlier composure crumbling into desperate relief. Uncle. Harry approached carefully. What happened? Lucius looked up, his pale eyes finding Harry through the haze of pain and exhaustion. Ambush, he said, his voice raw. They knew we were coming. Had Aurors positioned throughout the estate, waiting. We walked into a kill box. How did they know? Someone talked. Lucius's expression hardened. Someone in our organization told the ministry exactly when and where we'd strike. We have a traitor in our ranks. Harry felt the weight of that revelation settling over the room. Another traitor. Another conspiracy, this time not against Harry personally, but against the Death Eaters as a whole. Do we know who? Not yet. But I intend to find out. Lucius tried to stand, then winced and settled back into his chair. When I do, they'll wish they'd never been born. Let me help. Harry moved closer, lowering his voice. I have resources, ways of gathering information that others don't. If there's a traitor, I can find them. Lucius studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Do it. Whatever you need, whatever access you require, you have it. Find the traitor before they can do more damage. Harry inclined his head. I'll start immediately. He turned away, already planning his investigation. The Serpent Network would be useful, but limited. Snakes couldn't penetrate the ministry's protections. He'd need other approaches. Other resources. And he thought he knew where to find them. Helena Graves was waiting for him in the conservatory. She'd entered the manor through channels Harry had established weeks ago, secret passages that bypassed the main wards, secured by magic that neither Lucius nor Voldemort fully controlled. Their meetings had become more frequent as their alliance deepened, the exchange of information flowing both ways. You've heard about the raid, she said without preamble. I've heard about the ambush. Harry closed the conservatory door, ensuring privacy. How did you know? I didn't. Not in advance. Her expression was troubled. But I've been investigating the leak since it happened. The intelligence that led to the ambush came through my department, the Office of Magical Integrity. Someone in your office is working with the Order. Someone in my office is working with Dumbledore directly. Helena began to pace, her usual composure cracking. I've suspected for months that we have a mole, but I couldn't prove it. Now I have evidence, communications, meeting records, financial transfers that don't add up. Who? My deputy. Marcus Webb. She spat the name like a curse. He's been feeding information to Dumbledore for at least a year, maybe longer. Every operation we've tracked, every investigation we've launched, he's been sharing it with the Order. Harry processed this information quickly. A mole in the Office of Magical Integrity was significant. it meant the ministry's neutral investigative arm was compromised, its resources being directed toward one side of the coming war. But it also meant opportunity. Can you prove it? I can now. The ambush gave me the final piece. Webb was the only person outside the raid team who knew the timing. He had to be the source. What are you going to do? Helena stopped pacing, her eyes meeting Harry's with fierce determination. I'm going to expose him. Publicly, undeniably. And when I do, Dumbledore loses his primary asset in the ministry. She paused. But I need your help. What kind of help? Protection. When Webb goes down, Dumbledore will know I'm responsible. He'll try to neutralize me, remove me from my position, discredit my investigations, maybe worse. Helena's voice was steady, but Harry could see the fear beneath it. I need allies who can help me survive what's coming. You have them. Harry moved closer, his voice firm with conviction. I've built a network over the past months, people who owe me favors, who believe in what I'm trying to accomplish. When you move against Webb, they'll have your back. And the Death Eaters? What happens when they learn I'm working with their enemies? They won't learn. Not from me. Harry met her gaze. You're not working with the Death Eaters, Helena. You're working with me. And I'm not my father's servant, I'm his heir. There's a difference. She studied him for a long moment. Whatever she was looking for, she seemed to find it. Then let's do this, she said. Together. The exposure of Marcus Webb happened 3 days later. Helena moved with surgical precision, evidence presented to the minister himself, witnesses called, documents produced that proved beyond any doubt that Webb had been leaking classified information to unauthorized parties. The scandal rocked the ministry, dominating headlines and drawing attention away from the war preparations that both sides were making. Webb was arrested. Tried. Sentenced to Azkaban for treason. And Helena Graves emerged as the hero of the hour, the incorruptible investigator who'd rooted out corruption in her own department, who'd sacrificed her deputy for the greater good. Harry watched the fallout from a distance, satisfied with how the pieces had fallen. The Death Eaters believed the traitor had been found and punished. Webb's arrest served as a convenient explanation for the raid's failure. The ministry believed Helena had acted out of professional integrity. And Dumbledore had lost his primary asset. His window into ministry operations had been closed, his intelligence network disrupted at a critical moment. Small victories, Harry knew. But small victories accumulated into larger ones. Each piece he moved on the board changed the shape of the game, created new possibilities while foreclosing others. The war was coming. Nothing could stop that now, the forces in motion were too powerful, the hatreds too deep, the ambitions too vast. But the war that came didn't have to be the one Harry remembered. It could be different. Better. A conflict that left something worth saving when the smoke cleared. That was what Harry was fighting for. Not victory for one side or another, but survival for everyone who deserved to survive. Protection for the people he'd grown to care about, even in this dark place. A future worth living in. He looked out at the manor's gardens, watching the spring flowers bloom in the morning light. Somewhere out there, Lily Potter was living her life, unaware of the prophecy that threatened her, the betrayal that would doom her, the son who was doing everything in his power to save her. I won't fail, Harry promised silently. Not this time. Not again. The ring on his finger pulsed with dark energy, a reminder of the connection to his father, the web of power and deception he navigated daily. But underneath the darkness, something else stirred. Hope. Against all odds, despite everything he'd done and everything he'd have to do, Harry still believed things could be different. And he would fight until his last breath to prove himself right. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Price of Power. Summer arrived with a heatwave that baked the English countryside. Malfoy Manor's cooling charms worked overtime, maintaining an artificial spring in corridors that should have sweltered. Harry barely noticed. He was too focused on the information spreading across his desk, reports from the werewolf pack, intelligence from Snape, analysis from Helena, the thousand small details that made up the picture of a world sliding toward war. The attack on the Muggle village was scheduled for 3 days from now. Harry had learned about it from the Serpent Network, whispered plans between Rowell and McNair, who'd been rehabilitated after the conspiracy's failure and were eager to prove their renewed loyalty. A small village in Devon, chosen for its isolation and the absence of magical protections. The Death Eaters planned to make an example of it, to demonstrate that no one was safe from the Dark Lord's reach. 53 people lived in that village. Harry had checked. Families. Children. People who had no idea that magic existed, that a war was brewing in the shadows, that their lives had been selected for sacrifice to a cause they couldn't comprehend. He could stop it. The information he had was specific enough: time, location, participants. A warning to the right people would be sufficient. But stopping it would expose him. The Death Eaters would know someone had talked. The investigation would be thorough, relentless. Eventually, they'd trace the leak back to its source, and Harry's carefully constructed position would crumble. Everything he'd built. Everything he was building. Gone. 453 strangers. Harry sat with that calculation for a long time, feeling its weight pressing down on him. In his first life, the choice would have been simple: of course you saved innocent lives, of course you sacrificed your own interests for the greater good. That was what heroes did. But Harry wasn't a hero anymore. He was something more complicated, more compromised, more dangerous. And the greater good he was working toward required him to maintain his position. The needs of the many, he thought bitterly. The classic utilitarian defense for moral atrocity. He could almost hear Hermione's voice, arguing back: you can't put a number on human lives. You can't calculate morality like an equation. But Hermione wasn't here. No one was here. Just Harry, alone with a choice that would define what he was becoming. He found Narcissa in the conservatory, tending to the serpents. She'd developed an affinity for the creatures over the months, not Parseltongue, nothing so dramatic, but a gentle competence that the snake seemed to appreciate. Harry watched her for a moment, this woman who'd chosen to ally herself with a 5-year-old boy against the forces that controlled her life. "You look troubled," she said without turning around. "I am troubled. Want to talk about it?" Harry moved to sit beside her, watching Silas coil contentedly around a heated rock. "There's an attack planned," he said quietly. "A Muggle village. The Death Eaters want to send a message." Narcissa's hands stilled. "I see. I can stop it. I have the information, enough to warn the right people, to evacuate the village before our forces arrive. But doing so would compromise everything. The investigation would be intense. They'd find me eventually." Narcissa was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was careful. "And you're wondering if you should do it anyway?" "I'm wondering what kind of person I'm becoming." Harry's voice cracked slightly. "In my first life, I would have saved them without hesitation. I would have thrown away everything to protect innocent people." "That Harry died," Narcissa said gently. "You've told me as much. His way didn't work. So I should just let 53 people die. Because it's strategically convenient. I'm not telling you what to do." She turned to face him, her eyes soft with something that might have been compassion. "I'm telling you that whatever you decide, you need to be able to live with it. Not just in the moment, but for years afterward." Harry looked away. "That's not very helpful." "No. It isn't." She reached out and touched his hand. "But it's the truth. There's no right answer here, Hadrian. Just different kinds of wrong." He sat with her in silence for a while, watching the serpents, feeling the weight of impossible choices pressing down on his shoulders. That night, Harry made his decision. He found Helena in her office at the ministry, working late as she often did. She looked up as he entered, surprise flickering across her face. You shouldn't be here. If someone sees you, I need your help. Something in his voice made her stop. She set down her quill and gave him her full attention. What's wrong? Harry told her. The attack, the village, the impossible calculation he'd been running in his head for days. When he finished, Helena was quiet for a long moment. You want me to arrange an evacuation, she said finally. Make it look like routine ministry business, a gas leak, a contamination scare, something that gets everyone out before the Death Eaters arrive. Can you do it? Possibly. It would take coordination, resources I'm not sure I can access on short notice. She studied him. But that's not really what you're asking, is it? Harry shook his head. I'm asking if I should. Why does my opinion matter? Because you're the closest thing I have to a moral compass. The words came out raw, honest. Everyone else in my life is either a Death Eater or compromised by their own agendas. You're the only person I know who still believes in doing the right thing because it's right. Helena was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was heavy. I've made choices in my career. Terrible choices. Cases I dropped because pursuing them would have been politically inconvenient. Criminals I let walk because convicting them would have exposed corruption I wasn't ready to fight. She met his eyes. I'm not the moral compass you think I am. You're trying to be better. That counts for something. Does it? She smiled sadly. I used to think so. Now I'm not sure. Silence stretched between them. If you stop this attack, Helena said finally, you save 53 lives. Maybe more, if the Death Eaters would have escalated afterward. But you also risk everything you've built, the Werewolf Alliance, your position in the organization, your ability to influence events from the inside. I know. If you don't stop it, those people die. But you preserve your ability to potentially save thousands more when the real war begins. I know that too. There's no right answer. Everyone keeps telling me that. Harry's voice was bitter. As if acknowledging the impossibility of the choice makes it easier somehow. Helena stood and moved to the window, looking out at the nighttime ministry. When I was young, she said, I believed that justice was absolute. That right and wrong were clear, and my job was simply to enforce the distinction. She turned back to face him. I was naive. The world is more complicated than that. Sometimes the right thing creates worse outcomes than the wrong thing. Sometimes evil serves good ends, and good intentions lead to catastrophe. So what do you do? When there's no clear path? You choose. And you live with it. She moved back to her desk, sitting down heavily. I can arrange the evacuation. It'll be risky, but it's possible. If you want me to do it, I will. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the moment. 53 lives. Everything he'd built. The future he was trying to create. Do it, he said. The evacuation happened 2 days later. A gas leak was discovered in the village, severe enough to require immediate evacuation. Ministry workers descended on the area, efficiently moving residents to temporary shelters miles away. By the time the Death Eaters arrived, the village was empty. They destroyed it anyway, of course. Burned the buildings, collapsed the structures, left the dark mark floating over the wreckage. But there were no bodies. No victims. No blood sacrificed to the Dark Lord's ambition. The news spread through the wizarding world, the Death Eaters had attacked, but something had gone wrong. Their target had been evacuated. Someone had known. The investigation began immediately. Harry watched it unfold with a mixture of relief and dread. The lives had been saved, that much was certain. But the consequences were already rippling outward, destabilizing the careful balance he'd maintained. Voldemort was furious. Harry felt his father's rage through the ring, a wave of cold anger that made his teeth ache. The Dark Lord demanded answers, demanded the traitor's head, demanded proof that his organization hadn't been compromised. The Death Eaters turned on each other. Accusations flew. Old grudges resurfaced. The paranoia that had always simmered beneath the surface erupted into open conflict. Through it all, Harry kept his head down and his expression neutral. He wasn't suspected, not directly. His position as Voldemort's heir, his youth, his established record of loyalty all protected him from scrutiny. But he could feel the pressure building, the walls closing in. It was Snape who finally came to him with the truth. "They've found something," he said, his face pale. "Not you, not directly. But there's a trail." The evacuation was too clean, too professional. Someone in the ministry had to be involved. Helena. Yes. They're investigating her department, looking for connections. Snape's voice was tight with urgency. "If they find her, if they trace her communications, they'll find me." Harry felt ice crystallize in his chest. "They'll find everything. You need to act. Now, before the investigation gets too close." Harry's mind raced through options, discarding them one by one. Running wasn't possible, it would confirm suspicion, destroy his position, probably get him killed. Fighting back would require resources he didn't have. Hiding the evidence was impossible, it was already in ministry hands. But there was another option. Darker. More terrible. "I need to give them someone else," he said slowly. "Someone believable. Someone whose guilt would explain the evidence and close the investigation." Snape understood immediately. A sacrifice. Yes. Who? Harry closed his eyes, running through the possibilities. It had to be someone plausible, someone with access, with motive, with the capability to have leaked the information. Someone whose death would satisfy Voldemort's rage without raising further questions. One name kept surfacing, no matter how hard he tried to dismiss it. Marcus Webb. The man Helena had already exposed as a ministry mole. The man sitting in Azkaban, awaiting formal sentencing. The man everyone already believed was a traitor to the Death Eater cause. "Webb," Harry said. "He's already compromised. Already suspected. If evidence emerged that he'd been feeding information about the village attack, the investigation closes," Snape finished. "The Dark Lord has his traitor. Helena is cleared. But Webb dies." Harry's voice was hollow. "He's already in Azkaban. If they decide he's responsible for this, he dies either way." Snape's tone was pragmatic. "He's serving a life sentence. The Dementors will eventually claim him regardless." "That's not the same thing." "No. It's not." Snape met his eyes. "But you've already made your choice. You saved those villagers, knowing there would be consequences. This is the consequence." Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to find another way, some alternative that didn't require sacrificing an innocent man, because Webb was innocent of this particular crime, whatever else he'd done. But there was no alternative. Not one that didn't lead to his own exposure, to Helena's death, to the collapse of everything they'd built. "Do it," Harry said. "Fabricate the evidence. Make it look like Webb was responsible." Snape nodded once and left without another word. Harry stood alone in the silence, feeling something inside him crack. This is the price, he thought. The price of power. The price of trying to change the world. He'd saved 53 lives. And he'd condemned one man to death for a crime he didn't commit. He tried to tell himself it was worth it. Tried to believe the calculation made sense, one life against 53, a simple equation with a clear answer. But it didn't feel simple. It felt like murder. And Harry knew, with cold certainty, that this wouldn't be the last time he faced such a choice. The evidence against Webb was compelling. Snape had done excellent work, communications that suggested Webb had maintained contact with a Death Eater handler even after his arrest, information that pointed to the village attack as his final act of treachery before being silenced. The Ministry investigators, already primed to believe the worst of the man, accepted the evidence without much scrutiny. Webb was brought before the Waisengemot for emergency sentencing. Harry attended in disguise, using the same glamour that had served him at the party where he'd first met Helena. He told himself it was strategic, that he needed to see the result of his machinations, to ensure the frame held up under scrutiny. The truth was simpler. He needed to watch. Webb looked broken. The man who'd sat confidently in ministry offices, who'd believed himself clever enough to play both sides, had been reduced to a hollow shell. Azkaban had already begun its work, the Dementors draining hope and vitality from him in equal measure. His eyes were sunken, his hands shook, his voice trembled when he tried to speak. "I didn't," he managed, before the Waisengemot silenced him. "The village, I didn't know, the evidence speaks for itself," the chief warlock intoned. "Marcus Webb, you have been found guilty of treason, conspiracy, and murder. The sentence is death, to be carried out immediately." Webb screamed as they dragged him away, a terrible, broken sound that echoed through the chamber long after he was gone. Harry left the Waisengemot without looking back. He found a quiet alley nearby and vomited until there was nothing left, his body's rejection of what his mind had chosen to do. "Monster," he thought. "You're becoming a monster." But the village was safe. Helena was protected. The investigation was closed. And the war was still coming, still demanding his attention, still requiring sacrifices he'd never imagined making. Harry straightened, wiped his mouth, and began walking back toward the apparition point. There was work to do. Helena found him that evening. She appeared at the manor through the secret passages, her face pale with a mixture of relief and guilt that mirrored Harry's own feelings. "Webb is dead," she said. "I know. I was there." She stopped, processing. "You watched them execute him." "I needed to see." Helena moved to stand beside him at the window, looking out at the darkening garden. "I heard what he said. That he didn't know about the village. He didn't." She turned sharply to face him. "What?" "The evidence was fabricated." Harry's voice was flat, emotionless. "Webb had nothing to do with the evacuation." "I did. But I needed someone to take the blame, and he was convenient." Helena stared at him for a long moment. Horror, betrayal, understanding flickered across her face in rapid succession. "You framed him." "Yes. He was innocent. Of this crime, at least." "Yes." "And you let them execute him." "Yes." Silence stretched between them, heavy with the weight of what Harry had admitted. "Why are you telling me this?" Helena asked finally. "I could destroy you with this information." "You could." Harry turned to face her. "But you won't. Because you understand why I did it. Because you would have done the same thing, if our positions were reversed." "You don't know that." "I do." He met her eyes steadily. "You told me yourself, you've dropped cases, let criminals walk, compromised your principles for the greater good. The only difference between us is degree." Helena looked away, her jaw tight. "I don't know if I can work with you anymore," she said quietly. "After this." "I know. What you did, it's not just illegal. It's evil." "I know that too." "Then how can you live with yourself?" Harry was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was raw with something that might have been honesty. "I can't," he said. "Not really. Every day, I wake up and I look at what I've done, what I'm becoming, and I hate it. I hate myself for the choices I've made and the choices I'll have to make." He paused. "But I keep going anyway. Because the alternative is worse." "What alternative?" "Letting Voldemort win. Letting the world I came from happen again, the death, the destruction, the loss of everything that matters. Harry's voice hardened. I've already died once for a future that turned to ash. This time, I'm willing to kill for one that might actually survive. Helena studied him for a long time. You're not a child, she said finally. I've always known that, but hearing you now, you sound like someone who's been fighting for decades. In a way, I have. Will you tell me the full truth? Where you really came from, what you really are? Harry considered the request. He'd already told Snape, had shared pieces of his story with Helena and Narcissa. But the full truth, the complete picture of who he'd been and what he'd lost, not yet, he said. Someday, maybe. When the war is over. When we've survived. Will we survive? I don't know. Harry looked back out the window, watching the last light fade from the sky. But I intend to try. Helena stood beside him in silence for a long time. Then, slowly, she reached out and took his hand. Then I'll try with you, she said. Even knowing what you are. What you've done. Because you're right, the alternative is worse. Harry felt something ease in his chest, not absolution, not forgiveness, but something simpler. Companionship. Understanding. The knowledge that he wasn't entirely alone. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me yet. Helena's voice was grim. We're just getting started. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The Dog and the Snake. Autumn painted the grounds of Malfoy Manor in shades of gold and crimson. Harry stood at his bedroom window, watching leaves spiral down from ancient oaks, and thought about Sirius Black. The information had come through Snape 2 days ago, fragments of conversation overheard at order meetings, whispered intelligence that painted a picture Harry had been dreading. Sirius had learned about him. About Voldemort's son. About the child who'd somehow risen to prominence in the Death Eater ranks despite being barely old enough for primary school. And Sirius was coming to kill him. Harry understood the logic. In Sirius's mind, eliminating Voldemort's heir would be a strategic victory, removing a potential successor, disrupting the Dark Lord's plans, striking at the heart of the enemy's organization. He didn't know that Harry was anything more than what he appeared to be. Didn't know about the reincarnation, the borrowed memories, the desperate mission to prevent a future that had already destroyed everything. To Sirius Black, Harry was just another monster to be slain. The irony was almost painful. In his first life, Sirius had been the closest thing Harry had to a father. The man who'd escaped Azkaban, who'd lived as a fugitive, who'd died falling through the veil because he couldn't bear to let his godson face danger alone. Harry had mourned him for years, still mourned him, in some deep part of himself that the reincarnation hadn't touched. And now that same man was hunting him. Time makes strange bedfellows, Harry thought bitterly. He turned from the window and began to prepare. The wards around the manor were extensive, but Harry knew their weaknesses. He'd spent months studying them, learning their patterns, identifying the gaps that a sufficiently skilled wizard might exploit. If he could find those gaps, so could Sirius. The man was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. Harry positioned himself in the East Garden, deliberately visible, deliberately alone. The same strategy he'd used against Greyback, the same calculated vulnerability. But this time, he wasn't planning to kill. This time, he was planning to talk. The attack came just after midnight. Harry felt the wards shiver as someone slipped through their outer perimeter, not a breach, exactly, but a subtle displacement that suggested intimate familiarity with Black family magic. Of course. Sirius would have grown up learning these protections, would know their architecture from the inside. A shadow moved between the hedges. Harry stayed perfectly still, his practice wand loose in his grip, his heart pounding despite his outward calm. You can stop sneaking, he called into the darkness. I know you're there. Silence. Then a laugh, harsh, bitter, carrying an edge of madness that made Harry's chest ache with recognition. Clever little snake. Sirius emerged from the shadows, his wand raised, his gaunt face illuminated by moonlight. He looked different from how Harry remembered, younger, not yet broken by 12 years in Azkaban, but already carrying the weight of a war that had taken everything from him. "Did your daddy teach you how to spot assassins?" "My father hasn't taught me anything." Harry kept his voice steady. "He barely acknowledges I exist." "Then you won't mind if I remove you from the equation?" "I'd mind very much, actually." Harry raised his empty hand, showing he had no intention of drawing his wand. "But before you try, there's something you should know." Sirius's wand didn't waver. "Oh. And what's that?" "Peter Pettigrew is alive." The words hit Sirius like a physical blow. His face went pale, his wand hand trembling slightly. "What did you say?" "Peter Pettigrew. Your friend. The one everyone thinks is dead." Harry spoke carefully, watching Sirius's reaction. "He's alive. He faked his death. And he's been hiding as a rat for years, waiting for his master to return." "You're lying." But doubt had crept into Sirius's voice. "Peter died. I saw, the finger, you saw what he wanted you to see. A finger he cut off himself, a street full of Muggle bodies, the perfect frame for murder." Harry took a slow step forward. "Think about it, Sirius. You were there. You saw the aftermath. Did it really add up? One curse that killed 12 Muggles but left nothing of Peter except a single finger?" Sirius's expression twisted with conflicting emotions, rage, disbelief, a desperate hope that he was clearly trying to suppress. "Why would you tell me this? You're the Dark Lord's son. You should be trying to kill me, I'm not my father." Harry cut him off firmly. "I'm not what you think I am. Not what anyone thinks I am." He paused, weighing his next words. "And I have proof. About Peter." "What proof?" Harry reached into his robes, moving slowly so Sirius wouldn't interpret it as a threat. He withdrew a photograph, wizarding, animated, showing a family gathered around a table. A father, a mother, several children. And on one boy's shoulder, a rat with a missing toe. "The Weasley family," Harry said. "Arthur and Molly Weasley, with their children. This photograph was taken 6 months ago." He held it out toward Sirius. "Look at the rat, Sirius. Look carefully." Sirius snatched the photograph with his free hand, his wand still pointed at Harry. He stared at it for a long moment, his face cycling through disbelief, recognition, and finally a rage so pure it seemed to radiate heat. "Scabbers," he breathed. "They call him Scabbers. He's been hiding with them for years. Waiting. Watching. And when the time comes, he'll betray them the same way he betrayed James and Lily." The mention of those names made Sirius flinch. His grip on the photograph tightened, knuckles going white. "How do you know this?" His voice was raw, dangerous. "How do you know about James and Lily?" Harry had prepared for this question. Had spent hours deciding how much to reveal, how much truth to mix with necessary deception. "I know things," he said carefully. "Things I shouldn't know. Things about the past, the present, the future. I can't explain how, not yet, not fully, but I can tell you this, everything you believe about that night is wrong. Peter was the secret keeper, not you. Peter betrayed the Potters. Peter murdered those Muggles and framed you for it. I already know that." Sirius's voice was bitter. "I've known it for years. But no one believes me." "I believe you." Harry met his eyes steadily. "And I can prove it. Help you capture Peter. Clear your name." Sirius stared at him, suspicion warring with desperate hope. "Why would you do that? What do you gain?" "An ally who's outside my father's control. Someone who can act where I can't, reach people I can't reach." Harry paused. "And maybe, Maybe I'm tired of watching innocent people suffer for crimes they didn't commit. The silence stretched between them, heavy with the weight of impossible decisions. Finally, Sirius lowered his wand. "If this is a trap," he said slowly, "if you're playing me, then you can kill me yourself. I won't even fight back." Sirius laughed again, but this time there was less madness in it. Something that might have been genuine amusement. "You've got nerve, I'll give you that." He studied Harry's face with new interest. "There's something about you. Something familiar. I can't quite place it. Maybe you will, someday." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "For now, let's focus on the rat." They moved to a more secure location, an abandoned cottage on the edge of the manor's grounds, one that Harry had converted into a meeting space months ago. Sirius seemed uncomfortable in any structure connected to the Malfoys, but the wards were strong and the privacy was absolute. "How did you get this photograph?" Sirius asked, examining it again in the lamplight. "The Weasleys aren't exactly friendly to Death Eaters. I have sources everywhere. People who don't know they're providing information, people who think they're serving other interests." Harry settled into a chair across from Sirius. "The important thing is that Peter is there, in that house, pretending to be a pet. We need to extract him." "Extract him?" Sirius's voice dripped with venom. "I'd rather kill him." "You can't. Not yet." Harry leaned forward. "Think about it. If Peter dies, you stay a wanted fugitive forever. But if he's captured alive, questioned under Veritaserum, forced to confess his crimes in front of witnesses, I'm cleared." Sirius's eyes widened as he processed the implications. "I could be free." "Exactly. And a free Sirius Black is much more useful than a dead Peter Pettigrew." "Useful to whom?" Suspicion crept back into Sirius's expression. "To you. To your father. To everyone who wants to survive what's coming." Harry's voice hardened. "War is coming, Sirius. A real war, not the skirmishes we've seen so far. My father is building an army, consolidating power, preparing to tear the wizarding world apart. When that happens, people will need to choose sides. And you think I'll choose your side? I think you'll choose the side that protects the people you love." Harry met his eyes. "James and Lily are alive, Sirius. For now. But they won't be for much longer unless someone intervenes." Sirius went very still. "What do you know about James and Lily?" "I know there's a prophecy. I know my father believes it refers to their son, a child not yet born, but soon to be. I know he's planning to eliminate that child, and anyone who stands in his way." "How?" Sirius stopped, clearly struggling to process. "How can you know about the prophecy?" "The same way I know about Peter. The same way I know that your plan to kill me was suggested by Dumbledore, who sees Voldemort's heir as a threat to be eliminated rather than a potential ally to be cultivated." Harry paused, letting the implications sink in. "I know a lot of things, Sirius. Things that could save lives or damn them. The question is whether you're willing to work with me to save the ones that matter." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough with emotion. "You're asking me to trust the Dark Lord's son? To ally with someone I came here to kill? I'm asking you to see past the label and look at what I'm actually doing." Harry stood, moving to the window. "In the months since I came to this house, I've taken control of a werewolf pack and turned them from mindless killers into disciplined soldiers. I've exposed a traitor in the Ministry. I've prevented an attack that would have killed 50 innocent people." He turned back to face Sirius. "Does that sound like the work of someone who wants the Dark Lord to win? It sounds like the work of someone who's playing a very long game." "It is." Harry didn't deny it. "But the game I'm playing isn't the one you think. I'm not trying to help my father build his empire. I'm trying to build something that can survive when his empire falls. And you think it will fall? I know it will. I've seen the end of his story, Sirius. I know how this all plays out. Harry's voice dropped, carrying a weight of memory that made the words feel ancient. And I know that unless we change things, unless we build something different, something better, everyone loses. Including the people we're both trying to protect. Sirius studied him for a long time. Whatever he was looking for, he seemed to find something, or perhaps he simply decided that the risk was worth taking. All right, he said finally. I'm not saying I trust you. I'm not saying I believe everything you've told me. But I'm willing to listen. And I'm willing to help you capture Peter, if that's what it takes to clear my name. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, not quite relief, but something close. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Sirius's smile was grim. We still have to actually do it. And from what I remember, Peter was always better at running than fighting. Then we'll make sure he has nowhere to run. The plan took a week to develop. Harry and Sirius met in secret, coordinating through messages carried by serpents and owls charmed to avoid detection. They studied the Weasley household, learned its routines, identified the moments when Peter would be most vulnerable. The challenge was extraction without exposure. If they simply attacked the burrow, they'd have to deal with 7 wizards and a host of magical protections. If they tried to lure Peter away, he might sense the trap and flee. The rat had survived this long by being paranoid. Any approach had to account for that paranoia. It was Sirius who finally suggested the solution. The full moon, he said, during one of their late-night meetings. 3 days from now. The Weasleys have a family tradition, they spend that night outside, stargazing. The children are allowed to stay up late. And Peter goes with them. The boy carries him everywhere. Ron, the youngest son. Sirius's expression flickered with something like guilt. If we time it right, we can separate him from the group. Use magic to contain him before he can transform. And then? Then we bring him somewhere he can be questioned. Somewhere with witnesses who can't be dismissed as biased. Sirius paused. I have contacts in the Order. People who'll listen, even if they don't want to. Harry considered the plan. It was risky, any contact with the Order risked exposing his own position, but the potential reward was significant. A captured Peter Pettigrew, confessing under Veritaserum, would accomplish multiple objectives at once, clearing Sirius's name, alerting the Order to the traitor in their midst, and potentially changing the circumstances around the prophecy entirely. Do it, he said. But I can't be directly involved in the capture. If anyone sees me, I know. I'll handle Peter. You just make sure the questioning happens somewhere credible. They shook hands, an alliance sealed in the darkness of an abandoned cottage. Harry watched Sirius disappear into the night, feeling the weight of what they'd set in motion. 3 days. Then everything changed. The full moon rose over a cloudless sky. Harry waited in the shadows at the edge of the Weasley property, hidden beneath a cloak that Snape had enchanted for perfect concealment. He could see the family gathered in the garden, Arthur and Molly, their children spread across blankets, telescopes pointed at the stars. And there, clutched in young Ron Weasley's arms, a fat grey rat with a missing toe. Sirius moved like a ghost. He'd been practicing for this moment, Harry knew, rehearsing the approach, the timing, the precise sequence of spells that would trap Peter before he could escape. Years of evading capture had made Sirius an expert at avoiding detection, now he was using those skills offensively. The Weasleys never saw him coming. One moment, Ron was laughing at something his brother had said. The next, Sirius was there, a stunning spell dropping the boy gently to the ground, a containment charm wrapping around the rat before it could flee. Chaos erupted. Arthur Weasley was on his feet immediately, wand raised, shouting warnings to his family. Molly was gathering children, pushing them toward the house. The older boys, Charlie and Bill, Harry recognized, were already casting, their spells lighting up the night. But Sirius was already gone. He'd operate the moment Peter was secured, vanishing with the captured rat to the location they'd arranged. The Weasleys were left standing in their garden, confused and frightened, their youngest son unconscious but unharmed on the grass. Harry withdrew from his hiding place and followed. The Ministry interrogation chamber was supposed to be empty. Helena had arranged it, a quiet night, skeleton staff, documentation that would show the room was undergoing maintenance. No one was supposed to know that 3 figures gathered in its center, a wanted fugitive, a captured animagus, and the 5-year-old heir to the Dark Lord. Peter Pettigrew hung in the air, trapped in a magical cage that prevented transformation. He'd already tried to escape twice, slamming himself against the barriers with desperate ferocity. Now he simply hung there, his rat form trembling, his tiny eyes filled with terror. "Force the transformation," Sirius said. "I want to see his face." Harry cast the spell, a complex piece of magic that overrode an animagus's natural control, and watched Peter Pettigrew resume human form. The man was pathetic. Short, balding, soft around the middle. His watery eyes darted between Sirius and Harry, his hands clutching at the cage's invisible bars. "Sirius," he squeaked. "Sirius, please, you don't understand, I understand perfectly." Sirius's voice was cold as ice. "I understand that you betrayed James. Betrayed Lily. Framed me for murders you committed and let me rot while you hid like the coward you are. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, so you killed them instead." Sirius raised his wand. "You sold your best friends for your own worthless life." "Wait." Harry stepped between them. "We need him alive. We need his confession." "I don't need his confession." Sirius's face was twisted with rage. "I need him dead." "And then what? You stay a fugitive forever. The world never learns the truth. James and Lily's memory is stained by association with you, the supposed murderer." Harry forced Sirius to meet his eyes. "I know you want revenge. I understand it. But revenge doesn't serve the living, it only satisfies the dead." The word seemed to reach Sirius, cutting through his rage. He lowered his wand slowly, his expression shifting from fury to something more complicated. "Fine," he said. "We do this your way. But when it's over, when the truth is out, then Peter faces justice. Real justice, not execution in a ministry basement." Harry turned to face the trembling captive. "And you, Peter, are going to tell us everything. Every secret you've kept, every betrayal you've committed, every plan you know about. And if you cooperate, if you help us protect the people your cowardice has endangered, maybe, just maybe, you'll get to live." Peter looked between them, calculating his options. Whatever he saw must have convinced him, because he slumped in his cage, the fight going out of him. "What do you want to know?" The interrogation lasted hours. Peter talked. Under the influence of Veritaserum, he couldn't do anything else. The truth poured out of him in a stream of confessions that painted a picture of systematic betrayal. He'd been a Death Eater since before the Potters' deaths. Had fed information to Voldemort for years, helping the Dark Lord identify targets, avoid traps, maintain his advantage in the First War. The Secret Keeper switch had been his idea, a way to deflect suspicion while guaranteeing the Potter's location would reach his master. But it was the final revelation that made Harry's blood run cold. "The prophecy," Peter whispered, his eyes unfocused from the potion. "The Dark Lord knows about the prophecy. He's already decided, the Potter boy. The one born at the end of July. He's the one." "When?" Harry demanded. "When does he plan to act?" "Halloween. He's planned it for Halloween. The night the barriers between worlds grow thin, when dark magic is strongest." Peter's voice dropped to a bare whisper. "He's going to kill them all. James, Lily, the baby. Make an example of them." Harry felt the words like physical blows. Halloween. October 31, 1981. The date was burned into his memory, the anniversary of everything he'd lost. And now he had a chance to change it. "We need to warn them," Sirius said urgently. "We need to, we will." Harry's mind was racing, processing possibilities. But carefully. If Voldemort learns his plan has been compromised, he'll accelerate. Or change targets. Sirius understood immediately. The Longbottoms. They fit the prophecy too. Exactly. We need to protect both families without revealing what we know. Harry turned back to Peter. Who else knows the date? Who else has access to this information? Just me. And the Dark Lord himself. Peter's voice was barely audible. He keeps his most important plans secret. Even from the inner circle. That was something, at least. The leak could be contained, the information managed. "Here's what's going to happen," Harry said, his voice cold with authority. "Peter is going to be transferred to Azkaban, awaiting trial. His confession will be documented, witnessed, made part of the official record. Sirius will be cleared of all charges." "And the prophecy?" Sirius asked. "The attack on the Potters? That's my problem." Harry met his eyes. "You can't be involved directly. If Dumbledore or the Order suspects you're working with me, everything we've accomplished tonight falls apart. You want me to just walk away? Leave James and Lily too. I want you to trust me." Harry's voice softened. "I know you have every reason not to. I know I'm asking a lot. But I've told you the truth tonight, about Peter, about the prophecy, about what's coming. I've given you your freedom back. Now I need you to give me time." Sirius struggled with the request, his loyalty to his friends warring with the logic of Harry's argument. "How long?" he asked finally. "Until Halloween. Less than 2 months." Harry paused. "If I haven't found a way to protect them by then, if I've failed, you can do whatever you think is necessary. I won't stop you. And if you succeed, then we'll have changed everything. The prophecy, the war, the future that everyone assumes is inevitable." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "It's worth a shot, don't you think?" Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. 2 months, he said. "Don't make me regret this." "I won't." The aftermath of Peter's capture unfolded exactly as Harry had planned. The confession was documented, witnessed by Helena and 2 Aurors she trusted. The evidence was presented to the Wizengamot, who had no choice but to acknowledge Sirius Black's innocence. The news spread through the wizarding world like wildfire, the wrongly accused man, the hidden traitor, the stunning reversal of everything people had believed for years. Sirius was free. Harry watched the headlines, feeling a mixture of satisfaction and anxiety. One piece of the puzzle had fallen into place, but the larger picture was still incomplete. Halloween was approaching, and he still didn't have a plan to save the Potters. But he had allies now. Real allies, people who knew at least part of the truth and had chosen to stand with him. Snape, working from inside the Death Eater ranks. Helena, providing support from within the Ministry. Sirius, free and determined to protect the friends he'd nearly lost. And the werewolf pack, loyal and ready to act when the moment came. It wasn't an army. It wasn't even a proper organization. But it was a start. Harry looked out at the autumn sunset, watching the sky burn with shades of orange and red. 2 months until Halloween. 2 months to change the future. He intended to make them count. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, The Ministry's Hand. October arrived with a cold wind that stripped the last leaves from the manor's trees. Harry felt the change in the air like a physical pressure, the weight of the approaching deadline, the knowledge that Halloween was less than 4 weeks away. Every day brought him closer to the moment that had defined his first life, the night when everything had been set in motion. He couldn't let it happen the same way. The plan had been forming in his mind for weeks, pieces falling into place like a puzzle he could almost see. Protect the Potters without revealing his knowledge. Neutralize the threat without alerting Voldemort. Change the future while appearing to serve it. Simple, really. Except that Helena Graves had gone missing. The news came through his ministry contacts, a routine report that turned his blood to ice. Helena hadn't appeared at work for 3 days. Her apartment was empty, her belongings undisturbed. No signs of struggle, no indication of where she'd gone. She'd simply vanished. Harry's first thought was betrayal. Someone had discovered her connection to him, had moved against her before she could compromise the investigation. But the more he considered it, the less sense that made. Helena was too careful, too methodical. She wouldn't have left a trail obvious enough to follow. Which meant someone else had found her. Someone with resources and reach that exceeded what the Death Eaters possessed. The Office of Magical Integrity. Harry began digging, using every source at his disposal. The Serpent Network spread through the Ministry's corridors, listening for whispers, tracking the movements of investigators. What they reported back made his anxiety deepen into something closer to dread. A new task force had been formed. Secret, off the books, reporting directly to the minister himself. Their mandate was simple: identify and eliminate threats to magical stability that fell outside normal jurisdiction. Threats like Harry. The task force had been tracking anomalies for months, unusual magical signatures, impossible events, patterns that didn't fit any known explanation. They'd connected the werewolf pack's transformation, the village evacuation, the conspiracy's defeat. They didn't know Harry's name yet, but they were getting closer. And they had Helena. The interrogation facility was hidden beneath the ministry itself. Harry learned its location from a junior clerk who'd been present during its construction, a nervous young man who'd been persuaded to talk through a combination of bribery and subtle legitimacy. The facility occupied 3 levels below the Department of Mysteries, accessible only through passages that didn't appear on any official map. Getting in would be nearly impossible. Getting Helena out would be even harder. Harry considered his options carefully. A direct assault was suicide. Even with his abilities, he couldn't fight through the Ministry's defenses alone. Calling on his Death Eater allies would expose his connection to Helena, destroying both of them. The werewolf pack was too visible, too easily traced. He needed someone who could move through the Ministry without raising suspicion. Someone with legitimate access to the building's lower levels. Someone like Sirius Black. They met in the abandoned cottage, the location that had become their regular meeting place. Sirius listened to Harry's explanation with growing concern, his expression shifting from disbelief to anger to something that might have been respect. "You built an alliance with a ministry investigator," he said when Harry finished. "While simultaneously controlling a werewolf pack and climbing the ranks of the Death Eaters. I build alliances wherever I can. And now you want me to break into a secret ministry facility to rescue her. I want you to use your newly cleared status to access areas of the ministry that would be suspicious for anyone else." Harry leaned forward. "You're a Black, Sirius. Your family has connections to every dark corner of the wizarding world. If anyone can navigate the ministry's hidden spaces, it's you. I've been avoiding those connections my entire life. And now I'm asking you to use them. Just once. To save someone who's been helping me protect the people you care about." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. "What's she like?" he asked finally. "This Helena Graves. Brilliant. Ruthless. Completely incorruptible." Harry paused. "She reminds me of someone I used to know. Someone who believed that doing the right thing mattered, even when it was hard." "Sounds like Lily." "Yes." The word came out rough, loaded with meaning Harry didn't fully intend. "She does." Sirius studied him with new intensity. "You're not just trying to save an ally," he said slowly. "You actually care about her." "I care about everyone who's chosen to help me. Everyone who's risked their life for a cause they don't fully understand." Harry met his eyes. "Including you." Something shifted in Sirius's expression, a softening, a recognition. "All right," he said. "I'll do it. But I'm going to need backup. Someone who can handle themselves if things go wrong. I have someone in mind." Snape was less than enthusiastic about the plan. "You want me to infiltrate a secret ministry facility with Sirius Black," he said flatly. "The man I've hated since childhood. The man who nearly got me killed. I want you to work with someone you dislike in order to save someone we both need." Harry's voice was firm. "I know the history between you. I know it's complicated. But this is bigger than old grudges." "Is it?" Snape's dark eyes glittered with suppressed emotion. "Or is it just another step in your endless scheming? Another piece moved on a board only you can see?" "It's both." Harry didn't flinch from the accusation. "I'm always scheming, always planning, always trying to see 3 moves ahead. That's how I survive. That's how I protect the people who depend on me." He paused. "But Helena Graves isn't just a piece on my board. She's a person who trusted me, who helped me when she had every reason not to. I owe her." Snape was silent for a long moment. "You're not what I expected," he said finally. "When I first saw you, when I felt that wrongness in you, I thought you were a threat. Something dangerous that needed to be contained. And now? Now I think you're something more complicated. Something that might be dangerous and valuable in equal measure." Snape shook his head slowly. "I'll help you. Not because I trust you, and certainly not because I want to work with Black. But because you're right, we need Helena Graves. And because—" He hesitated. "Because? Because Lily would want me to. If she knew. If she could see what you're trying to do." Snape's voice was rough with something that might have been grief. "She always believed in second chances." Harry felt the weight of those words settle over him. "Thank you, Severus. Don't thank me yet. We still have to actually do this." The infiltration happened 3 nights later. Sirius used his family connections to access the ministry's lower levels, passages that had been built by Blacks generations ago, hidden routes that didn't appear on any official documentation. Snape followed, his expertise in stealth and dark magic complementing Sirius's knowledge of the building's architecture. Harry waited at the cottage, monitoring their progress through a communication charm that Snape had designed. The magic was crude but effective, pulses of energy that conveyed basic information without requiring words. 2 pulses, they'd reached the first checkpoint. 3 pulses, moving to the second level. 1 long pulse, trouble. Harry's heart rate spiked. He waited, counting seconds, straining to sense any additional communication. The silence stretched, agonizing and absolute. Then, 4 pulses in rapid succession. Target acquired. Extraction in progress. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. 20 minutes later, Sirius and Snape apparat into the cottage's garden, Helena supported between them. She was conscious but barely, her face pale, her robes torn, bruises visible on her arms and neck. They interrogated her, Sirius said grimly. "Hard. She didn't break, as far as we could tell, but I didn't break." Helena's voice was rough but firm. "I didn't tell them anything." "Helena." Harry moved to her side, helping ease her into a chair. "What did they want to know?" "Everything." She laughed bitterly. "Who I was working with. How I knew about the attack. Where the intelligence was coming from." Her eyes found Harry's. "They know about you. Not your name, not your position, but they know someone is pulling strings. Someone with access to both sides of the war." "Did they guess it was a child?" "No." She shook her head weakly. "They're looking for a mastermind. An adult operative with years of experience. The idea that a 5-year-old could be responsible." She laughed again, the sound edging toward hysteria. It never occurred to them. Good. That gives us time. Not much. Helena's expression sobered. They're close, Harry. Closer than I realized. The task force has been operating for months, gathering evidence, building a case. When they finally connect the dots, they won't. Harry's voice was firm. I'm going to deal with this. But first, you need to rest. Recover. I can't rest. There's too much, that's an order. He softened his voice. You've done enough. More than enough. Let me handle what comes next. Helena looked like she wanted to argue, but exhaustion overwhelmed her resistance. She slumped back in the chair, her eyes closing. Just a few minutes, she murmured. Then we plan. Then we plan, Harry agreed. He turned to Sirius and Snape, who were watching with expressions of guarded curiosity. Thank you, he said. Both of you. This couldn't have happened without your help. It almost didn't happen at all. Sirius's voice was tight. The facility was heavily guarded. If Snape hadn't known those detection spells, Snape has many useful skills. Harry glanced at the man in question. We're fortunate he's on our side. Something passed between Snape and Sirius, not warmth, exactly, but a grudging acknowledgement. Years of hatred wouldn't disappear overnight, but the experience of working together had created something new. A foundation, perhaps, for cooperation if not friendship. What now? Snape asked. Now we deal with the task force. Harry's voice hardened. They've become too dangerous to ignore. We need to neutralize them before they can expose us. Neutralize how? I'm working on it. Harry moved to the window, looking out at the night sky. But whatever we do, it needs to happen soon. Halloween is less than 3 weeks away. I can't afford distractions when the real crisis arrives. The Potters, Sirius said. Yes. Everything else is secondary to that. Harry turned back to face them. I need you both to trust me. To follow my lead, even when you don't understand what I'm doing. Can you do that? Sirius and Snape exchanged glances, uncomfortable, uncertain. For Lily, Snape said finally. For James, Sirius added. Harry nodded, accepting their answers. Then let's get to work. The solution to the task force problem came from an unexpected source. Harry was reviewing intelligence reports when Narcissa found him, her expression troubled in ways he'd learned to read. There's someone here to see you, she said. Someone unexpected. Who? Barty Crouch Jr. Harry's interest sharpened immediately. Crouch had been a peripheral figure in his calculations, young, zealous, desperate to prove himself. The son of a ministry official who'd built his career on prosecuting dark wizards, driven by some combination of rebellion and genuine belief to join the very forces his father hunted. Send him in. Crouch entered the study with nervous energy, his eyes darting around the room before settling on Harry. Herr Riddle, he said, his voice slightly breathless. Thank you for seeing me. You asked for a meeting. I assume you have something valuable to offer. I do. Crouch moved closer, his expression shifting to something eager, almost hungry. I know about the task force. The one that's been investigating you. Harry kept his expression neutral. What do you know? Everything. My father created it, used his position on the Wisengamot to secure funding and authorization. He thinks he's hunting some mastermind, some dark wizard pulling strings from the shadows. Crouch laughed. He has no idea it's you. No idea his own son could lead him right to the truth. And yet you haven't. Because I want something in return. Crouch's eyes gleamed. I want recognition. A place in the Dark Lord's inner circle. I've proven my loyalty, served faithfully for years, but I'm still treated like a junior member. Like someone who hasn't earned his position. And you think I can change that? I think you're the heir to everything the Dark Lord is building. I think your word carries weight, even now. Crouch leaned forward. Help me rise, and I'll give you the task force. Their files, their evidence, their entire operation. Everything they've gathered about you. Harry considered the offer. Crouch was unstable, that was obvious. The fervent devotion in his eyes suggested someone capable of both great loyalty and great betrayal. Working with him was risky, depending on him was dangerous. But the information he offered was invaluable. What do you need from me specifically? Harry asked. A word to the Dark Lord. A recommendation. Something that shows I'm worthy of advancement. Crouch's voice dropped. I've been loyal. I've done things, terrible things, to prove myself. But it's never enough. There's always someone else who gets the glory while I'm left in the shadows. You sound bitter. I am bitter. Crouch didn't try to hide it. I gave up everything, my family, my future, my name, to serve a cause I believe in. And what do I have to show for it? A junior position and the constant threat of my father's investigators. Harry heard something in those words, not just ambition, but genuine pain. Crouch had sacrificed much for Voldemort's cause, and felt that sacrifice had gone unacknowledged. It was a vulnerability Harry could exploit. But it was also something he understood. I'll speak to my father on your behalf, Harry said finally. But I want something beyond information. I want your loyalty. You have it. I've already, not to the Dark Lord. To me. Harry met Crouch's eyes steadily. My father has many servants, but I need people I can trust personally. People who understand that our interests aren't always identical to his. Crouch's expression flickered with surprise, then consideration. You're building your own faction, he said slowly. Within the organization. I'm building options. Contingencies. Ways to ensure that I, and those loyal to me, survive whatever comes. Harry paused. Is that something you can be part of? The question hung in the air. Crouch was silent for a long moment, clearly wrestling with the implications. Loyalty to Harry meant potential conflict with Voldemort, not now, perhaps, but eventually. It was a dangerous choice, one that could lead to advancement or destruction. Finally, he nodded. I'm in, he said. Whatever you need, whenever you need it. Harry smiled, a genuine expression, warmer than his usual calculated displays. Welcome to the team, Barty. The task force files arrived 2 days later. Crouch delivered them personally, thick folders full of reports and analysis that documented months of investigation. Harry spread them across his desk and began to read, feeling the weight of what the ministry had gathered. They were close. Closer than even Helena had realized. The task force had identified patterns in his activities, the werewolf transformation, the village evacuation, the exposure of various traitors and conspiracies. They'd developed a profile of their target, brilliant, ruthless, possessed of resources that suggested either significant wealth or powerful allies. They'd narrowed the field of suspects to a handful of possibilities. Harry's name wasn't among them. Neither was his father's. The investigators had assumed their target was an adult, someone with the experience and connections to operate at the level they'd observed. The idea of a child mastermind hadn't occurred to them, which was both fortunate and deeply ironic. But their investigation was still dangerous. They'd gathered enough evidence to cause problems if it reached the wrong hands, documentation that could expose Helena's involvement, trace the werewolf pack's transformation to its source, connect dots that Harry had been careful to keep separate. He needed to shut it down. The solution was elegant in its simplicity: rather than destroy the task force, redirect it. Give them a target that satisfied their investigation without exposing Harry's network. A villain convincing enough to absorb all the evidence they'd gathered. And he knew exactly who to use. Augustus Rookwood had been dead for months, but his reputation lingered. The former Unspeakable had been a spy for Voldemort, feeding Ministry secrets to the Death Eaters until Harry had exposed him. His execution had been public and brutal, a statement about the cost of betrayal. But his story wasn't complete. Harry began building a narrative, evidence that suggested Rookwood's treachery had extended far beyond what anyone realized. Documents that indicated he'd been running his own operation, manipulating both sides of the coming war for purposes known only to himself. A conspiracy within a conspiracy, aimed at goals that defied easy explanation. The beauty of the frame was its flexibility. Because Rookwood was dead, he couldn't deny the accusations. Because his actual crimes were extensive, the new allegations fit naturally into the existing record. And because the task force wanted to believe they'd found their mastermind, they'd accept evidence that confirmed their expectations. Harry planted the false documents through Crouch's access to his father's files, careful to leave a trail that would be discovered rather than handed over directly. The investigation would follow the breadcrumbs to their inevitable conclusion. Rookwood had been the hidden hand behind the anomalies they'd detected. His death at the hands of the Death Eaters had ended the threat. Case closed. The redirection took 2 weeks to complete. Harry monitored its progress through the Serpent Network and Crouch's regular reports, watching as the task force pivoted from hunting an unknown mastermind to documenting Rookwood's posthumously revealed conspiracy. The evidence was accepted, the conclusions drawn, the files closed. Helena was released from suspicion, her involvement explained away as an unwitting tool of Rookwood's manipulation. Her position in the Ministry was restored, her reputation actually enhanced by her narrow escape from the conspiracy. And Harry remained invisible, his network intact, his plans proceeding. But the success came with a price. The task force's investigation had forced him to reveal himself to Crouch, adding another person to the circle of those who knew his secrets. It had consumed time and resources he'd intended to spend on the Potters, pushing his preparations back by critical days. And it had reminded him of something he'd almost forgotten in the rush of scheming and manipulation: he was not invincible. The world was full of clever people, determined people, people who could threaten everything he'd built if he grew too confident. The task force had gotten close, closer than Harry had expected. If not for Crouch's timely defection, if not for Helena's resistance under interrogation, if not for a dozen other fortunate circumstances, everything could have fallen apart. Harry stood at his window, watching the October sunset paint the sky in shades of blood and fire. Halloween was 1 week away. He'd dealt with the Ministry's threat, but the real crisis was still coming. Voldemort, the prophecy, the night that had defined his entire existence. Time to finish what he'd started. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, The Dark Lord's Court. The summons came 3 days before Halloween. Harry felt it through the ring, a pulse of dark energy that resonated with something deep inside him, calling him to his father's presence with an urgency that couldn't be ignored. He was in the library when it hit, reviewing final preparations for the plans he'd set in motion. Everything stopped. "Come to me," Voldemort's voice whispered in his mind. "It is time." Harry closed his books and began to prepare. The gathering place was a ruin, an ancient castle in the Scottish Highlands that had been abandoned for centuries, its stones held together by magic rather than mortar. Harry apparat to its gates with Lucius, feeling the weight of wards that predated modern wizardry pressing against his senses. Death Eaters were already gathering. They emerged from shadows and doorways, their masks gleaming in torchlight, their robes rustling in the cold wind. Harry counted nearly 50 as they made their way through the castle's outer courtyard, more than he'd ever seen assembled in one place. The inner circle and their most trusted lieutenants, gathered for what Voldemort had called a coronation. Harry didn't like the sound of that. The great hall was vast, its ceiling lost in darkness, its walls lined with tapestries that showed scenes of conquest and domination. Voldemort sat at the far end on a throne of black stone, his pale face illuminated by floating green flames that cast shifting shadows across his features. He looked more powerful than Harry had ever seen him. Something had changed in the months since their last meeting. Voldemort radiated an intensity that seemed almost tangible, a presence that made the air itself feel heavy. His eyes, darker now, beginning to show hints of the red they would eventually become, swept across the assembled Death Eaters with cold assessment. "My faithful servants," he said, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall. "You have been summoned here to witness a moment of transformation. A declaration of what we are and what we will become." The Death Eaters knelt as one. Harry followed suit, feeling the cold stone through his robes. For too long, the wizarding world has languished under the rule of those who would dilute our power, diminish our heritage, deny the truth of what magic means. Voldemort rose from his throne, descending the steps with deliberate grace. That era ends now. The time has come to claim what is rightfully ours, to build a new order on the ashes of the old. He stopped before the assembled crowd, his gaze lingering on faces Harry recognized: Bellatrix, her expression rapturous; Lucius, his mask of neutrality perfect; Snape, his dark eyes revealing nothing. "But before we can build, we must purge. Before we can rise, we must prove our worth." Voldemort's voice hardened. "There are those among you who have doubted. Those who have questioned. Those whose loyalty has wavered in the face of difficulty." Harry felt the temperature drop. "Tonight, that ends. Tonight, you will demonstrate your commitment to our cause, not through words, but through action." Voldemort raised his wand. "Tonight, you will face the Dark Lord's court." A shimmer in the air, and the hall transformed. The walls seemed to stretch, the ceiling rising impossibly high, the floor beneath them becoming a vast arena ringed by tiers of seating. The Death Eaters found themselves standing at the arena's center, surrounded by empty stands that filled with spectral figures, ghosts or illusions, Harry couldn't tell. "Each of you will be called to account," Voldemort announced, his voice echoing through the transformed space. "Each of you will demonstrate your worth. Those who succeed will be rewarded beyond imagination. Those who fail—" He didn't need to finish the sentence. "Let the court begin." The first challenger was Rabaston Lestrange. He stepped forward when his name was called, his expression a mixture of pride and carefully hidden fear. Voldemort studied him for a moment, then gestured toward the arena's center. "You were imprisoned for me," Voldemort said. "Suffered for me. Do you believe that suffering entitles you to reward?" "I believe my loyalty has been proven, my lord." Rabaston's voice was steady. "Through actions, not just words." "Then prove it again." A shimmer in the air, and a figure materialized before Rabaston, a young woman in ministry robes, her face pale with terror, her hands bound behind her back. "This is Miranda Goshawk," Voldemort explained. "A ministry official who has been providing information to the Order of the Phoenix. Her betrayal has cost us 3 operations and 7 lives." Rabaston's wand was already in his hand. "What would you have me do, my lord? What do you think?" Harry watched as Rabaston raised his wand, his expression hardening into something cruel. The woman, Miranda, was crying now, pleading for mercy that wouldn't come. Avada Kedavra. The green light flashed. Miranda crumpled to the arena floor. "Well done," Voldemort said, his tone suggesting mild approval. "You may return to your place." Rabaston bowed and retreated, leaving the body where it fell. One by one, the Death Eaters were called forward. Each faced a different test, some required killing, others torture, still others demonstrations of magical power or strategic thinking. Voldemort seemed to tailor each challenge to the individual, probing their weaknesses, testing their limits. Bellatrix was given 3 prisoners and told to make them suffer. She did so with obvious pleasure, drawing out their agony until even hardened Death Eaters looked away. Lucius was asked to denounce his family's historical connections to blood traitors and mudblood sympathizers. He did so without hesitation, his voice cold and practiced. Snape was ordered to demonstrate his skill with dark magic, casting curses that Harry recognized from his previous life, spells Snape had invented himself, though Voldemort apparently didn't know that. Through it all, Harry waited. He knew his turn would come. Knew that whatever test his father had prepared would be designed to push him to his limits, to reveal what he was truly capable of. The ring on his finger pulsed with Voldemort's attention, a constant reminder that he was being watched even when he wasn't being tested. Finally, the call came. Hadrian. Harry stepped forward, feeling the weight of every eye in the hall upon him. Voldemort descended from his throne, moving to stand before his son. Up close, the changes were even more apparent, a hardening of features, an intensification of presence that suggested power barely contained. "My heir," Voldemort said softly. "My blood. You have exceeded every expectation I had for you. Conquered enemies, gathered allies, proven yourself worthy of the name you bear. Thank you, Father. But worthiness must be demonstrated, not merely claimed." Voldemort's eyes gleamed with something that might have been anticipation. "Your test will be different from the others. Greater in scope. More significant in consequence." He raised his hand, and the arena transformed again. The spectral audience vanished, replaced by something more intimate, a smaller space, circular, the walls covered in mirrors that reflected and multiplied everything within. At the room's center stood a raised platform, and on that platform, Harry's breath caught. It was a pensive, massive, ancient, filled with swirling silver memories that seemed to pulse with life. But surrounding the pensive were figures Harry recognized, people who should not have been here. Narcissa Malfoy, her face pale with fear. Helena Graves, still bearing signs of her recent interrogation. Ragnar, the werewolf alpha, in chains that sparked with suppressive magic. And in the center of them all, bound to a pillar of black stone, Snape. "You have built a network," Voldemort said, his voice soft and dangerous. "Gathered allies from every corner of our world. Do you think I didn't notice? Do you think your serpent spies are the only eyes watching in the darkness?" Harry's mind raced, calculating possibilities, searching for escape routes that didn't exist. "Father, silence." The word cut through the air like a blade. "I have observed your machinations for months. Watched you cultivate relationships that serve your interests rather than mine. Positioned yourself as a power within a power, answerable to no one. Everything I've done has been to serve yourself." Voldemort moved closer, his presence overwhelming. "You are my son, Hadrian. My blood. But you are also something else, something I cannot quite define. Something that watches me with eyes that know too much." The ring pulsed on Harry's finger, and he realized with sudden horror that the connection went both ways. Voldemort had been feeling his thoughts, sensing his doubts, reading the layers of deception that Harry had thought perfectly hidden. "I do not tolerate rivals," Voldemort continued. "Not even ones who share my blood. Your test tonight is simple: choose which of these traitors dies, and kill them yourself. Prove that your loyalty to me transcends your loyalty to them." Harry looked at the prisoners, the people who had trusted him, helped him, risked everything for his cause. Narcissa, who had become something like a mother. Helena, who had given him access to the Ministry's secrets. Ragnar, who had transformed his pack into something more than monsters. Snape, who had shared the truth about Lily, who had agreed to help save her. One of them had to die. "Choose," Voldemort commanded. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. He could refuse, die himself rather than kill someone he cared about, but that would doom everyone else. He could attack Voldemort, try to end this now, before the prophecy could play out, but he wasn't strong enough, not yet, not against his father at the height of his power. Or he could play the game. "The pensive," Harry said slowly. "What's in it?" Voldemort's expression flickered with something that might have been surprise. "Memories. Evidence of your betrayals, gathered from sources you never suspected." "Show me." "Why?" "Because I want to see what you think you know." Harry met his father's eyes steadily. "Before I make my choice, I want to understand the full scope of my alleged treachery." Voldemort studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Very well. Perhaps you will learn something about yourself. He gestured, and the pensieve's contents rose into the air, a swirling vortex of silver memories that expanded to fill the space between them. Images formed in the mist, Harry speaking with Helena, planning the village evacuation. Harry meeting with Sirius, arranging Peter's capture. Harry standing before the werewolf pack, promising them a future their previous alpha had never offered. But the images were incomplete. Fragmented. They showed actions without context, moments without meaning. Your spies see what I do, Harry said, understanding flooding through him. But they don't understand why I do it. Explain, then. Voldemort's voice was cold. Explain why you've built alliances that rival my own. Explain why you've cultivated relationships with my enemies. Explain why your every action seems designed to create options that don't depend on me. Harry took a deep breath. This was the moment. The turning point. Everything he'd built, everything he'd planned, everything he'd sacrificed, it all came down to this. Because you're going to lose, he said. The words fell into silence like stones into still water. What did you say? Voldemort's voice was barely a whisper. The war you're starting. The future you're building. It doesn't end the way you think. Harry stepped closer, his voice gaining strength. I've seen it, Father. I don't know how or why, but I've seen the end of your story. And it ends in ashes. You're lying. I'm not. Harry held his father's gaze without flinching. The prophecy you're so afraid of, the one that speaks of a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, it's true. Not because of some mystical destiny, but because you make it true. Your fear, your obsession, your determination to eliminate every possible threat, that's what creates your downfall. Then I'll eliminate the threat before it can grow. You can't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Harry's voice dropped, becoming almost gentle. Every action you take to prevent your defeat brings it closer. Kill the Potter child, and you create the very enemy you fear. Destroy everyone who might challenge you, and you leave yourself without allies when you need them most. Voldemort's face had gone pale, paler than usual, his features twisting with emotions Harry had never seen him display. Fear. Doubt. The first cracks in an armor of certainty that had protected him for decades. How do you know this? He demanded. Who told you? No one told me. I remember it. Harry reached up and touched the ring on his finger, the connection to his father, the chain that bound them together. You gave me this. Tied your power to my own. Did you think the link only went one way? Through the ring, he pushed. Not an attack, nothing so crude. Just a transfer of memory, of experience, of the knowledge that had been burning inside him since he woke up in this impossible second life. He showed Voldemort the future. The Battle of Hogwarts. The dead lined up in the Great Hall. The moment when Harry walked to his death, accepting the end, letting the killing curse take him. And then the resurrection. The choice to keep fighting. The final confrontation where Voldemort's own curse rebounded upon him. The Dark Lord's death. Voldemort staggered backward, his face a mask of horror. No, he breathed. That's not possible. I am immortal. The Horcruxes were found. Destroyed. One by one, your anchors to life were eliminated, until only you remained. Harry's voice was steady, implacable. You lost, Father. In the future I came from, you lost everything. Silence fell over the chamber. The prisoners, Narcissa, Helena, Ragnar, Snape, watched with expressions of shock and confusion. They'd heard enough to understand that something fundamental had shifted, that the confrontation between father and son had moved into territory none of them could navigate. Voldemort was the first to recover. If what you say is true, he said slowly, then you are the greatest threat I've ever faced. A spy from a future where I'm defeated, working to ensure that defeat becomes reality. No. Harry shook his head. I'm not here to ensure your defeat. I'm here to prevent it. Why? Because the future I came from was a disaster for everyone. You died, yes, but so did thousands of others. The war you started consumed everything, destroyed everything, left nothing but ashes and grief. Harry's voice cracked with genuine emotion. I'm not trying to defeat you, Father. I'm trying to save you. Save everyone. Voldemort stared at him for a long moment. You expect me to believe that? I expect you to consider it. Harry gestured at the prisoners around them. These people aren't threats to you, they're resources. Allies who could help you build something that actually lasts. Kill them, and you're just repeating the same mistakes that led to your destruction. But use them, work with them, let them help you find a better path. A better path? Voldemort laughed, a cold, bitter sound. You speak of cooperation and mercy as if they're strengths. They're weaknesses. The wizarding world doesn't need a better path, it needs conquest. Domination. A ruler strong enough to impose order on chaos. That's what you thought before. It's what got you killed. And you propose what? That I abandon everything I've built, everything I've worked for, because my 5-year-old son claims to have visions of the future. I propose that you listen. Harry stepped closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. You're afraid, Father. More afraid than you've ever been, because for the first time in your life, you're facing something you can't control. A future you didn't choose. A fate you can't escape through power alone. I am not afraid. Yes, you are. I can feel it through the ring. Harry held up his hand, showing the gold band that pulsed with their shared connection. Your fear is the one thing you've never been able to master. It drives everything you do, every choice, every cruelty, every desperate grasp for power. And it's going to destroy you, unless you find another way. The silence stretched between them, father and son locked in a contest that had nothing to do with magic. Finally, Voldemort spoke. Release them, he commanded. The words echoed through the chamber. For a moment, nothing happened, even the magic seemed surprised by the order. Then the chains holding the prisoners dissolved. This changes nothing, Voldemort said, his voice regaining its cold composure. You are still my son. Still my heir. Still bound to my cause, whether you like it or not. I know. And if you betray me, if I discover that your true purpose is my destruction, then you'll kill me yourself. I understand. Harry met his father's eyes steadily. But I'm not here to destroy you, Father. I'm here to save you from yourself. Whether you believe that or not is up to you. Voldemort studied him for a long moment. Then, without another word, he turned and walked out of the chamber. The Death Eaters followed, their expressions ranging from confusion to fear to carefully hidden calculation. Whatever they'd witnessed tonight would reshape the organization's dynamics for months to come. Harry stood alone with the people he'd fought to protect, feeling the weight of what he'd done settling over him. He'd revealed his secret. Shown his father the future that awaited him. Changed the terms of their relationship in ways he couldn't fully predict. It was either the smartest thing he'd ever done, or the most foolish. Only time would tell which. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, The Vale Stirs. Halloween arrived with a storm. Thunder rolled across the Scottish Highlands as Harry stood at the window of his temporary quarters, watching lightning illuminate the ancient castle where Voldemort had established his command post. The weather matched his mood, turbulent, charged with potential, building towards something that couldn't be stopped. 2 days had passed since the Dark Lord's court. 2 days since Harry had revealed his secret, shown his father the future that awaited him, gambled everything on the hope that knowledge might change the outcome. Voldemort had been silent since then. Withdrawn into chambers that no one else could enter, surrounded by wards that even Harry's ring couldn't penetrate. The Death Eaters whispered among themselves, uncertain what had transpired between father and son, sensing that something fundamental had shifted without understanding what. But Harry knew the truth. His father was planning something. The attack on the Potters was still scheduled for tonight. Harry had confirmed that through Snape, who'd received his final instructions just hours ago. Whatever doubts the revelation had planted, whatever fears had been stirred, Voldemort had decided to proceed. The prophecy would be fulfilled, one way or another. Unless Harry stopped it. The plan was desperate, cobbled together from fragments of intelligence and prayers that might not be answered. Harry had spent the past 2 days reaching out to every ally he possessed. Sirius was already in position near Godric's Hollow, ready to provide warning if Voldemort arrived before Harry could intervene. Snape had agreed to delay the attack as long as possible, feeding his master false information about the Potters' whereabouts. Helena had arranged for Ministry Aurors to be stationed near known Death Eater gathering points, creating obstacles that might slow Voldemort's forces. And the werewolf pack was moving. Ragnar had been reluctant at first. The full moon was approaching, and his people were preparing for the transformation that would claim their minds for another night. But Harry had given them the Wolfsbane potion, had promised them that tonight would be different. They would change with their human consciousness intact, and they would fight for a cause greater than mere survival. "You're asking us to attack the Dark Lord himself," Ragnar had said, his yellow eyes troubled. "I'm asking you to protect innocent people from being murdered." Harry had met his gaze steadily. "The same thing I asked when I first took command of your pack. And if we fail? If the Dark Lord destroys us? Then at least you'll have died fighting for something that matters." Ragnar had been quiet for a long moment. "The pack will follow you," he'd said finally. "Not because we believe we can win, but because you've given us something to believe in. Something worth dying for." Harry had felt the weight of those words like a physical burden. These people trusted him. Had put their lives in his hands based on promises he might not be able to keep. If his plan failed, if Voldemort proved too powerful, too prepared, too determined, they would all die. Everyone who'd chosen to stand with him, everyone who'd believed in his vision of a different future. And Harry would be responsible. The attack began at midnight. Harry felt it through the ring, a surge of dark energy as Voldemort began moving toward Godric's Hollow, his power blazing like a black sun against the magical landscape. The Dark Lord had assembled a small force for the mission: Bellatrix, the Lestrange brothers, and a handful of the most loyal Death Eaters. Not an army, but enough to deal with any resistance the Potters might offer. Harry apparat to the outskirts of the village, feeling the wards that protected it shiver at his approach. The storm had followed him. Rain lashed against his robes as he moved through the darkness, his practice wand in hand, his heart pounding with fear and determination. "This is it," he thought. "Everything I've worked for. Everything I've sacrificed. It all comes down to this." He found Sirius waiting at the edge of the village, his face grim. "They're coming," Sirius said. "I can feel the dark mark burning. The attack is starting." "Where's Snape?" "Already inside. He said he'd try to buy time, but..." Sirius shook his head. "Voldemort is coming himself. All the delays in the world won't matter if we can't stop him directly. We won't have to stop him." Harry's voice was calm despite the chaos raging inside him. "We just have to change the equation." "What equation?" "The one that makes him think killing the Potters is the solution to his problem." Harry looked toward the village, where lights were beginning to flicker in windows as residents sensed something wrong. "My father isn't afraid of death. He's afraid of the prophecy, afraid of a child who might one day have the power to destroy him. So we give him something else to be afraid of." Godric's Hollow was peaceful on the surface, a quiet village of wizarding families, decorated for Halloween with floating jack-o'-lanterns and enchanted cobwebs. But Harry could feel the tension beneath the calm, the magical protection straining against approaching darkness. The Fidelius charm was weakening. Peter's betrayal had done its work. The secret that should have protected the Potters was unraveling, the magic that hid their location failing as its keeper's treachery took effect. Soon, Voldemort would be able to see them. Soon, he would strike. Harry moved through the village quickly, making his way toward the house he remembered from photographs and stories, the cottage where his other self had been born, where his mother had died, where everything had begun. He found it on a quiet street, its windows glowing with warm light. Through the glass, he could see them. James Potter, tall and dark-haired, laughing at something as he moved through the living room. Lily beside him, her red hair catching the firelight, a baby cradled in her arms. Harry. The other Harry. The one who should have existed. The child who would grow up to be the boy who lived, who would face Voldemort again and again, who would eventually walk to his death in the Forbidden Forest. Or who might now live a completely different life. Harry felt tears on his cheeks, mingling with the rain. I'm sorry, he thought, though he wasn't sure who he was apologizing to. I'm sorry for everything that's coming. Everything you'll have to face. Then the wards shattered. Voldemort arrived like a storm given human form. He operated into the street with a crack of displaced air, his robes billowing, his wand already raised. Behind him, Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters materialized, their masks gleaming in the magical light that surrounded their master. The house, Voldemort commanded. Now. They moved toward the cottage, dark figures against darker shadows. Harry stepped into their path. Father. The word stopped Voldemort in his tracks. The Death Eaters froze, uncertain how to react to the appearance of their lord's heir in the middle of an operation he shouldn't have known about. Hadrian. Voldemort's voice was cold, controlled. You should not be here. Neither should you. Harry stood his ground, rain streaming down his face. I told you what happens tonight. I showed you the future that awaits if you proceed. And I told you that I would not be ruled by prophecies and fear. Voldemort stepped closer, his power radiating in waves that made the air itself feel heavy. The child dies. That is my decision. That is my right. It's your doom. Harry's voice rose. Kill that baby, and you create the very enemy the prophecy describes. Your curse will rebound. Your body will be destroyed. And you'll spend the next decade as a wraith, powerless and suffering, until you finally claw your way back to something resembling life. Then I will ensure the curse does not rebound. Voldemort raised his wand. I have power beyond anything that child can match. Ancient magic. Dark rituals. The accumulated knowledge of 1,000 years of wizarding history. And none of it will be enough. Harry spread his arms, exposing himself to his father's wrath. Because you're not fighting a baby. You're not fighting a prophecy. You're fighting the magic of love itself, the most powerful force in existence, the one thing your genius has never been able to comprehend. Voldemort laughed, a cold, terrible sound. Love? You think love will stop me? I think love already stopped you. In the future I came from. Lily Potter stood between you and her son, offered her life in exchange for his, and her sacrifice created protection that no dark magic could overcome. Harry's voice dropped. You can't beat love, Father. You can only learn to understand it. I understand enough. Voldemort raised his wand, green light beginning to gather at its tip. I understand that obstacles must be removed. That threats must be eliminated. That those who stand in my path, my lord. The shout came from behind them. Snape, emerging from the shadows, his face twisted with urgency. The Aurors. They're here, dozens of them, surrounding the village. And there's something else, a howl split the night. Then another. And another. Until the air itself seemed to vibrate with the sound of wolves crying to the storm. The werewolf pack had arrived. Chaos erupted in the streets of Godric's Hollow. Ministry Aurors operate in waves, their wands blazing with light as they engaged the Death Eaters. Helena's coordination had paid off, the response was faster, stronger than anyone had expected, overwhelming the small force Voldemort had brought for his surgical strike. And through it all, the werewolves fought. They moved like shadows given form, their transformed bodies devastating in close combat, their enhanced senses allowing them to track and intercept Death Eaters trying to flee. Ragnar led them personally, his massive form cutting through the enemy ranks with savage efficiency. But none of it would matter if Voldemort reached the cottage. Harry saw his father pushing through the chaos, ignoring the battle raging around him, his focus fixed on the house where the Potters waited. The Dark Lord's power was terrifying, spells bounced off his shields, horrors fell before his curses, even the werewolves gave way before his advance. Nothing could stop him. Nothing except Harry. He apparat directly into his father's path, appearing between Voldemort and the cottage door. "Move aside," Voldemort commanded. "No. I will not ask again." "Then don't." Harry raised his practice wand, knowing it was inadequate, knowing he was facing a power that dwarfed anything he could muster. "If you want to kill that child, you'll have to kill me first." Voldemort studied him for a long moment. "You would die for them? For strangers?" "I would die to change the future." Harry's voice was steady despite the terror racing through him. "I've done it before. Walk to my death to stop you, to protect the people I loved. I'll do it again if I have to. They're not your family. Not in this life. No. But they could have been. In another world, another timeline, Lily Potter was my mother. James was my father. That baby in there was me." Harry felt tears mixing with the rain on his face. "I'm not going to let you destroy what I might have been." Voldemort's expression flickered, something moving behind his eyes that Harry couldn't quite identify. "You truly believe what you're saying," he murmured. "You truly believe you came from another life. That you've died and been reborn. I know it. And in that life, Lily Potter loved you. She died for me. Her last breath was spent protecting her son from your curse." Harry's voice cracked. "That's what love is, Father. Sacrifice. Putting someone else's life above your own. Something you've never understood." The battle raged around them, spells and screams, the clash of magic against magic, but in the space between father and son, everything went still. "I could kill you," Voldemort said softly. "Kill you and everyone who stands against me. Burn this village to the ground and everyone in it. You could. But that would prove you right, wouldn't it? Prove that I'm nothing but a monster, driven by fear, destroying everything in my path." He laughed bitterly. "You've learned my weaknesses well, my son. I've learned that you're more than you think you are." Harry lowered his wand slightly. "The future I came from, you died in it. But before you died, you felt fear. Real fear, for the first time in your life. You realized, at the very end, that all your power hadn't been enough. That you'd wasted your existence chasing something that could never satisfy you. And you think showing me that future will change me? I think it's already changing you." Harry gestured at the chaos around them. "You're standing here, talking to me, instead of killing everyone in your path. You're hesitating. Questioning. That's not the Lord Voldemort I remember." Voldemort was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he lowered his wand. "I will not attack the Potters tonight," he said. "Not because I believe your visions of the future. Not because I fear a prophecy spoken by a fraud. But because you have given me something to consider. Questions that demand answers. And tomorrow? Next month? Next year? That remains to be seen." Voldemort's eyes found Harry's, and something passed between them, not warmth, not affection, but a kind of recognition. "You are my son. My blood. Whatever else you may be, whatever strange fate has bound us together, that cannot be denied." "No. It can't. Then we will find another way forward. Together." Voldemort turned away, his robes swirling. "Death Eaters. Withdraw. The mission is cancelled." The fighting sputtered and died as the Dark Lord's forces retreated, disappearing into the night as quickly as they'd arrived. The Aurors held their positions, uncertain whether to pursue, waiting for orders that didn't come. Harry stood alone before the cottage, feeling the weight of what he'd accomplished settling over him. He'd done it. Changed the future. Saved the Potters, at least for tonight. But he knew this wasn't the end. It was barely the beginning. The door behind him opened. Harry turned to find James Potter standing in the doorway, his wand raised, his expression a mixture of fear and defiance. "Who are you?" James demanded. "What's happening?" Harry looked at the man who should have been his father, tall, proud, ready to die defending his family. And beside him, visible through the doorway, Lily Potter holding a baby with a small tuft of dark hair. "My name is Hadrian Riddle," Harry said. "And I just saved your lives." James's expression flickered with confusion. "Riddle? But that's the Dark Lord's son." "Yes." Harry smiled sadly. "It's a long story. And I promise I'll tell you all of it, someday. But right now, you need to get your family somewhere safe. Somewhere that doesn't depend on Peter Pettigrew's loyalty." "Peter? What does Peter have to do with everything?" Harry met Lily's eyes through the doorway, seeing the same green that looked back at him from mirrors. "He betrayed you. Sold your location to Voldemort. The only reason you're still alive is because I convinced my father to withdraw." Lily moved forward, the baby clutched to her chest. "Why would you do that?" "If you're Voldemort's son, because in another life, you were my mother." The words came out raw, unplanned. "Because I remember what it felt like to be loved by you, even though it never happened in this timeline. Because I couldn't stand by and watch you die again." Silence fell between them. Then Lily did something Harry never expected. She handed the baby to James, crossed the threshold, and wrapped her arms around Harry. "I don't understand," she whispered. "I don't understand any of this. But whoever you are, whatever brought you here, thank you." Harry felt himself break. All the walls he'd built, all the compartmentalization and emotional control that had gotten him through months of scheming and manipulation, it all crumbled in the face of Lily Potter's embrace. He was crying. Really crying, for the first time since his rebirth. Sobbing into the shoulder of a woman who wasn't his mother but felt like her, mourning a life he'd never had and a future he was still fighting to create. "I'm sorry," he managed. "I'm so sorry. For everything. You saved us." Lily's voice was gentle. "Whatever else you've done, whatever else you might do, you saved my family tonight. This isn't over." Harry pulled back, wiping his eyes. "My father, he'll think about what happened. He'll plan. He'll find another way to address the prophecy. Then we'll be ready." James had moved to stand beside his wife, his expression shifting from suspicion to something more complicated. "Whatever comes next, we'll face it together." Harry looked at them, the family he should have had, the life he should have lived, and felt something settle inside him. Hope. Despite everything. Despite the darkness and the violence and the impossible choices he'd made. Hope. "I'll help you," he said. "Whatever it takes. Whatever I have to do. I know you will." Lily smiled at him, a smile that contained recognition and acceptance and something that might have been love. "I don't know how I know, but I do." Behind them, the storm was beginning to clear. The first rays of dawn were breaking through the clouds, painting the village in shades of gold and pink. Halloween had passed. A new day was beginning. And for the first time since his rebirth, Harry Riddle allowed himself to believe that the future might actually be different. The aftermath of Godric's Hollow reshaped the wizarding world. News of the failed attack spread quickly, the Dark Lord's forces turned back, his assault on a protected family thwarted by intervention from within his own organization. Rumors flew about what had happened, who had been involved, what it meant for the coming war. Harry returned to the manor to find it in chaos. Death Eaters whispered behind hands, their expressions ranging from confusion to fear. Voldemort had withdrawn completely, communicating through intermediaries, making it clear that he was not to be disturbed. The night's events had shaken the organization to its core. But for Harry, the real changes were more personal. Narcissa found him in his study, her face showing a complex mixture of relief and concern. "You're alive," she said. Disappointed? Terrified? She moved closer, her eyes searching his face. "What you did tonight, standing against the Dark Lord himself, threatening everything he's built, you should be dead." "I know. Then why did you do it?" Harry was quiet for a moment, considering how to answer. "Because some things are worth dying for," he said finally. "I learned that in my first life. The people we love, the futures we're trying to build, they matter more than our own survival. And if you'd failed? If the Dark Lord had killed you? Then at least I would have tried." Harry met her eyes. "That's all any of us can do, Aunt Narcissa. Try. Hope. Fight for the world we want to live in." She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. "You're remarkable," she said. "Whatever you are, wherever you came from, you're the most remarkable person I've ever met. I'm just trying to do better than last time. Maybe that's what makes you remarkable." She reached out and touched his face, a maternal gesture that made something warm spread through his chest. "Rest now. Tomorrow, we plan." "Plan for what?" "For whatever comes next." Her smile widened. "You've changed the game, Hadrian. Changed everything. Now we need to figure out how to win it." Harry stood at the standing stones that night, feeling the ancient power pulse beneath his feet. The presence stirred, responding to his call. "You have acted," it whispered in his mind. "Changed the pattern. Set new threads in motion." "I saved them," Harry said aloud. "The people who were supposed to die tonight, they're alive. For now. The pattern adjusts. Seeks new equilibrium. A sense of vast consideration. Your presence continues to distort the weave. But the distortion is interesting. Interesting. New possibilities have emerged. Paths that did not exist before. The future is more fluid than it has been in millennia. The present seemed to shift, its attention focusing more directly. You asked, once, whether you would be accepted. Whether the pattern would adapt to your presence. I remember. We have watched. Evaluated. Considered. A sense of something that might have been approval. You have demonstrated that your existence serves purposes beyond chaos. That your changes move toward balance rather than destruction. Harry felt his heart rate accelerate. What does that mean? It means we no longer seek your correction. The presence began to recede. It means you may continue. Build. Change. The pattern will accommodate you, for now. And if that changes, then we will act. But that is not this moment. The presence faded to a whisper. Be well, Fred. That was cut. The weave watches with interest. Then it was gone, leaving Harry alone in the moonlight. He stood there for a long time, processing what he'd heard. The ancient powers had accepted him. The forces that existed beyond normal magic had decided he wasn't a threat to be eliminated. Whatever cosmic pattern governed the flow of time and fate had made room for his existence. He was no longer fighting against reality itself. He was part of it. The months that followed were filled with change. Voldemort remained withdrawn, his public appearances rare and carefully controlled. The Death Eaters continued their activities, but with less enthusiasm, sensing that something fundamental had shifted in their master's vision. Harry used the time wisely. He strengthened his alliances, building the network that would protect the people he cared about when the war finally erupted. The werewolf pack grew more organized, more disciplined, transforming from scattered outcasts into something resembling a proper military force. Helena's position in the ministry solidified, her network of informants providing intelligence that would prove invaluable. Sirius, cleared of all charges, reconnected with the Potters and began rebuilding the friendships that had been damaged by years of suspicion. And Harry himself continued to grow. His 6th birthday passed quietly, marked only by small celebrations with those closest to him. He was still a child in body, but his mind had accumulated experience beyond what most adults would ever possess. He thought about the future often. The war was still coming, he knew that. Voldemort might be reconsidering his approach, might be questioning the prophecy that had driven him for so long, but he hadn't abandoned his ambitions. The conflict between the old order and the new was inevitable, built into the structure of the wizarding world itself. But the shape of that conflict had changed. The Potters were alive. Sirius was free. Peter had been captured and imprisoned. A dozen small changes, rippling outward, creating a future that nobody could predict. Not even Harry. And that, he realized, was exactly as it should be. On the anniversary of Godric's Hollow, Harry stood at the edge of the manor's grounds, looking out at a world he'd helped to reshape. Behind him, the people he'd gathered were celebrating, Narcissa and Draco, Helena and Ragnar, even Snape, whose presence still surprised Harry sometimes. They'd become something he'd never expected, a family. Not the family he'd been born to, in either life. But a family nonetheless. "You look thoughtful," Narcissa said, joining him at the railing. "I'm thinking about the future. Any visions of doom?" "Not today." Harry smiled. "Today, I'm just thinking about possibilities. About all the things that might happen now that the future isn't fixed." "That sounds almost hopeful." "Maybe it is." He looked at her, this woman who'd become something like a mother to him. "I spent so long fighting against what was supposed to happen. Against prophecies and fate and the weight of history. I never stopped to consider what it might feel like if I actually succeeded." "And how does it feel?" Harry considered the question. "Terrifying," he admitted. "But also, liberating. For the first time since I woke up in this life, I don't know what comes next. I can't see the shape of things anymore." "That frightens you?" "A little. But it also means the future is truly open. Anything could happen. Anyone could change." He paused. "Even my father." Narcissa was quiet for a moment. "You still believe he can be saved? After everything he's done?" "I believe everyone deserves the chance to try." Harry looked back toward the manor, where lights were beginning to glow in the gathering dusk. "I've done terrible things, Aunt Narcissa. Made choices that cost innocent lives. If I can still hope for redemption, why can't he? Because he's the Dark Lord. Because he's built an empire on fear and death and suffering. And I'm his son. His blood. His heir." Harry's voice softened. "If the future isn't fixed, if anything is possible, then maybe even Lord Voldemort can find a different path. You're an optimist. I'm a survivor." Harry turned and began walking back toward the manor. And survivors learn that hope isn't weakness. It's the thing that keeps you going when everything else falls apart. Narcissa watched him go, her expression thoughtful. Then she followed, leaving the darkness behind. The game wasn't over. Harry knew that, even as he celebrated with his family, even as he allowed himself to feel hope for the first time in longer than he could remember. Voldemort was still out there, still planning, still searching for a way to secure his vision of the future. The war would come eventually, in some form or another. But Harry would be ready. He'd built alliances that transcended the traditional divisions of the wizarding world. He'd gathered allies who believed in something beyond pure-blood supremacy or ministry control. He'd shown that change was possible, that even the Dark Lord's own son could stand against tyranny. And he'd proven something to himself, something he'd almost forgotten in the years of scheming and sacrifice. He was still capable of hope. Still capable of love. Still capable of being the person Lily Potter had died to protect, all those years ago in another life. Harry Riddle stood at the threshold of an uncertain future, and for the first time, that uncertainty felt like freedom. The veil between what was and what might be had grown thin. And through that thinness, he could see the faintest glimmer of light. Chapter 10 End to be continued.